Hello.
Welcome back to the corruption of Agartha.
Every time you guys are getting closer to being synchronized.
One day.
The stars will align just right.
You're gonna merge into one being.
That would be terrifying.
When we last left off, some new information was learned.
Go see an intelligent Bryn then.
Our detectives Ulrich and Norris did an amazing job in investigating the whereabouts of both Braggy and fuck, what was it? I think it named him I don't know where my notes are, so I cannot tell you his name. Norris, please help me out here.
The one guy.
Which NPC?
The one that got dropped.
The researcher.
Oh, the one who fucking died. T?
Grelium, maybe trying to bang Baggy. The automation. Oh, I don't know because Miss fucking Automaton has the sword note and never actually. I never wrote down that guy's name.
Oh shit! True, that's fact.
His name was said multiple times though.
Yes.
Yeah, I just never wrote it down.
Just keep on going. I'm looking through my notes.
Okay, thank you.
So you guys did some amazing detective work at this particular artificer's house. You learned that he is on the secret project for Isaac, not knowing exactly what that project entails, but you know it has to do with his newly coined term for automatons, coined Warforged. Your lovely barbarian woman went into a one-on-one with it, put it to its limits, and ultimately in the end put it down. She is now parading around. Yep, she is now parading around town and bars with that Warforged head.
No, she would have done it for like maybe 2 or 3 bars and then find somewhere and passed out because she was tired.
Understandable. So after your investigations were held and you come to realize that something was wrong with Braggy in particular.
She was gone.
She was missing. She had been missing ever since the presentation. You guys continued on with your detective work, asking around. Found out some interesting details, entailing Homo's father, that he may be in the city and he may be a player in all this. On top of that, you found Braggy in an abandoned warehouse or workshop or factory. It was a factory. Hiding. And then after all that, you found out that her paranoia was not paranoia because there was someone indeed out to kill her because she was working on a very special alchemist potion that could very well change the entirety of the world. And you brought her back to Isaac for protection. Now, did I leave anything out?
No. Did you talk about the sword that we found, the blueprints?
Oh yes. You also found outdated blueprints to the lightning sword that the Warforged was using against Bellatrix in the presentation fight. You know they're outdated because the notes stated that they had a very relatively easy to read or put together clue once you had the right words. Raw energy unstable, must seek refinement. Or at least that's what you're going for.
Roughly,
yes.
That's probably it.
Sure enough, after everything is said and done, and you guys were heading off to a tavern to catch up with Bellatrix and get some true sleep, the body of said artificer that you guys were looking for.
You mean the body of Torek?
Torek! I knew it was a T. I knew it was a T.
I remember I named him something that I could remember if I thought of dinosaurs, and I was blanking.
I took notes. I just had to go through those notes.
For anybody wondering, the name I thought of and altered a little bit is Turak, the dinosaur hunting game.
You mean Tarask?
No, Turak. It was an N64 game.
I know I was making a joke.
I forgot about that game.
Yes,
I've never heard of it.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. I love the friggin' fighting scenes where you got to fly the pterodons.
Yes. So the body of Torek has been dropped. From the state of the impact, you'd gauge maybe 300, 400 feet up.
Also, whoever was closest to him got a shower.
Yes.
Ah.
So we continue where we left off. The body of Torek is now on the proverbial pavement.
Or the literal pavement. It's right fucking there.
Exactly. What are you all doing? Well,
Freaking the
Bellatrix
fuck
is in a
out.
bar. Cyril's off somewhere. It's just Norris, Como, and Ulrich at the moment.
Oh my god.
I am
Holy shit.
I'm casting an eye around with my left eye.
Perception
Right
check.
eye.
What the fuck?
You do not see anything. No one's around. It's a relatively empty street. You do hear something, however.
Where?
You hear this in the distance. You gauge it about maybe 300 to 400 feet across some buildings. You can hear it just loud enough. What the fuck was that noise? I don't know. Let's go check it out.
Shit. Oh, this looks like we killed him. Oh, oh, fuck. Grab him and start walking.
You're grabbing a dead body and start walking?
That dead body is Jello.
I don't
Oh,
think we have
fuck.
enough
Okay,
time.
then just start walking.
I immediately grab them and start trying to move them off into a side alley.
Oh yeah, because you
Oh,
guys
I'm
got...
already
Okay.
fucking. I'm already stealthed. I'm not fucking touching the
then
corpse. I'm gone.
I'm pulling Como into side alley then.
You guys got
Okay.
and the GM said I wasn't there, so I can't prestidigitation you guys.
We'll come find you, man. It's okay. We're walking.
Yeah, no one's finding
only-
Norris with a 29 stealth. I'm sorry.
Only place I think Sorrel would go might have been a library after the friggin' assassination thing.
True. Okay. Isaac's already gone. That's great. What the fuck do we do?
Well, at the moment, I think we should just try and find Bella, wherever she's passed out at.
Yeah, we gotta find Cyril. Get him caught up.
I like how you're concerned with Cyril and Bella. No one knows where Norris is.
Oh fuck, where Norris go?
Don't worry about him. He disappears.
I'm always worried about him.
He
But in the other
disappears
way.
when they're everywhere.
You know,
So,
whatever.
as you are both proceeding to have this conversation in a hidden alley off to the side, I need you both to roll stealth checks.
Oh, you bitch.
Norris just disappears into the fucking shadow.
Just say, you were the ones taught.
Oh, I rolled so bad.
Yeah. They'll just say technically you don't have disadvantage. Oh wait, no, yeah, your armor is heavy, isn't it?
I too wanted to be stealthy.
Bellatrix abnormally is more
reason.
stealthy than the rogue right now.
I'm about to say Bellatrix is stealthy because she's passed out in the alleyway next to a bar.
Exactly. No one
Okay.
sees her because she blends right in.
I've got
Right.
good news and bad news. Who wants what first?
The good news first.
Good news is the goblin gets away. Bad news.
The good news
No
is
one else.
no one sees the goblin.
Fucker.
Bad news, they see Como.
Oh shit. Oh
Como's
fuck.
being arrested.
Oh, this is a bad situation to be in.
No, this is about to turn into an Ulrich. Are you running as these two guards cut around the corner? One sees the body and then immediately looks around and then sees Como in the alley. Oi,
Go,
you!
go.
Stop!
I whisper for him to run.
Me?
Run.
I'm not fast enough.
Run.
Okay. No, this is bad. It's bad if I run. It's worse if I run. Fuck, what do I do?
It's pretty bad anyway.
They're gonna recognize my armor. Am I in the dark already, or am I like still right next to the body, very noticeable?
You're in an offshoot alley that Ulrich dragged you into.
I'm running.
and you're covered in splatter.
I'm running.
Oh, no, you fucking stop! And they are going to chase after you.
Oh, fuck me.
Imagine them running past the garbage bag that the goblins hiding in.
I wait for them to run by, and then I follow after them.
Okay. They did not see you, Ulrich, so...
Yeah.
Thank God.
Figured.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God, if I'm recognized, I'm in my fucking armor!
I will also be following from the shadows.
I don't even know you're there. Listen to Ulrich's there.
Hey, look at the bright side. If it's dark and they only are going off of dark vision, if they don't have dark vision, they can't tell your freaking armor. If they're only going off of dark vision,
they have dark vision.
Your armor's only colors of gray to them because you don't have a light source.
Oh, let's hope.
There are so many races working in this area. It is more than likely that some would not be human guards. So,
it's dark, so you still have a chance of getting away with them not pinning you just because your armor look.
Oh my God. Okay.
Como, I need an athletics check. Competing.
Oh.
So I'm gonna roll for these two guards. You're gonna roll.
Athletics?
Yep.
You do realize though, if you can't get away, it makes the situation you're in a whole lot worse.
Yeah, I fucking noticed.
All right, athletics check. Como.
I don't want to. I'm so scared. Okay.
13.
That could be a lot worse.
That's a 7.
Here's where the GM rolls 2 natural 20s.
Oh my God. I'll cry. I'm genuinely 14. So tense right now.
One of them is losing ground on you, arguably.
Okay.
However, the other you can see is in, well, one individual, the one that is currently losing you, is in a much
his armor's a bit thicker.
It's a bit bigger, and he needs a lot of strength for it.
Okay.
The other armor, however, looks like a simple breastplate, and he is gaining on you.
Fuck.
Now, this is the point where I may offer Ulrich or Norris one action to help you, to either give you advantage or give these guards disadvantage. However, they will have to re-roll stealth.
Also,
would you like to take it?
I know what I'm going to do.
But before that, what spells do you have?
I can't do anything. I'm running. I'm dashing.
I am going to give them...
Yeah, but you can still cast a spell if you have any spells that can help you get away.
I'm going to give them disadvantage by firing my gun into the air and ducking into a side alley.
Position of privilege normally would work, Norris, but this is murder, and it would not work here.
No. I'm going to use my position of privilege to delay them, to give them disadvantage, as they know I wasn't near here, and they're now chasing someone.
Okay, describe what you're doing.
But
I am going to...
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to walk into the guards as they're chasing them and let them hit me, basically slowing them exponentially, and then using my righteous position of authority.
Okay, I'm going to wait.
You're Karen them.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to Karen these guards.
You know who I am.
How dare you run into me?
Deception versus insight. I'm going to make you roll something for this.
Come on, deceive.
I rolled 10.
6.
Oof. I hope that's a 6 roll and not a 6.
17. It means it beats.
Oh, babe.
Well, whether I succeed or not really doesn't matter. I'm still delaying them.
Okay, and I'm going to roll 1d4 on a 1 or a 2. It's going to be the medium plate.
No,
that
I'm out.
gets the disadvantage. 3 or 4, it's going to be the heavier plate. Oh,
Lighter
shit, I didn't
plate,
roll a
lighter
D4.
plate,
Where's
What'd
the
you
fuck
roll?
my D4? Where's my
I
D4?
like how it's the barbarian that's drunk in a bar and the
Alright, come here, Cthulhu.
divine sorcerer that's in a library that will have to come and bail your asses out of prison.
I
Just
haven't
me,
committed a
bro.
crime
They
they
can
can prove.
leave.
I'm just an asshole on the street.
So that is a 3, so it is the heavier plate.
You're a royal
Bitch.
asshole because you just used your privilege.
Alright.
Yes, that's why it is privilege.
The chase
Get
continues.
white, get privilege. That's how it works.
The chase continues with the medium plate gentleman shoving you out of the way. Ulrich, your turn.
Okay. I am going to.
The gun idea was good.
It's such a shame the DM did not
But
have
that-
me there to help you guys.
It's an idea. There, I have
Almost
that.
like I planned for this.
I have that option, and then I can try and run up to the guards while shouting for them, and claiming that there is a guy with very, very bloody hands running in the opposite direction.
Which
Basically,
do you want
try
to
and confuse them.
Gonna need a
I'll try
performance check on
that
that.
one. I'll try that one first.
do? Okay.
I was
will.
about to say, okay.
I will run up from behind, shouting for the guards and saying that there's a man with incredibly bloody gauntlets and weapons running in the other direction.
Deception check.
Yes.
Damn, it should have been performance.
No, he's straight up lying. That's a deception.
Just for fun, though. Yeah.
20. All right.
Here's the problem, though. They're already in pursuit of one possible suspect. That wouldn't stop them. That just means one of them.
That's slowing
is
him
gonna
down. That's what I'm
different
saying. He's getting there is nothing that's going to stop them from chasing Como right now. The best thing that Norris and Aller can do without, becoming suspects themselves is by giving these guys disadvantage so that Como can get away.
And beating them up would be risky.
And I
would do it
rolled a
if I was
7
smart.
and a 17 for both. So,
Woo!
Como, your next athletics check will have advantage. They will
Oh,
have
thank God.
disadvantage.
I also have another question really quick. And you can
Sure.
say no, it's okay, I get it. I'm probably using my, obviously, movement and probably my action to dash, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Is my bonus action available?
No, you cannot use the bonus action to dash. That is a rogue feature.
No, because I have Expeditious Retreat that I can cast.
That actually would work, yes.
Which will let them basically do a bonus action dash.
Yeah. I just want to make sure I could cast it while I'm fucking running.
Then the only person that could technically keep up with you would be the medium plate.
Okay.
Because he is a rogue.
Okay. Yeah, I have spell slots. I'll cast that while they're fucking shooting things and running into people and carrying.
The idea of this chase is you're ducking in and out of alleys, running across streets, throwing down crates and shit. It's a Hollywood chase.
Dude, this is so cool. I'm gonna die at the end, but it's really cool.
You're an artificer, so your spellcasting is completely different. It's based off of your toys and experiments.
Yeah, I'm just fucking tightening some bolts on my legs, like go, go, go.
I just imagine you pouring a vial into somewhere on your suit and nitrous just start coming out.
With that expeditious retreat, you have lost the man in heavy armor. However, the one in the breastplate is not giving up.
Understandable.
You have advantage on your next
athletics
check, so.
Thank you both for helping me.
The one in,
appreciate you too.
Heavy plate.
Roll your next athletics check with advantage.
Come on, come on, come on. I'm praying to the God I don't believe in, please. Oh my God!
20.
Oh my God, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Yo!
He is tripped up. He is tripped up. That is one success, one failure. I need one more. You are on the cusp of losing this guy.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
And because of
There's
that
some
nat
advantage,
20,
or?
he has disadvantage again.
Oh my god, I'm going to cry. Huh. Okay. Go again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on. No!
18.
You have
Oh, I
Advantage.
saw advantage! Oh my god, yes! Okay. Oh my god.
I was about to laugh my ass off if
You
you
rolled
got
a
I would
13.
have cried.
I was about to laugh my ass off because I was expecting for you to get double nat ones.
I would have cried.
He rolled a 13. You are
Oh
gone.
my god. Oh, have I ever said how much I love you guys? Oh my god.
And then I tried to
Yeah,
slip
you
away.
better thank Ulrich and fucking Norris, because they're the reason you escaped that.
Okay. Oh my god, why did I become an adventurer?
The problem though is didn't one of them beat Norris's deception check?
It's fine.
Now it's time for us to try and slip away.
Technically, the reason why I had Norris roll deception is because he was goddamn 30. He ain't being found. The reason I had Norris deception that was simply because he was pulling their attention, and it was the easiest thing I could find for that.
Sure.
So he technically wasn't lying to them about his position status or anything. It's kind of like Samael. He dances around the truth in that regard. But Ulrich was flat out lying. That's why I had him roll it. And one of them beat Ulrich. So Ulrich, buddy,
Yeah.
they might be looking for you.
Yeah. I
Well,
start fast walking down an alley.
But the good news is the one that beats your deception is the one in medium armor that was chasing Ulrich for a good 2-3 rounds. Or sorry, Como for a good 2 or 3 rounds. So he's nowhere near you at the moment.
Sir will find out about what happens when he sees a wanted poster up for a goblin
down
in
the side alley.
armor.
Oh my god.
So you lost.
My work here is done.
You've lost the guards. Now, what are you 3 doing?
Well, we gotta meet back up at somewhere because we're all separated now, right? Or are you two together and I'm separated?
Oh no, it was friggin' Betty Hill. Everyone's scattered.
Yeah, we're fucking gone. We'll fucking find Bella and then we'll go find wherever the fuck Cyril fucked off to. But we'll all meet up back in the inn.
I'm going to go looking for Como first because Norris is nearly unsearchable.
Yeah, you're never gonna find Norris. You're gonna find me easily. I'm probably fucking around like near some trash cans and I'm fucking like trying to fix my armor as a jam because I was running so fast. I'm like, ah, shit, I kicked the trash can down. Like, oh, fuck.
Fucking guard comes up. Hey, no littering. 5 gold.
Sorry. Yeah, oh, sure. No problem.
I like also the fact that we're ignoring the fact that if that body landed as close as it sounded like it did to you guys, you would have shit on your clothing, so that would be noticeable by anybody that sees you.
It's fine. I'm probably wiping it off by now, at least a little bit. Fucking gross. Ulrich.
So.
Is that you?
Yeah,
like, there's a reason robots call humanoids flesh balloons.
Ah, I hit that.
Now that was a bit of a hot racing, now wasn't it?
A bit? I've never fucking ran that fast in my life. Well, actually, when we were trying to get Braggy in the mine, I probably ran that fast, and we were trying to get Braggy in the factory, I probably ran that fast. But like otherwise, I haven't, and that was terrifying. And I hated it. I'm never doing it again. Whew. Where's fucking Norris?
I'm sure he's around. In fact, he's probably behind that box over there.
Oh, please no. Please.
You see an exclamation point come from the box. I don't think you got that reference, Como.
I didn't. I think there are some games where it does that, but I don't think I got like the original game if there was like one. I just know I've seen that in some games. Yeah, no. I've just seen that in like fucking Zelda sometimes. Why the fuck are you just creeping about? You're terrifying.
I'm sorry. You expect me to let you get arrested?
No,
No,
that's not what I
we
meant.
really
Thank
should
you.
find a place wherever Bellatrix got drunk at. I don't think that'd be too hard.
Cheryl probably went to a library. Let's get him back, update him. I just want to go to sleep, man. This has been too long.
For the sake of convenience,
We all meet
I will
up.
say you all meet up at a tavern.
Thank God.
Run by another automaton.
Yes! Oh, I love it here. Oh, I've missed this.
For some weird reason, Cyril has a book on local law.
Oh,
Well, now
that might be helpful.
that's a very interesting book you have there, so we might have to borrow that at some point.
Yeah, that's kind of good coincidence. Hey, let's get a table in the corner, away from everybody.
I'm gonna sit at a different table.
What the fuck, bro?
You know, for convenience.
Convenience.
Convenience my ass. You don't want to be near the murderer.
I know. Fucking blame me?
Which
He's
one?
He's
At this
sitting at
rate?
a different table for plausible deniability.
How much are rooms? I don't think we ever bought them.
Depends on if your company's clan emblem or the clan emblem or whatever is on your person.
Ooh. See, I don't know if you mean that would. No, that'd probably lower the thing. Or may rise it. I don't know. I'd assume I'd have it on like a business card or something.
I'm assuming a certain person kept the same emblem for the company. So they might
Oh,
just
yeah,
think
definitely. We wouldn't change
they
it.
might just think you work for him. So that's
Let's
why
hope.
the price might be lower.
And also, it's an automaton, so it can't recognize me and harbor any ill will towards me. So yeah, I'll show my business card.
That's what you think.
No, I can't. Automatons don't feel feelings yet.
The automaton will grab the business card, look at it. Okay. All rooms will be charged to Isaac.
Oh shit, no, now I feel bad. Wait, no, wait!
Too late. Transaction's done.
Oh fuck, I'll pay him back, it's fine.
Here's the thing, Isaac probably would not even know.
Yeah, but I feel bad.
Isaac's not the one that probably handles the financing.
No, but his assistant, what's his name, would tell him.
Charles.
Charles would tell him. He'd be like, sir, so here's this charge, and here's this charge, and he'd be like, that bitch.
No, it'd be more like, okay, boss, here's the new reports.
Yeah, I didn't know his voice.
What's with charges to this bar none of our people use?
To be fair, there's not a bar they don't use thanks to Christine.
Okay. What's the charges to...
Christine doesn't have 3 party members besides her?
Here's a funny thing, it'd be like, what are the charges to this bar? The drinking tag is almost as big as the charge that Christine made at this other bar the same night. Because without telling anyone, all the Bellatrix's drinks got added to the room charge.
No.
This is me telling you this, that if Christine doesn't become unstressed as she is now, she's probably going to die of alcohol poisoning.
Don't say that! No, I'm going to fix everything. It's going to be okay. It's not sus.
I want to call bullshit on that.
No, everything's going to be fine. We're going to fix everything.
Your record for fixing backstory issues is not...
And I'm forcing the issue upon her, so...
It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be great. I have blind optimism.
You want to talk about a certain princess fixing backstory issues?
She's great. What do you mean? She has the whole kingdom under control, ignoring the fact that it's helped by a bunch of actual adults. Anyways, this game. So we catch Cyril and Bella up on everything in a very quiet voice. Promise. And half of it is me lamenting about how Braggy almost died.
Cyril brings up the fact, like, You know, because you guys ran, it makes you look like you're the culprits.
Yes, but it would look like that
Where
anyways.
if
Like,
you
Oh,
what
would
can we
have
expect?
stayed, they would just ask some questions. If you
We
told
were.
them a body fell from the sky, they
Who the
probably
fuck
would
would have
have
believed
believed
that?
you.
No,
actually, no.
I
They
don't think
would.
so.
They likely would not
Como,
believe that.
history check.
Are you gonna tell me they won't believe it? Is that what this is gonna be? You bet.
Nat
Oh,
20.
two!
That is 2 nat 20s in a fucking row for you.
I am so cool, guys.
Based on your
yeah.
Como, you've lived your whole life in this city. There is no race in this city that you know of that could carry a full-grown man 400 feet in the air and drop him. And there is no inventions that allow you to fly that high.
Yeah, I just point out, like, I'm pretty sure after looking at you guys, they would realize none of you are capable of carrying a grown-ass man into the air and dropping him that high.
Yeah, but that's not the
That's
point.
assuming that they believe that he was dropped from that high.
Well, it's kind of hard to not believe that looking at his body, but more importantly,
also,
it doesn't
I
look
would-
like anybody could do that. There's
I
no
would,
way anybody could have done this.
also, I
It
would
would
come.
just seem suspicious.
Also, I would come
Clearly,
to get
it
you
was
guys
me,
in the morning.
Bellatrix, in the corner.
I would came to get you guys in the morning if I found out about this. Then I could just cast a circle of truth. You guys could say yes, he fell from the
Sorrel.
sky. And
So you
So
mean
if I
that
was tied to this at all, it could have ruined me. Even if they find out I didn't do it, if it looked like I did for like any amount of time, it could fucking ruin me. You don't know how rumors spread across the city, okay? It's bad.
I thought you were already ruined considering you killed your own mother in a
I didn't fucking kill anyone, bro.
That's
if I
not
have
what
the
the rumor I
slightest
keep hearing
chance,
is.
yes, and I told you that rumor. That's why I left. One of reasons.
Also,
Point.
Como, I will go ahead and give you this on a natural 20 because
Yes,
it's
give
a
me things.
fucking nat 20. Suspects and evidence aside, everything is basically criminals are deemed special. The judge is the king himself.
Oh boy.
So it's not a matter of if the facts are just or if the evidence is right. If the king believes this to be true, then he's going to judge it as so.
Also,
And I hate to break it to you, but if the king really likes Isaac, he's not going to like me a lot.
But Isaac likes you because you saved Raggy.
Yes,
that
but
doesn't necessarily mean the king will listen to
the king
him.
isn't going to want me around if I have the slimmest chance of taking my company back. Which, to be fair, I wouldn't if I was tied to this case anyways.
Also, to be fair,
if the king was intelligent, he would know there's no chance in that.
That's the point. The king isn't necessarily intelligent.
It's true.
To be fair, Isaac has liked Como before the Braggy incident because that is basically his nephew.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like
I'm the one with mixed feelings. Don't get this wrong. He's always been cool.
It seems like you guys just caused some unnecessary trouble farther down the line for the entire group.
The unnecessary trouble would be being imprisoned during the night and then brought before the king and accused of murder and having it found as such and us being either sentenced to death or worse, conscripted into his war.
And even further into that, if they think they found who the murderer is, they're not going to look into it anymore. The guy who actually did, whoever the fuck they are, somehow, they're going to get off scot-free for a long time.
Well, for one, we know it was probably the order of assassins that we now know is in the city, for one. So they're probably already going to get away with it. For two, they're probably going to get away with it now because the guards are looking for a goblin, a human in friggin' weird-ass armor, and... Well,
they did.
Considering he's sitting at a different table, I think they probably don't suspect North.
Again,
North.
They will not think it's the Death's Embrace.
Yeah, because they don't know they're
Even-
here. They're not gonna
They
believe
don't.
Isaac.
They don't know they're here. And
They
again,
don't know they're here,
that
and
person got dropped from 400 feet up. There is no way
That's not a
impossible
thing you
that.
can do.
also, yeah, I was about to say also. Didn't Isaac say that the Death Embrace worked with the king before?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so
No, Isaac didn't say that. I said that
You
could put
did.
that
Yeah, that was
together.
metagame.
oh yeah.
I
Not
said that
metagame,
you
but
guys
like
could
metagame.
essentially the smartest or the smarter people in the group, with Como being from this region, could put
Hi.
together that as a fact.
I will also actually putting that knowledge together is like, though now putting all that knowledge together, it probably wasn't Death's Embrace. Because that guy was working on Isaac's secret project that the king wants to succeed. So if
Well,
the king has worked with
they
him
work with
before,
him.
he would make sure that they don't target
I
important
don't think
people.
he has that close of ties. I think it's more sort of a mercenary, temporarily hired
They
kind of
might
thing.
work with him, but that doesn't mean they work.
They don't work
for
under him.
Yes, but again, and I did state that you guys could put this together on your own easily. So I'm just going to go ahead and give it to you.
Okay.
The last session, I said that they did work for the king because, well, there are certain assassin nations that could probably benefit the king, and in that regard, technically, they're stationed here in this nation, so it would be unwise to go against the king and basically fuck around in his affairs.
Yes.
Which is why Isaac is untouchable at the moment. It's because of that
Okay.
reason
Yeah,
that you can
I-
deduce that they
that's-
don't
So-
want nothing to
why
do with the
I-
Warforged project.
Okay.
That's why I'm
Okay.
putting all this information together, because I actually listened to the last video, so no. So Sora will be putting together, it's like, with how they have worked with the king before and how the king's supposed to be dedicated to Isaac's project, I don't think they would go after someone that was part of the project.
As I said to Isaac, more than
Whoa! I forgot you were
likely,
here.
He's just sitting at an opposite table adjacent to you guys, leaning back, talking into the like nothingness so that you can hear him.
as I said, it's most likely our church friends.
Oh, by the way, I pressured the dedication all your clothes clean so
Yeah.
look less fucking suspicious. And also, do you think we need to inform Isaac about this? If one person that was part of his project was targeted, they might be going after others.
We've
Definitely
already informed him.
about the body.
No, not that, but we've
Yeah, I was
told
about
him
to say.
that
That
more than likely the
seems
church took
important.
his friend.
It's fucking. What time is it? It's like past night.
I'd say it's around 10 o'clock at night, 11.
That's it. Oh, we should probably tell him now. Yeah. Fine.
You spent the majority of the day looking for clues, and then after that, it was roughly around 8 or 9 when you went to go get Bragg.
Okay. I thought it was like 3 a.m. at this point. We could probably go
No.
find him now. I just don't want to. I don't know.
Do you know where his estate is?
You
Yeah.
think that man can run on 5 hours of sleep leading a company? I don't think so.
I don't.
Bill Gates does it.
Fuck Bill Gates.
Good for him. Last
No,
I
he
heard,
doesn't.
his CEO
I'm pretty
did
su-
most of the work.
I'm pretty sure Bill Gates has an implant constantly feeding him caffeine too, so.
True.
I mean, him and
knows about
Elon
the
Musk
coffee
are
chips.
friends.
Oh my god. Conspiracy. But,
Back to the game.
Yeah, I do know where he lives, right? I know where he lives. I've probably been babysat by him before.
A couple of times, yes.
Yeah. I just. Do I know if he's okay with. I mean, obviously, this is a very important situation, but how bothered is he by unexpected guests?
He isn't necessarily bothered by it, but Norris, you'd be aware that a man like this, he's on high alert right now.
If anything, if you go to his property, you could probably just call out for his unique bodyguard and give the bodyguard the info, and he will.
Oh yeah,
pass it
Shadow
along.
Boy, Shadow Monk. That's true.
Nazir.
Nazir. We could probably write a letter and ask him to give it to him. Yeah.
Again, Isaac is now on high alert, and so is the bodyguard, and he's probably set all of his automaton security to hit first, ask questions later.
Yeah, that's
We should
why I
probably
was
wait till
trying to
morning.
get- trying
Meet
to
him at his
get out.
office.
He should wait.
And I'll leave it up to you guys. So
I don't know.
We
flip to
should.
the next page in the book.
We should
It's
wait.
important.
If
Okay.
they see anybody approach the estate, then the automatons will probably just attack first.
Yeah, as I just flipped the page, it was like, plus he might already know by the time it gets to morning. If
Yeah,
the
but he
guards are
won't know
able
exactly.
if the guards are able to identify who the puddle is, they will probably inform him. Since he
I
was
don't know if you
working
can
for Isaac.
identify that anymore.
Yeah, but
Does identify work on corpses?
would he have had like a
Yes.
card, an
That's
ID
gross.
card or something like that, or symbol of the company or something like that on him? He might have. He might
Possibly?
have had something like that.
Does my company have their own credit card?
Torek was an independent contractor.
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, because he was
True.
friends with fucking Victor.
That doesn't mean that he doesn't still have some sort of identifier working on a secret project.
I don't think he would, because maybe, yeah, because it was. I don't know. We'll see.
And it also depends on who they bring in. There are spellcasters that can talk to the spirits of deceased people as long as they have a piece of the person.
I mean, hey, if you're gonna find mages like that somewhere.
Most likely it would be the other country where the mages.
Yeah, that's why I stopped talking, because I'm like, actually, you probably wouldn't find it here.
There might be maybe someone here invented a way to like find out who someone is from a splatter.
Like forensics? Does forensics exist in the city, bro? I mean, yeah, it does, but like kind of like more normal.
What is forensics?
I will say this. One of the main conflicts between Nilsha and Astoria is magic. So, while magic may be present in Nilsha, it is not. It's not illegal, but it's frowned upon.
Yeah, I see. I see.
It leaves a bad taste in the citizens of Nilsha's mouth because, well, every time you cast magic, they're reminded of a country they're currently at war with.
Good thing I do it subtly.
Yep.
And some of them are reminded by people that they've lost family and friends and such.
Yep.
Oh. Stop making my town so sad, guys.
Which is why most of the magical
elements... You're the one that made it that way.
Yeah, actually, yeah, this is mostly him.
This is mostly me. They gave me an idea. Como gave me an idea of what they wanted, and then I just expanded upon it.
I'm just like, I need Artificer land.
All I'm hearing is it's still their fault.
They just wanted Artificer land, and then I gave it an elaborate reason why it's only Artificers here.
I mean, they wanted Artificer land. What they got was basically 1918.
Fuck yeah! I can't say the word. Never mind. Joke's over. Didn't work.
But yeah, that's why most of the magical stuff that happens here has to deal with artificers and alchemy.
It's okay. I know the country I want to go over to now anyway.
Oh yeah, Astoria, dude. They fucking love magic over there.
Yeah, as someone that can both cast arcane and divine, I would be loved over there.
Yeah, I guess we'll just go to bed.
Okay.
Do it in the morning. But get up bright and early, so we can tell him.
That is another thing. I don't want anybody in this land figuring out how my guns work, because that will be even worse.
You've had a couple of people eye you for that. I'm not gonna lie. But again, Como can inform you they can't replicate it based on sight. They have to actually
take it apart.
Yes. And they are definitely not getting anywhere near it. I'm also not doing any research.
Goblin wakes up in the middle of the night, finds out that someone broke into his room and stole his guns.
That's the leverage that the guy has on you. Actually, it's just your guns.
You will see him go on a blood blood path.
What makes you think he doesn't already have that knowledge?
No. I don't like this guy. He's evil.
Moving forward, you all get a night's rest.
Night night.
Pleasant dreams for all of you. Nothing out of the ordinary. You awake to a relatively empty tavern, except for Victor in the corner.
Oh fuck. Oh, I'm going over. Hey.
Since you had me off doing
Hey,
stuff while the
Como?
party was dealing with that.
Yeah,
Hey,
hi.
Hey, Como, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you faring?
Pretty good so far. I mean, day's just starting. I'm down maybe 2 weeks now on the repairs of my workshop.
You just woke up?
Yeah. Why?
Oh fuck. Don't do this to me, man. I thought he already knew. I was gonna come over here and fucking. Whew. You know how you asked us to check in on Torek?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's out yet, but I feel like you deserve to know. His body was found.
Well, that certainly puts a damper on the mood.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want you to find out from like a poster or something.
That's alright. Just means I have to drink for 2 today.
Well, you're already 2 down. You're already doing that.
So, when you have a moment, GM, I sent you something to it. I'm willing to drop the gold for it if you want. But that's what I apparently picked up while I was picked up while I was off doing other shit because you didn't want me there.
I'd argue you wouldn't be able to find that here.
Okay. It was just a random book I generated. I will keep generating random ones.
Look for anything that has to do with machine work, war tactics, or just the overall history of this region.
Okay.
That's what you would want. That's what you'd more than likely find inside of Pretoria, the capital. Well, somebody's got to take care of the procession. I guess that's going to be me. Make sure he's buried outside of polluted grounds. Yeah, I owe him that much.
If you need help covering the cost,
Nah,
I don't have much,
Como.
but I can still help.
Como, you saw how much I made from that last job. I'll be all right.
I figured.
Well, that and once Isaac finds out, Isaac might chip in since he was part of his secret development team.
Well, I'll be sure to make it to this procession at least.
Appreciate it kindly. No, you don't mind? I'd like to drink alone.
Perfectly understand. I just pat his back and walk away.
You're gonna see Victor hold the glass up in the air for a couple of seconds and then slam the entire thing back.
Jesus. Why? You could just not kill NPCs. Like, that is an option, you know?
I could. Or I could not. Everyone awakes, and the automaton is bringing out breakfast for everybody. He also has a stack of letters that are marked and sealed, and he is going to call out, "Is there a Norris anywhere here?"
Oh shit, they found you. But you're unfindable.
Norris, you're muted, buddy. I can't hear you.
It would help. That would be me. And also, you're definitely on drugs, Como. Stop that.
The automaton is going to hand you off a letter that is sealed with not the Grimcloud seal, the Breva seal.
Gosling. Interesting. I'll open it at a different table than the suspects.
Gotcha. The letter reads out, hopefully this letter finds you in good health, Norris. Basically, Gosling Breva the Third has put all halts on the Church of Deimos.
Let's go.
He's had their funds removed, their taxes removed, non-suspect of assassination attempts, but on a bunch of espionage bullshit. So Deimos isn't even allowed to leave the city at the moment.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's at least a good thing. But we know he's got magic that allows him to void that particular one.
Well, at least public favor's turning against him. Make him easier to find, hopefully.
More importantly, this is a point in the information that you will know. Hold on one second. I'll actually text it to you.
Ooh. Whisper.
Okay. When you have time, I sent you 3 different options.
Church is locked
same
out of
thing.
all funds.
The last one seems very
is
thematic.
Contained to Grimfaust. Or espionage. I can remember how to spell espionage, and yesterday I couldn't fucking for the life of me remember how to fucking spell disguise.
Oh. Were you getting, was it the U and I?
Oh, no, I completely forgot how to spell the word like 100%.
Oh, jeez. That's very different.
Basically, the letter details that.
Oh. It is is my father involved in that?
What does
He's
that
one of
mean?
the founders.
Yeah.
What did you do? What'd someone do?
Along with Gosling Breva the Second.
Which means more than likely at this point the king is better informed, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, he can't go anywhere.
Oh.
Good times.
So
Yeah,
from that information in the letter, you can gauge that all of his plans have put on halt for a while.
Oh, thank God. Okay. Wait, so that means
For the
he
most
probably had
part.
nothing to do with this.
Possibly not. He still has agents, but interesting.
Which of them?
Well, my
which fucking agent
friends.
could do this?
You'd be surprised how good some people can be at staging something. I mean,
Staging a 400-foot drop?
I mean, we know he can fly.
Yeah, but not. I mean, if there's, I don't know, if he has like a twin brother or something.
Looks over at him. Do you have a brother? That'd explain a lot.
Dude, evil twin. Holy shit. Okay, let's go.
Not that I know of.
And
Plus,
everyone
it's
can gauge.
rather difficult to carry someone that size that high.
Yeah, Torek was a half orc. And
Like, I have trouble lifting him, and I point at the goblin.
Well, maybe you're just weak. I say as another weak person. Like, I don't have any legs to stand on here, but like...
At least he's not cowering behind armor.
Damn!
Okay, well...
But that also leaves... I will inform the party that Deimos has currently been locked down, and some of the kingdom's most elite individuals are on our favor.
Well, now that's certainly good news.
I appreciate you and your family so much.
Funny enough, though, Norris, it does push the thing that it was your rival that sent the message, not your father. That shows that your father is on a man. He is a man on a mission right now.
He's not fucking around.
His future, his daughter-in-law and mother of his future grandchildren are fucking in prison. He's not a happy man.
And his wife wasn't particularly happy about it, so all the more fuel to the fire. But yes, he is locked down. All proceedings there. Good thing you made peace with that man, because it would have been a completely different story if you didn't.
No, this leaves. How can I? We know that. Trying to figure out how to word this. We know that Deimos directly isn't involved, at least not easily. So we know it most likely wasn't him that did this directly, but I still suspect the church is looking into this.
Yeah. Probably. Maybe we gotta go to Isaac. Maybe because if it happened in front of this wasn't in front of his building. We were like walking.
You were a good 3 blocks down from Isaac's building when that happened.
Neither of us, and I point to the goblin, and I can talk to the investigation team, but maybe if one of you two or one of you three can, I don't know, go. No, one of you two. I'm right.
What worries me is the fact that the body was dropped in front of us. This was clearly intentional.
I mean, it could just be because we were the ones in his house looking for him. It could be because they know what our mission is and what our goal is. Could be because they knew who one of us or all of us are.
Or it could be completely coincidental.
No. What are the chances, man?
We're too fucking paranoid and unlucky for that.
I don't trust that shit. If it is true, I'll eat my toes. Swear to God.
Don't really trust that.
But if maybe one of you guys can go talk to the investigation team, see if they figured out anything else that we couldn't see from just looking at it. That might be good. Or maybe Isaac knows because it's his worker. Do they know it's his worker?
We'll have to check in with Isaac. Speaking of which, I will look at the goblin. We're probably going to have to disguise you a little bit better.
Yeah.
I
fucking
help out
pilgrim hat isn't doing it for you.
What's wrong with my hat?
Pilgrim hat, and also doesn't hide your face.
The hat, but...
I don't know, it's just not that good of a hat. It'd be cooler if it was a witch's hat.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Alright.
You know, it's so interesting. You just hide the gun.
Well, yeah, the biggest.
Well, I thought they saw him.
They did, but they saw a goblin with a strange-looking thing on his waist.
Oh yeah, fucking put your gun in your pants. It looks like you have a huge cock.
Most people are unintentionally racist towards goblins, so that's fine.
Yeah.
If they just see a random,
in my world, Goblins are cannon fodder unless they are educated and have a name, which is why you haven't run into a goblin yet.
Which means
You're
you'll be
special.
somewhat of an obvious.
Oh yeah. If they're looking for a goblin, even if there were like 5 or 6 in the city, they'll probably arrest you just because you look like a goblin.
I'll just hide my gun then.
Yeah.
Well, you would know this. There's
Would I know this?
actually a pretty decent population of goblins in the city of Pretoria.
Yo, there are a fuck ton of goblins here.
Because the intelligent goblins are usually
Come here.
here to basically learn their craft.
I see.
As it turns out, goblins are pretty good at making bombs,
Oh fuck.
or at least the
Let me
really
just-
intelligent ones are.
That's what fucking filled the mine shaft then.
I'm going to
Gunpowder.
I'm going
That-
to turn my gun and move it around my belt so that it is behind my back under my coat.
Easy enough to do.
Yeah, let's go find Isaac. I want to check in with Braggy anyways. I don't think she'll be there, but
I have to say, just keep an eye out, and if we think he needs to hide, I can make him look different.
Are you talking about a disguise kit or a spell?
I'm talking about alter self, so I can make him look like a gnome.
I also have alter self. Do I? No, that's a different character. No, I do have it. I'm right. It's the second level.
I've never looked like a gnome before. I imagine
I can also make you taller.
Holy shit.
Well, I'm already kind of tall for a goblin, you know.
Yeah, but like, you're still short. Right?
I am almost 4 feet tall, mister.
It's adorable that you think that's tall. I'm short, and I'm saying this.
That's
I'm
tall
not
for
short.
a
What the fuck?
goblin. It's tall for a goblin. Most goblins are 3 feet and under. In fact, 3 feet is half the time tall for a goblin.
I suppose. That's fair. I guess. So we go talk to Isaac, and then maybe if he doesn't have information, we go find the guard and see if they have any information, except being not me and him. Plan?
Yes.
Hog.
Okay. So, where's everybody heading first?
Probably Isaac first. Because if he has information, we don't need to talk to anybody else.
Easy enough to do. You all head back towards the office building. Doesn't take you that long.
Here's the effect if you're interested.
Yeah.
Doesn't last forever though, so
Yeah, you.
Yeah, it lasts
Gurren,
for an hour if I remember.
you'd be able to find those books.
any one of them. I only going for
Okay.
one book, so just tell me which one I would find, because they all have some unique ideas. And the last one's definitely thematic.
I'd have to say the last one would be more accurate.
Okay.
The lusty Argonian lizard folk.
So, you guys make your way towards the company building.
I
Easy enough to do.
I was shown the book to you
What, babe?
to
I said you guys.
Tomo.
Everybody.
What you got there?
They met back up with Bellet.
Huh.
Since you're a artificer, you might also
That's
be interested
interesting.
in it.
Yeah. When you're done with that, can I borrow it?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting.
So, as you all make your way over to the company building, funnily enough, it takes quicker than usual. The streets don't look as crowded.
What day is
Wonder
it?
why that could be.
It's a work day.
gosh.
That's what day it is.
What the fuck? Fucking scared of a little blood? Scared of a little guts on the floor?
People work,
As you guys make your way. What? As you guys make your way over, the receptionist, quotations, basically leads you back over to Isaac's office. Apparently, he was expecting you.
Oh, that means he knows. Okay.
And
Walk up.
inside, you see Isaac and Charles talking to. Oh shit!
Talking to.
I'm on the wrong layer again. Damn it!
Andrew, come up with a idea of how you're gonna look, because I'm assuming me and you probably would have talked about it. So whenever you need to be disguised, you will have a form, and I can make it actually last for 2 hours by spending a sorcery point for an extended spell.
Alright.
You see Isaac and Charles talking to this man.
He
Who's
just
this
looks
bitch?
like a gnome version of Richard.
Please. Who's this Aquaman looking ass?
I like how you just walk in the room and say that.
I dare you to.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't know. He could be mean. I won't.
How have you not been stabbed yet?
I have.
Oh, yeah.
Seems you all had a relatively interesting day yesterday. Allow me
great.
to introduce
Okay.
you to Darius. Darius is the head of the Death's Embrace assassinations.
Oh.
Well met. It seems that one of my recruits is causing you trouble.
Okay, you're on our side. Cool.
Was causing us trouble.
Yeah,
He's got
sorry
a
about
quirking
that.
eyebrow. Was.
What's left of his body can be found. Insert street address here.
Well then, if he was killed in the line of doing his job, then he wasn't worthy of being a Death's Embrace assassin, so appreciate you culling the herd a bit.
You are so chill about this. This
So,
is great.
since you're here, you might be able to shed some light on it. Do you know anything about someone being dropped out of the sky yesterday?
Yeah, were you guys in on that, or?
We were just discussing that.
Cool. Okay.
See, I told you they were probably not behind it, considering they have probably worked with the king before, and Isaac's project's important to the king.
Okay, well.
As far as Death's Embrace is concerned, Isaac is untouchable, and that includes all of his little pet projects.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Speaking of which,
also I just
remember what was.
I just now noticed Isaac gives me friggin' Percy vibes.
Dude.
Like in the beginning.
Wait, quick question. So Braggy doesn't count as Isaac?
Braggy doesn't count as Isaac.
Okay.
He's not. She's employed as part of the company, but not working on any of his special projects.
Okay.
Pretty much. However, Isaac has made it abundantly clear that Braggy is off limits.
Thank you.
I will state that the contract on Braggy was not gone through our regular channels.
Oh?
Isaac's going to fess up. You see, there is a certain way in order to obtain a contract through Death's Embrace. It leaves anonymity towards the contract giver and the contract taker, so that if anyone is caught in this, the other's not liable.
And this one was a fake one, or went through different means.
Not fake. We got paid for it.
As we hold out, I guess we pull out from the bag the letter we got with his orders.
It is not fake. It is legitimate. We did get paid for it. However, it wasn't run through the proper channels. It did not eliminate anonymity, and in that very regard, it should have been vetoed immediately. However,
So
it
someone pulled the right strings to bypass your processes.
That or they were reached out to one of my assassins personally, and they took the jobs themselves.
Which isn't allowed.
No, it has to be, regardless of what some people think, my assassins are democracy based in most of our regards. We all vote on which contracts to take and vote on which assassin goes, who's best suited for the job.
Diversity when the assassins who tried to kill your best friend are a democracy.
That would explain why someone of that skill level was sent after Braggy.
Yeah.
Seems like one of your new recruits got a little greedy.
I'd like to point out that I would not have sent him on this mission. Braggy is, no offense, Isaac, a little more high clientele. She works in Pretoria. She works for somebody who's technically supposed to be untouchable. I probably would have went myself.
You know, I'm really glad that this was unofficial.
Especially considering how he fought, he only tried to hit her once and then immediately lost all focus on her.
Telling the people that have been trying to kill us how to do it better, cleric.
Believe me, they probably already know.
We're very much well aware of that fact. He was green as grass, as the saying goes. He just got inducted. This would have been his first job.
Oh, maybe he didn't know then.
I'm glad it's his last. Speaking
Me
of,
too.
as I addressed yesterday, actually, you might be able to help with this. Remember how I said our troubles were from an specific issue yesterday, Isaac?
If you're referring to the Church of Dumos, not to worry. You are in similar company here.
Okay, cool.
What I mean, it's not your company that worries, his company that worries me. What I'm saying is I believe your friend's death is tied to them. I can't prove it, but
I've already got somebody working on that.
Do we have any information besides just, oh, he fell from the sky? What the fuck?
It's not an easy thing to do.
The rogue is going to pop up, or Darius, he's going to pipe up and say, we can deduce that it was at least 300 to 400 feet drop based on point of impact and the resulting damage.
As someone that can fly, it's not easy carrying someone of that size that high. Especially if they're fighting against you.
Based on what I've been given and the amount of people I've had canvassing the city since last night, there's no one in this city that has that capability, and no one has forgive my abruptness, no one has the balls to use a spell like that in Pretoria.
Yeah.
I know one man.
Especially with how the king views magic right now.
Which only leads me to believe the church is more responsible than you know.
Probably.
Especially since there's actually multiple ones in the church that know how to. And I will cast a cantrip in my hand without speaking words or moving my hands.
You're a magic user.
Yes, that was taught how to cast without any signs.
Well, best keep that under wraps while you're in Pretoria. Use it at a minimum if you want to take my advice.
I'm very careful with it. I already suspected as much. As
Now,
a
back to
steward
the
of
matter.
history.
By the way, everyone roll me a perception check real quick.
Why?
It's not for dangerous reasons. I
Okay,
will
cool.
state that this
I am
character
the
token
danger.
is not how Darius is dressed at the moment.
Oh, okay.
He is in normal clothes.
Aw, that's lame.
I am
Holy
clearly
Bellatrix
the
shit!
spots
danger.
it.
Mine's a 19 total.
Okay, Bellatrix and Searle,
Nope.
you spot it. And
I'm
Norris.
fucking terrified.
There is no Death's Embrace tattoos on this guy's body that you can see so far.
Ooh. He's lying, though.
No, he hides it well, probably.
Oh, he's a liar. He's gaslighting us.
I want to know how he's a liar when Isaac's the one who introduced him.
Isaac
Yeah.
believes him. He's actually really stupid.
That coming from the -1 or the Nat 1 insight?
Listen.
Anyway. Well, I'm assuming there's
you lot are making hell for the Church of Dumos, correct?
Oh, yeah,
doing
fucking
the
this
best
guy, Norris.
We're doing the best we can.
Anything you need help doing, just get in contact with me.
I'll inform our mutual acquaintance. I'm sure there's some agents that your men would be far better at dealing with indirectly.
You're out of game. We were like informed that Death's Edge like works around multiple places, right? Just not in this city.
No, they are. Okay, so Death's Embrace is an assassin's guild that is based in Nilsha, but they work all over.
Mm-hmm.
But because they're based in Nilsha, there are certain people they can't touch here for fear of the king's wrath.
Just as a side question, how far have your travels took you?
Been to Astoria, Grimfaust, occasionally. And that one piques your interest, Norris, because a while back there was a noble that died of unknown causes and they never found the culprit.
And recently, I take it your agents weren't the ones that attempted to kill the king?
Oh no, we're not that stupid.
I figured as much.
I'm about to say, because there is... I kind of want to ask the group this. There is a location we're looking for. Do you want to see if like anybody that has traveled more than we have may have like suggestions on where that location might be?
Well, we know where one actually is directly.
I remember one time we ended up in Dusttown. That was the farthest west we've ever been.
What was the riddle that we got?
We know where one. Yeah, that's dust. Did I write it? I'm pretty sure I did.
You did.
Let me go through my notes.
I have it somewhere in my notes too.
Where the land meets the water, where the water meets the sky, thrice holds the clue to truth. We've met one of the. We know where the land meets the sky, or the water meets the sky. We know that location. We don't know where the other one is. The beach.
Yeah, so I would ask him about the beach part if he has ever been somewhere that would fit like that description.
The ocean.
Okay, Sherlock.
You're not wrong.
But regardless, you're making hell for the Church of Dumos. The Death's Embrace have a bit of a sore spot with that church in particular.
Thank God.
Will be understandable considering the person that's been running it for the past 500 years doesn't like to play nice.
No, he doesn't. And he does not look shocked at all by that information.
Bro, did everybody fucking know?
No, everybody else that you've met has come into contact has fucking had an existential crisis when they heard that.
Okay.
This man is cool as
Okay.
a cucumber.
You know, this would have been helpful much
I
earlier.
will say this, and I will. You send an agent to reach out to Gosling Brother the Third. I'm sure the two of you and the two kingdoms need to start working in tandem to deal with our mutual threat before war breaks out between us.
Unfortunately, this wouldn't necessarily help the kingdom as a whole. We work on our own thing. We just don't cross the king.
Oh no,
However,
I
I will send
understand.
somebody out there.
No, it's just he's the one right now wanting the hell to be raised for the church.
And Isaac's actually going to speak up a little bit. Fun fact about Death's Embrace, they were all former members of the Church of Dumos.
Oh, yay. I have something in common with you then.
They didn't like the way things ran, and when they presented these issues formally, they were excommunicated, as it were. They took
So,
it
are you gonna become
personally.
an assassin?
I would probably be more of an informant than assassin. I prefer my books.
Yes, all members of Death's Embrace are former, well, members of the old guard, that is. They're former followers of the Church of Dumos. Nowadays, there aren't that many Dumos followers that don't believe in his words, so we kind of had to expand out, hence that idiot you took care of yesterday.
It's hard to believe in the words of someone that you have seen spit in your face.
Exactly. And this would explain the tattoo. Why it had religious ties to the Church of Dumos. Because the founder of the Death's Embrace Assassins was a former follower of the
Yeah,
Church
because
of
we were
Dumos.
like, why is it death and life? Why? Bitch.
They're mutual. You cannot have death without life, and you can have not life without the passing of it.
Well, you
Death
could.
is an inevitability. Life isn't. One cannot exist without the other, however.
I just expedite the process.
I respect that. Yeah.
You're like the antithesis of an anti-aging cream.
In a way, yes.
What's that?
It's something fucking one of my workers was working on, and I made him stop because it didn't seem beneficial. I don't know, he was getting way too into skincare, and we work on like weapons, so it wasn't really.
At that point, it actually might exist now, because, you know.
True. Maybe Isaac was like, yeah, go for it.
Isaac is a lot better with people than you are.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm great with people.
My wife would probably love that.
I'll find that guy again. If he's not still working on it under Isaac, I'll tell him to work on it.
Selling that.
I'll get you the guy.
Anyway.
But yeah, I will send someone to Grimfaust as soon as I get back. It's
that would be great.
Going to be interesting for the next couple of days. Now that one of ours is dead, the entire Death's Embrace assassins are looking into this matter. However, since this was backdoor channels and an unofficial, I would say, contract, we don't want your heads. We want the heads of the people who did this.
Dope.
If
and
you
I think
need,
we can work together.
If you need help later on, I'm still learning how to do it, but I still have the knowledge of how to speak to those who have passed. I picked up from the church.
We actually have somebody that can do that.
That will definitely prove useful.
Yes, we each have our own specialities. Mine's poison. We
Ah.
have somebody that can actually speak to the dead without a spell,
Oh.
so he's going to come relatively in handy here.
That's.
Yes. All the heavy hitters are out for Death's Embrace. It there are a total number of 5 heads of Death's Embrace. This is one of them. And the other guy that he is talking about that can talk to the dead without a spell, he is another head. So, Como,
Okay.
you can put together that every head of Death's Embrace is in the city right now.
Cool. Cool. Okay. Help us out. Give us the info. Do I know what the other ones are heads of, or
No.
Just
Dope.
You didn't even know who Darius. You didn't even know who Darius was until
I
Isaac just
figured.
introduced you.
out
one?
of curiosity, Isaac, do you have any other crap, what was the name for it? I'm blanking on the name of what Tharak or Theric was.
Torek?
Yeah, Torek.
Oh, he was a or an artillerist artificer.
No,
Sorry.
what he was, like self-employed.
He was an independent contractor,
Yeah,
but he was contracted by Isaac to work on a
yeah.
special
Put up that
project.
question. Do you have any other independent contractors that need to be aware of the fact that someone might be targeting them?
Currently, they are. This is Darius speaking up. Currently, they're being shadowed by my men. So if something is awry, they will engage. And I thank you for that.
There is one other issue. Nothing involving your people, though. Darius, why would the church target this man? I mean, I understand he was an independent contractor, but it seems odd. I mean, based off the information we found, he was doing nothing key.
Yeah, he
And
was just working
you're
on
too
Warforged.
cautious to.
If I may speak up, they may have went after him because he was the easiest target that was involved with the project.
Why would they be after this project?
You.
Do you know how useful his soldiers would be?
I guess, but this makes
Imagine
him up
what
his alley.
Deimos
He
would
works
do.
with the
Imagine
undead.
what Deimos would do with soldiers that followed everything he said without a second thought.
Then why
You
kill someone
also-
who's working on?
You also have to assume that not everything adds up. Like, how do I put this? Maybe it's another player in the game that you aren't aware of, if that makes any sense. It could be Dumos or Demos,
That too.
but it also could be something entirely different.
Could be Deimos. It could be people from the other city wanting to prevent these soldiers from coming to fort. We don't have enough information.
To my
Okay.
knowledge, Demos is
What-
currently locked down in Grimvaus. No way to get out.
Yes.
Wherever your base of operations for this project of yours is, you need to keep an eye on it because they now most likely know where it is.
Indeed, and I am definitely keeping an eye on it. But in other news, Darius has helped us out with another issue. Finding the rat. See, it'd be more suspicious coming from me. However, if it was mainly workers saying that Braggy was alive and hidden in a certain location, they wouldn't think it would be too suspicious. Go ahead, Darius's men do what they do best, and we shall see where the assassins pop up, so to say.
Okay.
Put my plan to work then.
Exactly. And in this way, my men haven't been informed of. Well, let's just say I used my most trusted to spread these rumors. So, at the same time, you're helping me by culling those few that choose not to do this in the official way.
I'm glad I could be of service. As I
Basic.
said, my goal here is to help both sides.
Now, for those who don't get what he's saying, basically he used only his most trusted and loyal to spread these rumors so that he could figure out how many snakes are in his backyard, as it were.
Yeah.
He's only using the people that probably left the church with him.
Yup.
Okay.
And those are
Thank
the
you.
heads.
Yep.
So, I'm helping you, you're helping me. It's a symbiotic relationship as right now. Oh, and by the way, Norris, in case you didn't catch it, you just got news today that Deimos was under lockdown. This guy
He
is
already knew.
very well informed. In fact,
Yeah.
so that he has agents in your kingdom.
Oh yeah, I already figured
He
that.
prob-
I mean, he
probably
performed a
has-
fucking
he probably still-
assassination.
He probably still had agents inside the church.
More importantly, that leads you to believe that he may know who the assassin that tried to kill the king was.
I feel like now is a good time to
Yep.
ask that.
I'm going to,
That-
but in private.
No,
I'm
right
about
now.
to say that may come up when a certain someone back in the kingdom gets involved with this.
Now,
Anyway,
the best course of action is just to wait and act normal until these assassins decide to jump. And then I and my brothers will deal with them.
Okay.
Now, no offense to Nazir. He seems like a good bodyguard. However, I put one of my closest on Braggy.
Thank you. Thank you. That's amazing.
Death's Embrace rarely fucks up, but when we do, we own up to our mistakes.
You know, this is such a great conversation. I walked in here and I thought you were gonna kill us all. So this is wonderful. I'm beyond thrilled.
Considering me and Isaac have been friends for a while, no. He'd
Okay.
have to do something relatively bad to, make me want to kill him.
Like what? Can we know what the stakes are? How low
Treason
does he have to
against the
go?
king, because more than
Okay.
likely the king would contract us to kill him.
Oh, okay. That's fair, I guess. So is Braggy back at work now? Is she back working?
For
Or is she
now,
still?
no.
Okay, good.
I have a feeling after the events of yesterday, she might not want to leave the safety of a house for a couple days.
I just wanted to make sure. It wouldn't surprise me if she just ran back to work.
People, as someone that had to speak to people and help them get through emotional trauma back at the church, that's not something that easily goes away.
That, and it wouldn't help our rumor very well if we say that she's hiding somewhere and she's actually at work.
I just wanted to make sure because I know
worry.
her. She lives for work.
Braggy has a extensive lab to work with.
Isaac's lab in his house is probably 3 times bigger than the one she had.
I am not an alchemist by any means, but I have more than most.
And speaking of that, and I will look at Darius, I believe we need to have a conversation more discreetly. You might have information I need and always willing to trade.
He's gonna look you up and down. Nord, roll a deception check for me. You're not getting caught up in a lie, but I want to see how well you can perceive to be something else that you are not. Damn. Okay.
Pop off.
He's gonna switch to thieves' cant. And one cannot simply speak to me right now.
I was hoping. Paranoia is paramount in our line of work. And I'm speaking in Thieves' Cant.
It'd be so funny if you start speaking in Thieves' Cant, you just stay it in common.
He's gonna nod. That is very true. He now knows that you are of the roguish persuasion.
So it'll just be, well, why they're talking about street food? If we're supposed to just be normal, I might just go back to the library and keep looking at some of the interesting books. This place gives a very interesting knowledge. Much more than I could have got in the church.
I actually have something that might interest you. Isaac's going to reach in the drawer and procure a library card with his name on it.
Ooh.
And hand it to you.
I give him difference and thank you.
That will give you access to the Grand Library in the central point of town. It's actually right a couple of blocks down from here. And that one is mainly reserved for members of the CEO status. It gives us access to records, blueprints, stuff like that. I figured
yeah,
that
I stole my mom's card all the time.
Believe me, and I heard no end to it. Thank you for that, Homer.
It was a good time.
I remember when you lost it in the fucking... I remember when you lost it in the downtown central section. She was pissed for weeks.
This is a very nice gesture. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I may actually have to finish the project I was working on to help me go through that stuff faster.
I will say, though, there are no magical Nate books. The king had them all burned.
Magical... My magic doesn't work like most, so normal magical books would not benefit me as much as just knowledge itself seems to do. It's hard to describe, but my magic kind of works more where if I can imagine it if I can imagine and think how it will work and know the mechanics behind how it will work, I can will it into existence.
Interesting. Well,
it's
again,
less of memorizing the weave and more of just asking the weave to do what I want.
Interesting.
I would be interested in your library. There is certain aspect I would look into later, and go back to Thieves' Cant.
Interestingly enough, I don't know how the weave works. I hear it's unstable, it's tattered, and it's wiry. I choose not to focus my attention on that. However, I understand some things can be... What's the word? How do you say? Miraculous? And that is kind of
like the ladybug.
Go to your corner.
I didn't think you would hear that.
How's it feel? How's it feel to be the one that sent it to the corner?
And in that case, it does sound like the magic that you wield is a little unorthodox, but miraculous.
Well, I wouldn't be the only one looking into unorthodox ways of using energy. The raw power source that soldier had, I was able to see it clearly. It's very, very interesting.
I would love to go over it with you. However, hush hush.
That's why I only say it here in present company.
Indeed. Anyway, you all best be getting off. Me and
Or we just
Isaac have more things to discuss, as this is paramount that we find how this mole has breached our contracts and our way of doing things. You can stay behind, and he's going to point to you, Norris. Anything you talk to
haha.
me about, I'm fine with Isaac knowing.
I'll just be like, well, you two come along then. I can lend you the book I bought from the store.
You
Uh,
three,
Okay.
Bellatrix is with you.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming Bellatrix is going to go to a bar and get drunk. So I'm just be like, I can let you borrow the book I bought from that store, Como, and
Okay.
it's best you probably come with us, Alaric, just in case people come looking for a goblin.
All right then.
Oh,
Really
and
quickly.
I almost forgot.
Oh,
That one there, she's a part of the North, correct?
yes.
Anything to do with Sven?
You mean,
I would leave that up to her to discuss.
Bella?
Wolfie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You know,
He's
my character who
asking.
only gets drunk at bars.
God, will you stop taking that shit to heart? He's
it
asking
has
if you have
happened.
any correlation to Sven.
I heard, I was listening.
Besides, the only thing my character does during most of these conversations is sit back in a chair with his feet up on the desk.
So, any correlation with Sven there, Bellatrix?
No, clearly not.
Okay, he's not going to give you the plot device that I was planning, but okay.
I was about to say, you think it would be obvious with her having the clan tattoos.
You can have clan tattoos, but that doesn't mean you're a direct line or in association with the king.
Yeah, but wouldn't her tattoos be like similar or the same as the king's?
Here's the thing, the king is always in bear form.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen him in human form. Most people haven't.
Simply put, Spin is my father. What's it to you?
Joyous, so this will go over easier. And he's going to produce a bear amulet from his back pouch and hand it to you. Make sure that gets to Sven.
And why exactly do you have this?
Well, Sven and I are old acquaintances, and he asked me for a favor. Bellatrix, do you take the amulet?
Yes.
Is this the plot device of how she gets her new subclass?
Bellatrix.
I said yes.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
As you touch the bear amulet, you feel the the coldish, warm embrace of the bear mother. The amulet has been touched by the bear mother, and it has been touched recently.
Considering he just said that was a plot line, I guess we know where we might be going soon.
To Sven!
Bellatrix, you would know this, that objects that are touched by the Bear Mother usually indicate that the Bear Mother can be tracked that way.
Ooh.
Alright, off to the north then.
Interestingly
Guys,
enough,
fuck this. We're going north.
We're off
Interestingly,
Wait, no, but
the bear, the wonderful
there's no plot here.
bear of the
Fuck it, north.
interestingly enough, that was not found in the north. It was actually here in the south.
Yes, but you said to give it to Spin, who was in
The
north.
south.
The south.
He's at the tavern with the reinforced door.
He's still there.
She's like, this bitch is so slow.
They're crusading through that country, killing the army of undead.
Basically, yes.
Mhm.
He lost the arm. He's getting payback.
He lost an arm and an axe.
And my sword. And my bow.
Which, by the way,
Why'd
with
you give him your
Wolfie's
sword and bow? That's just stupid.
with
Fuck.
Wolfie's new subclass, that'll never happen.
Revenge or losing an arm?
No, losing a weapon of any kind. One of the
Oh.
details of that subclass is every weapon you wield gains the thrown property, and it comes back like the hammer of Mjolnir.
Fuck
You
yeah.
God.
take my arm, but you will never take my bear form.
I just love the fact that like you brag that no one can take your weapon, and then someone just casts disintegration on the weapon.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Now that is mean. What mean GMs do.
now that that's taken care of, you all go be normal for the day. Anything arises, I'll have somebody come.
Our group is.
Ooh, I feel like you've just jinxed us.
Our group is.
I
Yeah,
didn't.
sure, normal.
I didn't say we weren't mean.
Really quickly before we go, I'm assuming that I obviously can't go visit Braggy while she's in hiding.
Not at the moment.
If I gave you a message, could you deliver it to her?
Of course.
Okay. I'll basically just write down on a piece of paper that I'm assuming he has in his desk somewhere. Just like, hey, miss you, hope you're feeling better, hope you're okay. I'm here for you, can't wait to see you again. It's just simple bullshit.
Hopefully this matter is resolved today.
Please. Thank you again, both of you.
Not a problem. Like I said, you're helping me by helping me call the herd.
Well, I didn't really do anything in that case. It was those guys.
Anyway.
I just kind of sat there scared.
Now, off you get.
Alright, bye!
As Bellatrix, Ulrich, Searle, and Como leave the room, Norris, you are in the room now with Isaac, Charles, and Darius.
Who was the one responsible for killing or attempting to kill the king?
That, nobody that we know of. Norris, roll insight.
Ooh. Maybe a black sheep of the natural 20.
I'm not even gonna roll it. He is lying through
Jesus
his
Christ.
teeth.
Just got a blank stare. You realize that lying is what I do for a living, yes?
You also do realize it's what I do for a living, too.
Look, I'm not looking to shame some half-assed assassin. I just need a name because the people responsible for this put my wife in prison.
I heard. Very unfortunate.
So, all I need is evidence that it wasn't my wife.
Draxus.
Can you type that down for me
Yeah,
so I can add
I
that to the
got you.
notes? I take it he's one of, or formerly one of yours?
He was a former radicalist. He didn't necessarily believe in the word of Dumos at when he joined it. When the Death's Embrace Guild was formed, it was me and my 5 brothers. And now there are only 4 or 5 of us total. Draxus was a bit of a radicalist, believed Dumos' words to be somewhat misconstrued. He. How do I perpetuate this without making it sound like we had anything to do with it? He had left the Death's Embrace years ago, before this ever happened. We actually kicked him out for better or worse because he was converting our own recruits into his holy mission quotations.
Great. Another crazy cultist. But as I
Arguably,
said, I'm not looking to his fame your group. I'm trying to get innocent people out of prison, and at this moment, allies are needed.
he was the better assassin out of all 5 of us. Or 6, sorry. Out of all 6 of us. Draxus had a peculiar specialty.
What would that have been?
Not being seen unless he wants you to see him.
Shadow Rogue.
Yep.
Great.
As a matter of fact, I believe he made those cloaks of which you're wearing. I'm assuming you took the cloak of.
Yeah, I have the cloak.
Yeah, I assumed you would have been the one to take it.
He took the goggles and the cloak. The rogue shit went to the rogue.
I actually thought about giving the gunslinger the fucking cloak.
But he's
For
the
what
one who
reason?
made the. Sorry.
For what reason?
Hide, shoot, reload while hiding, then shoot.
True, but it's not like it gives me that much of a benefit.
Technically, he could already hide if he felt like it as a goblin.
I think I actually lost that racial ability.
I am playing as a different subrace of goblin, which
I, however, think it would go good for Norris because that frees up his bonus action.
yeah.
Oh yeah. No, it's good for both of us. I was just considering it for him.
Gotcha.
Instead,
I
I have
taking...
resistance to fire and psychic damage.
If all of his would-be members wear the same gear, we can just get another cloak for the goblin with the next one we kill.
Which also.
But again,
do you have a stockpile of these, or?
It won't
Unfortunately,
give me much benefit.
no. As a sign of good faith, I'm letting you keep that.
Oh no, I was asking because it seems odd that a new member would have been able to acquire this.
The only reason there's a new member is because an old member died on the job. And that is something that usually never gets leaked, but I'll go ahead and state it. The number of deaths embrace is 25. No more, no less. And we only take new members when the old members are either dead or retiring.
Which means, and kind of stops for a moment. If Deimos is still influencing this Draxus, the best assassin that the best assassins know is out killing his own, and I kind of look brothers, I guess.
I don't think he would be killing his own brothers. I don't want to assume the worst of Draxus. We've shed many a blood together, but what you're saying is true. Then the 5 heads of the Death's Embrace will have no choice but to cut him down.
Because, as you said, you don't carry a stockpile of these cloaks. And he's known for making them? I think that's awfully odd that this assassin who pretty much violated your basic principles had it.
No, what he's saying is that every member of Death's Embrace has that cloak. There are 25 members and 25 cloaks.
So I'm an unofficial.
Right now, you are an unofficial member of Death's Embrace there, guy.
Great. My father would be proud.
Yes, he would.
Anyway.
Well,
by the way, how's your father doing?
Right now, he's currently working to further dismantle issues. Our king, as I know it, is dealing with certain kickback, I guess would be the word.
Well, as long as he's there, Deimos won't make a move. And Draxus won't either.
I believe that's... He kind of stops. That might also be part of a problem. I don't think my father is there.
What do you mean?
The right hand has been deployed.
Oh, great. Those touched up a-holes. You know, for someone who claims to be the best assassins and spies, we have better numbers than they do.
I wouldn't say the best spies, but...
But yeah, the only reason I was asking is because I haven't received a letter from him in a while.
I believe part of the problem is that the backlash against the nobles at the moment. The king isn't going to execute those accused, and yet he still has to keep the people pleased.
He's in an area of complacency. He lacks the evidence for execution, but he has to make sure that the people know that he's not weak.
Yes. And my job is to figure out who's really behind it. And knowing is at least better than nothing. Now I just have to prove it.
I'm surprised it wasn't your father that told you who did it.
That's not the problem. The problem is we have to prove it.
It's very true.
And with him deployed, I have a feeling The church is going to try and make another move.
I mean, they can try, but with one of the heads of Death's embracing Grimfaust and the right hand being engaged, I don't think Deimos will make a move.
If he does, he'd be a damn fool. But right now, he's currently locked, fundless, and churchless.
Oh no, he's in the church. He has his
Well,
clergy.
his church just is basically useless. That's what I'm
Pretty
trying to say.
Pretty much. They're doing what a church is supposed to do. Worship God. That's it.
Yeah. Which might make him desperate. And we know he's damned fool enough to do desperate when he needs to.
That is true, but the man has been playing this game for 500 years. If anything, he's patient.
500 years just to see his, from my understanding, most fruitful plan fall apart.
Roll an insight on him.
Bloop. That's probably not going to be another 20. That's
Nope.
a fucking 2. Fuck you,
Nope.
dice.
You get the feeling he's wrestling with something to tell you, but
You look perturbed as something.
no, it's just trying to figure out what you know and what you don't know. Because someone would kill me if I told you what you don't know in a way. It's very hard to explain. I think I have a way around this, and it actually might be thematic. After all's said and done, how about you join the ranks of Death's Embrace?
Well, I've already got the cloak. I'm good looking, and I'm already killed one of your people, so I think I beat most pre-qualifiers.
And on top of
It's
that, we
funny.
need a new member
It's
anyway.
funny how he's the one who's claiming that he killed them.
We need a new member anyway.
There's a reason I'm saying I killed him.
Oh, I don't care at all. Neither does Lark, but it's still funny.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He is going to basically hand you a ceremonial dagger. You need one kill with this.
Is it just a regular dagger?
It is a regular dagger,
Okay.
but it is basically a ceremonial dagger looking. It it kind of stems from the tattoo a bit more. It has one side, one facing side on the opposite end of the hilt. It's religiously the Church of Death, and on the other side it is the Church of Creation.
I hope that is correct spelling.
Which one do you mean?
Oh, I know.
Yep.
I rolled a 32.
Yep. That is that is correct spelling. You need one kill with that.
Beautiful. I think I can arrange that with a number of people that have been trying to kill me lately. I
And
take it
there-
if one
there is a
organic kill, you would not believe how many undead I've had to deal with lately.
It has to be a high priority kill. That is the only limitation on it. Or else anybody could walk into a street, stab a commoner, and walk back with the blade.
Yeah. So,
The blade won't activate until you get that kill.
fair enough.
And once the
as-
blade activates, come and find me.
It shouldn't be too difficult.
Now, all that's out of the way. Darius, we have matters to go over. Of course. Norris, be careful out there and watch out for your comrades.
Always. Godspeed to yourself.
Indeed. And they're going to go back to their previous discussion. Roll a
And I
perception
will
check
see
for me,
myself
right?
out.
Roll a perception check. Last thing.
I had to refresh roll 20. Give me a second.
You're all good?
Perception. There we go.
How dare you?
22.
That's a dirty 22.
Roll. At 1. Okay. Charles?
God
That's a-
favors the bold today.
They really do. Charles is nowhere to be found in that room.
Gotta find.
It is just Darius and Isaac.
What can this little man do?
Fucking a lot, apparently. As I will see myself out.
Like apparently Charles has.
I need to find a high priority assassin target for a guild of basically crazy people. Awesome.
Actually, if anything, they were the most sane.
I was about to say,
well,
They even have a fucking democracy.
Yeah, former cultists are still crazy for me as an aspect.
I was about to say,
I would
Deimos,
also like to mention that just because you have a democracy does not mean that you are not crazy.
if you could pull it off, Deimos himself would be a very high value target.
I'm just saying
Woo!
that does not mean that you are sane. If anything, it means you're insane.
Okay,
Insane
I'll
and
put it
sorry.
I'll put it to you this way. Out of every one of the Church of Dumos that you've seen so far, these are the only guys that have preached what you know to be the true word.
That's fair.
It is fair.
Which makes
Anyway.
sense because there's a cleric on their team.
And it's probably a death cleric from the sounds of it.
Yep.
Probably.
Sentinel at death's door, man. They're fucking nasty.
Oh yeah, they're one of the more. They're literally assassin clerics. It's just disgusting.
Anyway.
So, as Norris exits, I'm assuming you all waited for him, or did y'all fuck off to the
Nope,
library?
Fuck you, Norris! No, I waited. Oh?
Friggin' Sarah will try to get you three to go with him and just leave Norris to his shit.
Well, we could
Yeah,
go, but we should probably wait for him.
Like, he will probably be in there for hours. Like,
I think they have more important stuff to do than talk to, no offense, Norris for hours.
plus he knows where we're
Go
going
fuck
already.
yourself.
I don't know. I don't want to leave without a plan.
Our
I know the
plan
plan's
was
to act
go
normal,
to the
but
library and act normal.
I can't wait for it.
Okay, you can wait for him.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll meet you at the library.
I'm
Well, I
not
guess I
wait.
won't because I can't get in.
You're still a CEO.
He fucking bought my company. What do you mean I'm still a CEO?
He hasn't finalized your company's purchase. We've been over this.
I will let the bot know
Yeah, but,
there's
like-
2 more. I will let the bot they have watching the desk probably know that 2 more people will be coming with your descriptions and names.
Do I know if that's allowed? If people can bring guests? Sam?
Do what now?
Alaric is going to follow Cyril to the library because he
That's
has nothing better to do.
I figured. Do I know if at the CEO library, you can have guests in who don't have a card? Like if Cyril can let.
You get the
That's
feeling
fair.
that Isaac's name carries more weight in that regard,
Oh,
and if you
that's
show
fair.
up with his card, it doesn't matter if you're Isaac or not.
Isaac
That's
probably
fair.
built the bot that guards the door and checks
I
people
just-
in or out.
I just more so meant like, could Cyril bring Ulrich and both get in?
If
With
if
that
not-
library card, Cyril can bring whoever the hell he wants.
If
Okay,
not, you
alright.
guys can just come in, or you guys can just let me know. I will come out and bring you in.
Yeah. Okay.
But no,
I'll see you in a minute.
me and Alright, go ahead. So I can, it may be a lawn shop, but maybe you can even find something in the library that can help you with the making of the ammo for your contraption.
Perhaps. Or crafting something else. After all, I'm open to other potential uses for black powder.
Don't blow any of us up. We already have one
Of course not.
we already have one person in our group that killed someone with black power. We don't need another.
If I wanted,
He might blow up Como. It'd be justified.
if I wanted to blow one of you
Would
up,
be
I would
karma.
just hand them all to Como and just let them run free.
Yeah, that's
Bro.
a terrifying thought. Anyway,
As you
We're
all
such
make your
good
way,
friends.
as you all make your way down to the Grand Library, it is very noticeable. It is a very tall building, not as tall as Isaac's company building, but
of course, Stark Tower has to be the tallest.
you meet with not an automaton, but a rather intriguing looking orc who has a set of reading glasses on and is currently working behind a counter reading a book.
Mm-hmm.
I like this man already.
I will walk up to the counter and maybe try to get a side glance at like what book he might be reading.
Roll perception.
The lustful thoughts of the orc woman.
Do.
We don't need any more
17?
of those.
Sleight of hand.
We already have enough.
15 plus 3. Yeah, you don't see it. His sleight of hand's fast enough.
Okay.
As he quickly puts the book down.
I'm sorry to disturb your reading.
It's fine. What do you need?
I was told that this would get me and my companion's entry, as I hold up Isaac's card.
Oh, you got Isaac's card. Okay. So
there will be 2 more coming. They had to finish a conversation with him.
All right. He's going to procure a set of keys from a drawer behind his desk and hand them to you.
Thank you very much.
The bronze key will get you upstairs. The silver key will open that door right there to let you into the library, and the gold key will let you downstairs.
What section would books under the category of physics be?
Depends on the meaning that you. It depends on what you're looking for in
science.
physics.
Like sciences, like
Mad science, undiscovered
elementals.
projects. Oh, elementals. That would be upstairs.
Thank you.
And what about on the uses of black powder and such?
It's just alchemical component. Are you looking for failed experiments, blueprints?
Blueprints and failed experiments.
You're gonna need that gold key.
Alright then.
The gold door's closer. I will let you in.
I don't think it's without saying that I need those keys back when you're done.
Oh,
Of course.
no, not a problem.
Alrighty. Enjoy your reads. And he is going to pick the book back up and start reading once he thinks that you two are well out of sight.
I'm just gonna take a
I
quick
will.
look back and
I will
see
try
if
to
I
get a
can
glance
catch-
at the book again if he's still reading it when we leave. But
Let's see,
for now,
I
I'm
gotta
fine.
roll again. 7 plus 3. Nope, 10. You beat him. He's reading a romance novel.
The lusty thoughts of the orc woman.
Oh,
I'm
Called
fine
it.
with that.
Not on the lines of 50 Shades of Grey. It is a regular romance novel.
Tusk Glove.
Task Glove.
That is smut.
That is
Sorry.
straight smut.
Yes.
Sorry, the version of it that was allowed to be shipped to different countries where they had to censor everything.
So, I would have went with the League books at least.
I
Born
have
of
never
Fire.
Yeah, kind of like Born of Fire.
I have never read romance books, so I wouldn't know.
Good series. I actually recommend it. Great sci-fi series overall.
I'm more of like space adventures and high fantasy.
You would love the League series.
I know of
I'll look into it.
I know of a few, but not too many. I mostly forgot.
Right now I'm reading the Legacy Fleet series. Anyway,
as you both respectively go to your corners of the library, tell me what you're looking for.
I'll let Alric goes first because I have something else I'm doing.
So I'm looking for any experiments that they might have made with black powder or any similar substances, and any failed experiments or blueprints that might have been theorized or discarded or anything like that.
Investigation check for me, please.
He's looking for grenades.
20, not bad. You will find a couple of failed experiments with gunpowders. You will find a couple of theories, and you will find one schematic that is unfinished and has a bit of a blood stain on it, and you recognize it. It's the pistol you're carrying.
I am going to glance
Side note,
around.
is the name of the author of the blueprint on it, since they usually put their names on their blueprints?
Yes, it is the person who created this. What did I put? Hold on, let me check something. His name is Jeremy.
I'm going to glance around and fold it up before sticking it in my pocket.
No, when I say it's unfinished, I mean it was a concept build.
Of course.
And since you rolled high enough on the investigation check, you caught the blood stains on it.
Yep.
It exploded in the guy's hand, probably.
Nope.
Nope.
I think something else exploded the guy. Probably a certain someone who seems to be, a monopoly on guns.
Either way.
I am going to try and make sure that this never sees the light of day, while also studying it myself.
You get the feeling that that thing was never going to see the light of day.
And now I'm
We already know.
try and
Me and you already know whose blood that is.
Yeah.
Upon further inspection of some of these theories and failed experiments, namely, there are a couple of goblins who thought to make what is the word? They attempted to make portable bombs that were less obvious than the regular bombs.
Handheld ones, in other words.
Yes, they attempted to make grenades. But
probably rather primitive versions, but
due to the research notes abruptly stop, you get the feeling they might have blown their hands off.
Start writing with their teeth.
For these ones, I will actually just copy them down onto another piece of paper before putting that away.
Okay.
Something to look into later.
But
more cautiously than these ones did.
Gotcha. but that is mainly what you find detailing with gunpowder. You get
Mhm.
the feeling its volatile substance has yielded unreliable results. However, that gun was one of the things that I did plant there.
Mhm.
So you do have that now. You can add unfinished schematic of gun to your inventory. And I will say that that blueprint does seem pretty old. Now we jump to Searle. What are you looking for?
The best way I can put it, books on physics of how elements and maybe in like element-based things and elementals and stuff like that react to just the world around, like a bit of chemistry, a bit of like how different things interact.
Easy enough to find.
I
That's
will
not.
probably end up having a table with 20, maybe 30 books on it.
Those are easy enough to find. You get the feeling that that information isn't as hidden as.
Also, I will also keep an eye out for anything on the shelves that look like it might be unique.
Nothing too unique in the terms of elementals. You get the feeling that elementals are from the earth, yes, but they are fused with magic from the weave in order to incorporate their forms. So there's not that much on it, and you get the feeling you'd be more inclined to research this more extensively in a city like Astoria.
Well, I wasn't looking for also just elementals as in the creatures, but also elements as in
Oh, okay.
study, like
I thought you were.
different color fires, different types of materials.
Oh yeah, that's easy enough to do.
Like what you would find if you went to a high school and grabbed a physics book.
Gotcha. You do find a couple of interesting books on how to produce alchemical fire and how fire interacting with most alchemical components can yield different results. Like if you use a certain type of fire in the potion making process, you can alter a healing potion.
Why is it spicy?
Anyway, I will gather up a stack of a bunch of these different books. Then take a deep breath and try something new. I want to cast haste on myself, but I want to alter the haste. So instead of just like giving me increasing my movement speed and my AC and give me an extra attack, I want it to focus primarily on my like mental properties, allowing me to read and comprehend faster.
Well, unfortunately, the way the haste spell works is it runs off your adrenaline. It's essentially a giant adrenaline boost. And if you've had a lot of adrenaline running through your veins, you'd know it's not easy to fucking read that way. So I need an Arcana check to control the spell.
Yep.
The DC is going to be relatively high. Unfortunate.
Is there any way I can re-roll that?
Unfortunately, no.
Don't have luck.
You are trying to bend the weave to do what you want the spell to do in this scenario. Unfortunately, the way you cast the spell, it does as is intended. Your senses are heightened, your reflexes are sharp, and you gain the benefits of a haste spell.
I will drop it. I will let the lethargy die off. I will take a deep breath and focus my mind, giving myself guidance beforehand, and try again.
Okay, same DC.
Guidance.
Okay. Okay, you just get it. DC was 20.
You know, we have this other drug that you could have tried called meth. It's very, very similar to what you just did.
There's also something the city's famous for. It's called coffee.
Highly recommend that too.
Oh, I bet Norris does after drinking crack coffee that the kobold gave him back in Xeraxis.
I was thinking about that, but I realized that my character would not know about the coffee because he hasn't had the coffee
Highly
before.
recommend coffee with a triple espresso and a side of biscuits.
To give you an idea of how fucking crazy that coffee is, remember, it gave Norris a level of exhaustion.
Coffee, it's like crack.
I will spend a sorcery point to extend this spell so I can keep it going for as long as possible. And I'm basically going to use this increased reading and processing speed to go through as many of these books as I can. If I run out all the books on the table, I just start pulling random books from shelves.
Okay. That's easy enough to do once you've gotten the haste spell to do what you need
I
it
would
to
like
do.
to point out, though, that that coffee should remove several levels of exhaustion when you first drink it.
Oh, it does.
But afterward,
You've never experimented or asked the creator of the coffee anything, and he's dead now, so.
I have experimented with much coffee.
So time goes by. Norris comes out of the office now. Como is waiting for you outside, and Bellatrix.
Hello.
Fun.
How'd it go?
Better than expected, and no one's dead yet.
That's always a plus. The others went to the library already. I'm not sure if that's where you wanted to go, but where they went. And I'm probably gonna head over there with them.
I think it would probably work for us.
Perfect. Okay, let's go to library.
Easy enough to do. Como, with you leading the way, you know the exact location of the library. It doesn't take
Fuck
you
yeah.
very long. You enter. The same orc is sitting there reading his novel. As soon as he sees you enter, he puts the book down.
Hey, our friends came in here already with Isaac's key.
Oh, okay. You're the three.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the keys to the upper and lower sections. Just he's gonna go unlock the main door. Go right on in.
Thank you very much.
If you go to
Need
the other
Got any
section,
recommendations, friend?
I don't particularly deal with the articulate information that's in this particular library.
Oh, is that book not from here?
No.
Oh, what is it?
I'd prefer not to tell.
Oh, you like the
Okay.
saucy books, do you? My mother sells those, reads them often.
Not.
I recommend the series The Lizard Folk and the Lustful Argonaut.
It's
Great series.
It's not that type of book.
Well, that's all we can assume because you're not saying. Did I recognize this guy? Did you work here when I lived here?
No, he is relatively new.
New guy.
You all roleplay amongst yourself. My dog has to go out to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Hi, dog. Well, I guess we'll walk in, find you too. What are you reading? What are you reading? I'm gonna start poking Searle.
you would notice Searle's flipping a page, and by the time he's done flipping the page, he's already going to flip the next page.
Jesus Christ. Sonic. Did you like
I
fast pace or something?
will not be where Searle is, though. I will still be in the basement.
Ah.
You'd just be like, the keys are there. I'm working down in the basement. As I'm page.
Sing.
Yeah, my character. I need the DM for what my character actually wants to look for here. I need books on telepathy and psychics.
Oh,
Telepathy. I don't know if they'd have that here. Maybe like history. I'm pretty sure that's what you're asking.
also, I would just point. I would point out to Como that just grab the book out of my bag if you want to take a look at
yes,
it.
thank you. Yes.
And the GM can tell you what's specifically in that book.
Do you think they have
The
how to business for dummies here?
Probably.
Probably not. This place is for already CEOs, but maybe. Maybe I'll get lucky.
You find a pamphlet about how to be better at business, and you open it, just
and it's written by Isaac.
It just says, "Don't be Como."
No.
You open up
in
a
the
dictionary.
bottom, it doesn't say by Isaac. It says by Braggy.
Oh my god.
You open up a dictionary. The definition
you find a 1,000-page document on what not to do to be a business head.
How can you have a 1,000-page document? I was CEO for a day.
And find out that it's just the angry rantings of a drunk lady that is stressed out.
No, not Christy. Christy would do me like that. That's fair.
The very first line is "Don't be a Como."
Don't be a Como. That is now going to be a fucking saying.
What would Como not do?
Lesson 1: don't be a stupid ass, arrogant little spoiled shit that leaves his office their first damn day employed. Damn, it feels personal.
The first Q&A session is like how not to be a Como.
Yeah, but the book I chose out of the ones he gave me that he was okay with was the thematical is the labors of the engineer.
Yeah.
I pass that one over to you. It's
interesting.
It's torn. It's missing some pages. But it's in common.
First line: I hate Como.
And it's a very thick.
I'm assuming it's older than me.
It's still the first line in the book.
I mean, somebody like wrote it in with pen. It's not like the original person who wrote it. Just the last person who bought this wrote it in.
Second line: Como is my bird. Third line: I hate Como.
No, it's just like written in fresh ink, like maybe it was done last night. Don't be Como.
Do not abandon your workspace the first day. This book, it's just more notes. The more you read it, it's just more why does this feel like it's specifically targeting me? Huh, weird.
That's a weird coincidence. It has my name and everything.
It's just talking about his colleague that's an acquaintance of his that's named Como.
Listen, I want you... I don't know... I assume you guys know this already, but Vidal can mature at age 40, and Como's 35, so I really like the idea of this book just yelling at the equivalent of a fucking 16-year-old. Just like, I fucking hate Como!
Sounds like any teenager diary.
Exactly! Yeah.
Wait, your species doesn't mature till they're 40?
Yeah,
but
I'm still a teenager. But they look like 450.
As long as elves.
Yeah, 350. Sorry, 350 to 500 roughly.
That's the same as gnomes.
Yeah, they live a long fucking time.
Fuck yeah.
Although, if you actually read the lore behind the species, most of them don't even make it to being old.
True. It's a little bit like goblins, but not the same. But kind of the same.
Usually kill themselves by experimenting on something and it goes horribly wrong.
A lot of Vidalcan are more like Victor.
Now I want to make a really
better than you in every way.
Vidalcan that's just lived for so long.
Just make an artificer, a alchemical artificer Vidalcan.
Imagine
He can make the potion of youth and just live forever.
Imagine
God.
a Vidalcan artificer, like you said, that is 700 years old, and he's so old, and he has bad memory, so he's forgotten most of his knowledge and has to relearn it.
700.
I feel
That's
like
fucking old.
I feel like this is a book I will find eventually and give to your character. I'm sending it to you in Discord.
Okay, okay.
Friend.
I was about to say, which book? Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? That's only Jet. What the fuck?
What is it? How to Father Children?
No, it's. Can I say it? Gren?
Here, I will send it to Andrew too.
Yeah.
No, keep reading it. It gets funnier.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Man.
One hell of a prank. Of course, they might not live much longer after it, but
Spread it around to
It's
everybody.
not a fight that kills me. It's a fucking knock-knock joke book.
I feel like that could be the plot hook of a campaign.
Can this be the sequel to Death Note? What'd that get you?
What? You know, never mind. I'm not.
It's a book and it ties into a demon. They're basically the same thing in my mind.
Shinigami is not a demon.
Well, yo, fucking death spirit. I've never seen it.
She knows what Death Note is.
specifically, Shinigami is a death god.
Aw, close enough.
Little higher on the chain, as it were.
I also like how the book containing the true name of a demon's only 10 gold.
I was saying that. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, secretly contains the name of a demon, so of course it will only be 10 gold.
You're fucking reading it and you're wait.
If they knew about it.
A demon would want the book to go out to as many people as possible.
You're just reading it and it's like, knock knock, who's there? Beelzebub.
Especially since most of the people that would want to read this is children or fathers.
Oh.
So he gets the young ones, and then he finds the old ones who have young ones.
That's an interesting book name.
Oh.
It's supposed to be a child's book too.
What the fuck's wrong with the children's books here, gang?
Uh-oh. Baby Dragon Destroys the Village. A truly heartwarming children's book. It's a little more eye-catching than other mundane books. It's written in Dwarvish. It being written in Dwarvish is the weirdest part of it.
A child's book about a dragon literally burning people alive in a village.
It's a Dwarvish child book at that.
Listen, dwarves are a little fucked up.
What the
hell? They be like that sometimes.
That kind.
That
Can't
does
say
not
that's
make
true.
But it doesn't make
here's
that
the
much
thing,
sense.
It being called that is probably a way to get children to buy to hate dragons, to go killing them with their father.
And it's
fucking anti-dragon propaganda.
And it's worth more than a book that has a demon's name in it.
Wow, we found children. a children's book that is.
This book is the equivalent
is-
of fucking Top Gun Maverick. Like, what?
There is mango flavored Baja Mountain Dew.
Yep. Fuck, that's a title.
Communist Manifesto, the children's version.
So the Bible.
To Cheat a Devil, the autobiography of a man who tricked dozens of minor devils and even a few archdevils into doing his nefarious bidding. Seems like this man should be much more well known if the events described in this book actually took place. This book is a little more eye-catching than other mundane books.
How to Fool a Devil, written by not a devil.
Question: did he actually do it, or is he a Gilderoy Lockhart sort of person?
He's a Lockhart.
Oh, I
Most
feel like he's.
likely.
I feel like he's a Scanlan short haul.
Yeah.
I still think the best part about that series is when she writes a limerick talking about him having sex with women he creates.
I have returned.
Hi.
Yep. Nord needed to talk to you about the books he's looking for.
Okay.
I want to look for books, for basically books about psychics, so he can better understand his abilities and try to develop them better.
Unfortunately, there wouldn't be any psychic books.
Most likely, you might be able to find books. The closest thing to like psychic will probably be psychedelic drugs.
I mean,
that
the
would
CIA
probably
tried to fucking do that.
That probably would be the only books that you would find on psychic or mental capabilities. Mainly because you are in an artificer heaven.
And you know artificers and their drugs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know this one. She's so bad at her job, she blew up her mother and then did a bunch of acid.
Oh, my God.
Sounds like a terrible person.
Then proceeded to take away the one boss who was better at the job and tell him that they deserved the company.
Sounds like a terrible person.
Right?
I wonder who that could be.
And then they didn't even show up to their own mother's funeral. The mother they killed.
It's definitely not someone I know.
I'll send this.
I didn't kill anyone. The acid is debatable. But
I sent this book to everybody because it's funny and it feels like it would be a plot device in a game. We all got jokes about it.
Wait, be right back.
So yes, you would not be necessarily able to find books that deal with mental or psychic powers.
Oh, there's a book that would be in the Mage City.
Was anybody else looking for something?
No, I think Bryn was reading the book that I got the friggin' Labors of the Engineer.
Okay.
Previously unpublished.
Don't know entirely anyway at the moment because can't ask them. Maybe now you can ask them.
Ask me.
Okay. What books are you looking for, Pomo?
Well, I have the book that Gurin bought. And I'm interested in looking into that. Speak of the Devil. Oh, okay, that's just another book.
Maybe
I sent that to the wrong person. Sorry.
Maybe something.
That's fine. The Labors of the Engineer. But I was also listen. I know she's my NPC, so feels weird asking you this, but I don't know. It's your world, so
Uh,
you should probably make the decision. Did my mom ever write any books, or was she not into that kind of thing? Because I know that's
Not
like a thing that
no.
big businesses do.
No,
Okay, then I'll
most
The
likely.
people who
Okay.
write the books mainly are people that want to have their work published so that, you know, a company could pick them up. Your mother was
But
the CEO. She could pretty much make whatever the hell she wanted.
She might have
Yeah.
made schematics though.
yeah, but probably not in here.
Nope, they were
Okay.
in her old office.
Oof.
Yes. Anyways, then I'll probably just be reading that. If I get through that book, then I'll probably be looking for, just any books on, you know, what I work on, armor, specifically, failed experiments in armor.
Yeah.
That's easy enough to find. You've got an entire fucking section for that.
Go.
3 of them are written about Como.
No, I wasn't big enough.
That's
but-
why this library is here.
Because I was trying to figure out what you were saying that about because of thing. Yeah, I get now. But the labors of the engineer. Reading through that, can I figure? Does it like say who it's about, or is it
Yeah,
just some
'cause
random?
it's a previously unpublished book, so
Yeah.
Roll. You wouldn't know the person's handwriting.
What?
I said you wouldn't know the person's handwriting.
I wouldn't. Okay. I'm like, wait. Okay, and it doesn't name the person.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Could be just someone completely random.
Could be.
Could be someone important. Can I figure out based off like details they talk about in their life who it might be?
I mean, there's.
well, the person that wrote it is not the person it was about anyway, because it literally says the book is
Yeah,
an
but-
account of someone else's life written by someone else.
Could be tied to them though.
There's so many books in this library on something called fairy dust. Oh, sorry, pixie dust, and something called psychedelic shrooms.
Oh, that.
What the hell are your people researching?
Listen, artificers are stressed like all the time, and we don't really have much entertainment here.
Braggy
I mean, you
puts them
saw
in the
how excited
potions.
those people got about the fight.
One of these pages says that they put a sticky resin on stamps and then tested it on the general public, which resulted in
remember that. Everyone
6
got
people
so
being
hot.
eaten by dinosaurs that didn't exist.
That was fucking wild. I remember that. But is there any
And
way I
someone
can...
and someone running through the plaza nude, thinking they were having an orgy.
Oh god.
I will say this: there's not much else that you can find in this library. The one thing that I had hidden here is that gun schematic.
I was just saying from the book, but that's okay.
If anything, since it's the labors of an engineer, you might get like some information on like a project that the big project that this engineer spent his entire life making.
It was a gun. Oh my god. No.
You just hear a silent, a slow click behind you. You know it was coming, kid.
Oh fuck.
Game was rigged from the start.
This game was rigged from the beginning.
That's not the line.
It's a different line from a different thing. Fuck you.
That's right.
Just hear over
Always
your
has been.
just hear this over your shoulder. Well, ain't that a daisy?
Oh my god. That would genuinely jump scare me. Holy shit. Yeah, I got nothing.
Time goes by.
Very
Um,
slowly.
Well, very slowly for you guys. For fucking Searle, time is at a fucking.
That's true.
He has done a line of coke and is reading books.
If I'm somehow managed, I probably won't be able to, but if I somehow manage to go through all the books in this section of the library, I'll just go down a floor and continue there.
By the way, Searle, let me check your spell slots real quick. You said you've casted haste twice.
Oh yeah, I will change my things.
Yeah.
I have
Can
no
you mark those
second
down for me?
levels. Yep.
As time goes by.
I'll mark those two down. I will, though, at some point use flexible casting to take 2 first level slots away and give myself a second level back. And 1 additional sorcery point.
I gotta look at flexible casting real quick. I know it had something to do with sorcery points and spell. I didn't think it.
It's what makes sauce locks so fucking broken. Which is why I ban coffee locks.
Use for gain additional spell slots or sacrifice spell slots
no,
to gain
okay,
additional
so
sorcery points. Yeah, you can't use spell slots for spell slots.
I will lose. Yeah, you can break down spell slots to get sorcery points.
And then use the sorcery points to get spell slots.
Yep.
However, you would lose.
I will lose 1 point.
Yeah, you'd lose
that's
1
why
point.
That's why I'm down to 4 out of the 5.
You'd be down. Let's see. You'd
Plus
need. It costs 3 sorcery points. How many do you currently have?
Plus the extended casting. Technically I have a total pool of 7 because I took the meta magic feat.
Okay. So you
I spent 1 on extension to make it last longer. I turned 2 first level spell slots into 4 points, and then I spent 1 more to make that 5 to get back to 3rd level.
Okay, so 7 minus 1, you're at 6.
Yep.
Use 2 sorcery points.
No, I was at 7.
Okay, so
I already did all the math, so now I should be down to 3 normal sorcery points and my 2 meta magic.
Okay, so walk me through this process slowly. So you had 7, you used 1 for extended.
You're looking at my character sheet, right?
No, not yet. I was actually just reading flexible casting because of the charts right here.
Okay. So I had a pool of 7.
Okay.
Because I haven't spent any today.
Got it. I used 1 for extended.
I used 1 for extended, which took me down to a pool of 6.
Okay.
Spent 2 first level slots. That gave me 4. So I went up to 10. And then I spent 5 of them.
For 1 third level spell slot.
Yeah. So I should have 5 left.
Yeah, you're good.
Which is my the 3 I have in my normal pool and the 2 I have in my meta magic's feat pool.
Gotcha. Okay. I just want to check one last thing on your character sheet. Quicken spell. No, that's not it. Extended spell.
Yeah, it just doubles the time.
Okay.
That is a weird concept, that meta magic is technically like a second core of smaller magic that you have.
Okay. So this is actually interesting. Sorry, first time working with sorcerers.
No problem.
Easy enough to do. You get your 3rd spell slot back.
1 of the 2 I spent.
Yes. As time goes by, you are all. Let me activate the tokens. Yeah. Where are you?
The effects of psychedelics and human arousal.
You are all approached by this gentleman.
I'm about to say you could probably talk to the head of the the assassin group about the psychedelic poisons.
Why we are approached by another person that looks like assassin.
He will simply flash a card to the orc, and he will go on about his business.
I'm assuming he probably finds Nord.
Yeah, he's looking for all of you.
We're separated in 3 different places.
This is going to be even rougher than I thought.
Is there
Everybody who's
something
in
I
the
can help you
library.
with?
Yes, we've got word that assassination attempt is going to be going down. Figured you might want to watch.
Oh,
Ooh, this should be
yes.
good.
Yeah.
Close up the books, put them back, and then make sure to hand the orc the keys on the way out.
Much obliged. Have a good day.
Just out of curiosity, I'm looking into some what would be the best way to put? Oh, I'm looking for some suggestions for romance books. Would you have any suggestions?
No, why would I?
I'm smiling at him.
By the way, are you trying to check out books like our typical library, or did you put them all back?
I would put anyone back that I would put like all the ones that I already read back and try to see if I could check out whatever one I was in the middle of reading.
Fortunately, this isn't that kind of library. All research must be done here.
Why did you ask?
That's why I asked.
I just marked down the name of the book so I can finish it later.
Much appreciated. You can leave him at the counter with him, and he will take care of it.
I just kind of lean in. If you're looking for those other books, I know a shop down south. We deliver. I slide him a business card.
He looks
We've
at
got
you.
a whole series.
No, I think he's into the straight regular romance, not the odd sort that your family produces.
I have no idea what you people are talking about. Nor roll a perception check.
Dirty 25.
Yeah, he is trying to hide the book that he was reading and replace it with a physics book.
Sorry, versus a natural 25?
No, he rolled a 19 plus 6.
Yeah, but you
Dirty
can't
25.
get it. Why'd you specify? You can't
He said
roll a
dirty
25
25.
natural.
He said dirty 25.
I guess.
But
Whatever.
He just
yeah,
said the total was 25. He didn't say he rolled a 20.
No,
yeah,
that's not. Never mind. I'm being pedantic.
the book that is now on the desk is a physics book.
I'm just gonna wink at him. We also sell some of the most illustrious physics, science, and basic mathematics.
And the rogue is gonna pipe up. Can we move on? Quit torturing this man, or else you're gonna miss it.
Oh, yes, of course.
As you follow this roguish individual into the street, he begins to lead you towards a upper district where more refined quality potions could be found. All right. Based on intel, this is where it should be happening. Darius has instructed us to take seats and just watch.
Pulls out a
Because-
thing of street popcorn he bought.
What the fuck did you get that?
The fact that both of you did that at once.
We're saying
Anyway, we're like,
I mean,
if
you said it was a show.
if things here somehow go severely south, are we to intervene at all?
Do not engage for your benefit.
okay, cool.
You do not want to be caught in the crossfire. All the heads are at the intercept locations in case the assassination isn't where we said that it was, or we thought it was going to be. Darius is at this one.
Just goodness. How far away are we from where the show's supposed to happen?
About 100 feet.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, you are on top of a building 200 feet away.
More than enough range.
I'd also like to point out that it is the middle of the afternoon.
Your eyes are the size of the moon.
So this assassination attempt isn't going to be at night when it's usually supposed to happen.
They're rushing. Maybe. I don't know
Like-
what this means. I'm trying to sound smart.
It means they're getting desperate and they're slipping up, which benefits us.
Okay.
Indeed, they're panicking. If your
Anyway.
information is correct, of course.
Our information is rarely lacking, and to be honest, it makes sense that they would try to assassinate them in the middle of the day when most of our leaders patrol at night, so less likely to get caught.
Well, in the meantime, I'm going to look over my notes.
Anyway.
So time rolls by. An hour, 2 hours, 3. You're all just caught up on a roof. And as soon as you're beginning to think whether or not this assassination attempt had any legitimacy to it, roll perception checks, everybody.
Oh, time to fail.
18, 19, 25.
Let me know if I fail.
Holy shit.
I'm probably reading a page in the book, one of my books.
We roll for him. Okay, that. Yep. Or you did fail.
Okay, so I can roll a d6. Well, or is it? Yeah, it's a d6. Right.
Yeah, it kind of sucks that my favor of the gods only works on skill checks and attack rolls.
Is the
That's a 20.
Or
that
saves
succeeds.
and attack rolls.
What's the DC?
Alaric and Norris, you both see this. A shady-looking individual, normal-looking at first, but ruffling through his cloak, decides to go into the building adjacent to yours. It doesn't strike you as odd at first because he's rifling through his cloak, but what does strike you as odd is he has a very familiar tattoo on his forehead over the left eye.
Heads up, I do believe we have a particular company we've been looking for.
Indeed. Don't worry, though. He should be dealt with here in a minute. As you all begin to watch intensely, the sounds of a fight begin to ring off, and that individual who came through the front door is now getting thrown through it. And Darius steps out into the middle of the street.
Oh. Be interesting if I found out how he sent someone 400 feet up in the air.
Darius is relatively undamaged. This man has dozens of cuts on him. And more importantly, it doesn't appear to just be blood that is attached to the wounds. There's like this purplish liquid that's coating where the cuts are. Norris, since you are in this profession, though you're not a potion master, I will let you roll investigation, but at disadvantage.
I'll just roll twice. That's a 13.
You don't know what this coating is, but you can assume that it is on Darius's blades. And somehow, some way, it is incapacitating his target. Right. Well, show's over. Time to go meet Darius.
Okay.
Oh, meet you guys at the bottom as I just walk off the edge.
Oh, bye.
Well, he could have given me a lift down, but I guess I'll take
Giving me
the
a
stairs.
warning.
He's already said he had trouble carrying you when he flies.
Well, it's a
I
little
would
rude.
just feather fall down, but not in this city.
Yeah, I could get away with it because I have natural.
Yeah.
Technically, you
So.
could get away with it too if your feather fall. Since you're artificer, your feather fall would look more mechanical. It could just be a parachute inside your armor.
Okay. Well.
Or you could Mary Poppins it.
So as you are all heading down, Darius has his boot to this man's face and is currently holding him down. Not much at ease. It doesn't look like he's struggling at all. It looks like he's stiff as a board, like he can't move.
As
I'll
I
have to
just
get some of that.
as I just land like
Or
within.
here.
I probably would land like within 20-25 feet and slowly approach.
An intriguing poison you have there.
Indeed, a home creation of mine.
Indeed.
Fascinating.
Does it
What are the
paralyze?
effects, if I may
Does it
know?
paralyze everything, or can he still speak?
He paralyzes everything.
Ah. See, I've been infected with a similar poison once in my youth, though that was blue, not purple. And it didn't affect everything, but yeah, details.
Would anyone in the group be able to make like some sort of knowledge check other than Nord?
The only one that would is Bellatrix.
She's probably playing Animal Crossing.
You playing Animal Crossing, Wolfie?
Nope.
Would you like to join us
To
and
answer
figure
your
out what the
question.
purple ooze is?
It's
Would
a
you like to-
worm.
Would you like to figure out what the purple ooze is that's incapacitated this man?
Eh.
Hello?
All I said was eh.
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 Yes, eh.
Do you not want to join us?
To be fair, we haven't been as inclusive as we could
Oh,
have.
Damn.
Plenty.
That familiar purple hue, it is the rare flower that only blooms maybe 3 times out of the year. It is a purple flower that has paralytic components to it that when brewed properly into a poison can paralyze a person through its nervous system. I struggle to remember what I named that plant. I think I named it Drasilia flower.
Silly flower. Got it.
If she chooses to share said information, it is up to her.
Someone else got her 22.
Huh? You rolled at a disadvantage.
Oh. I guess
Well.
she's gonna share the information.
That's interesting.
Jinx.
Jinx.
Right.
That's not how that. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Wow. Looks like one of you's got a penchant for poison.
Just looks at the barbarian woman. I'm not entirely sure that that's the right phrase of words to use.
He has an pension thing you buy when you're old.
I have knowledge of how to make. Yeah,
for that one.
Personally, I only have knowledge on how to make antidotes for them, but that's what you get for being in church most of your life.
Yeah, good luck finding an antidote for this.
We know a chemist that might be able to develop one eventually.
Eventually, yes, but that flower is so fucking rare, it's hard to make because every time someone goes to study that flower, it is not in bloom.
They clearly have not found the right druid yet.
Or the right assassin.
Well,
there's also certain conditions that need to be met for a Drasilia flower to bloom.
Anyway.
Well,
what does our friend have to say?
Well, can't say much of anything right now.
Well, then how about you stop stepping on him? We can tie him up and move him someplace where we can't question him. Yeah?
Most agreeable, but I'm pretty sure we can get about as much information as we can right now.
Uh-oh.
This is Denarius.
Oh.
He's one of my underlings. He's the one that's going to take my place when I'm done. Pleasure to meet you all. Denarius here was the one responsible for spreading this location. Indeed.
Okay.
And I spread that location, this room at location through the chemical processing place that they make potions at. Primarily where Braggy works.
So, get to the point. How are you then going to question him?
Oh no, we're not going to question him. We're going to go to the chemical place and question them.
Because one of them's the rats.
Well,
exactly.
Interesting.
If you find the people that you suspect might be involved and can get them all together in one room, I might make your questioning go easier.
Exactly. Now, let us be off. I will go to the alchemical place, figure out where that leak came from. Darius, you take care of that one, and we shall meet later. Agreed. Now. And he is going to basically grab this Death's Embrace member and throw him over his shoulder. All right, where to?
Oh,
Wait, is he asking us where we're going, or?
Yep.
I
You're
thought
the ones who said we should question him. He's following your lead.
Oh.
Well, where do we have that secure?
Well, not necessarily secure, but you remember the abandoned warehouse that we met previous time.
I mean, that's quiet, but easily accessible, as we've learned.
Yeah, but we don't need someplace that secure. We just need someplace out of the public eye.
Looks at the assassin. Do you have a safe house?
There you go.
What kind of assassin would I be if I didn't?
Well, are you willing to show us?
Because
They're pretty strong.
Should we make the body he's carrying less conspicuous?
This man looks like he doesn't give a shit.
Okay.
Nope.
As you all make your way to the district where the warehouse is, like I said, there are many abandoned factories, not particularly the one that you were in, but there is a much structurally sound one a couple of blocks away from that one, and then you will see Darius dip into there.
Yeah, I was very surprised that when someone cast Shatter, it didn't bring part of the building down before.
I didn't want to kill the PCs, that's why I didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know the expression "rocks fall, everyone dies"? Well, that warehouse was about to fall and kill everybody.
Dope.
Yeah, because I feel like I feel like our artificer was not thinking about how you described the building being unstable.
Nope.
I mean, he was pretty angry. He didn't really give a shit. It's like, whatever, we'll all die. I need to kill this son of a bitch.
We're all gonna die with Braggy! So I need you all to roll new characters because you're... The idiot killed you all.
I find it funny. All I pictured in my mind when
Bellatrix, because she was off in a bar.
Out of everybody that was there, the only thing that I thought of when I heard Como say I cast Shatter was, if anybody's gonna kill that bitch, it's gonna be me.
And then they ended up doing the least amount of damage.
But honestly, I truly don't mind if my character dies because I have so many other characters that I really.
Oh yeah, I have way too many fucking ideas, but
So
I still want to kind of keep this character.
I still want to keep and play this character, but
this character has some plot things that Julian has sorted out beforehand.
I won't be too tore up about it.
Anyway,
so as you all make your way inside, following Darius, he is going to procure a key from his pocket, put it in one of the damaged doors that's barely hanging on the hinges, click it, unlock it, open it, and there is a fully fleshed out thieves' hideout inside.
Interesting.
Quick perception check. Does the inside of the room look like it matches the outside?
You don't even need a perception check. No, it does not.
Yo, they fucking magic.
TARDIS.
Yes.
What was that, Bellatrix? I didn't catch that.
TARDIS.
Yeah. It's like, it's that obvious? We don't have to. Do I have to make like an arcane check for it?
You can make an Arcana check if you want.
Because this is something Cyril is interested in.
22. That is indeed a magical effect.
A extra-dimensional space?
Not necessarily. More like a transportation.
It's a fucking TARDIS.
Linking the door you use the key on with another door.
Exactly, and it leads to our hideout.
That's a very interesting effect.
Gentlemen and lady,
never mind.
welcome
it's a house
to
castle type deal.
Essentially. Welcome to Death's Embrace Guild Hall.
Oh shit.
You know, you could have a name that's a little less of a mouthful, but
Last I checked, I'm the leader and you're not.
Damn.
That's literally it's mine and I want to.
Well, at least hopefully in this hopefully, or sorry, what would be the way to say this? Well, let's come in. Let's go in. Alarak, don't insult anyone's cookies this time.
Huh?
Never gonna live that down.
Right.
As you all make your way inside, Darius shuts the door. It is very, very different. It is your regular hideout. There is equipment that any rogue would absolutely love to get their hands on. Thieves' tools, crowbars, smoke bombs, and it's fairly furnished. Like there is a sofa. There's like
somewhere you
10 beds.
Somewhere you're pretty sure you see a mask, a set of masks in a portable hole.
There is a set of 10 beds in the corner, indicating that they do sleep in shifts when on a job. And some of them don't sleep at all because, again, there are 25 members. If that was the case, there would be at least 13 beds.
Yep.
Make yourself at home. The liquor's on the top shelf near the fire.
Oh, okay.
There might not be much left for Bellatrix. is done.
A lark goes and grabs a glass before it's gone.
Darius brings up a chair, sits the member down, and ties him up. Oh, we wait for the paralyzation poison to wear off.
How long should that take?
30 minutes at most.
Now, did you want to do the interrogation, or do you want someone else to do it?
By all means, if you think you can get more answers than me, go for it.
Not
About to say,
necessarily. I
why
just
does-
think it'd be a nice change of pace.
About to say he's not going anywhere. Why does it only one person have to have a go?
That's true.
I don't mind playing musical chairs.
Can I flick the guy in the
Indeed.
face for science?
But
More
you
the
flick the
merrier.
guy in the face. No movement. No response.
That's so weird.
I just kind of look at the group. You realize we need him alive, right?
Probably not best
Oh,
I interrogate him then.
Don't you worry about that. After all, out of everyone here, I'm probably the one who's endured the most torture while still being alive, except for maybe Darius here.
You guys are forgetting I'm a magical healer. You guys
That
beat him up too
too.
much, I can just fix him up for you.
Yeah, can you cast the truth spell in 30 minutes?
I'm really planning to.
Yeah, okay.
But
No
there's
offense.
there's a lot of things you can do.
No offense, holy man, but healing spells don't work in this area.
Oh.
Who says just healing magic? I'm also a practitioner of alchemical healing. I have proficiency with herbalism.
Might come in handy.
As I was saying earlier, you don't have to really beat someone up or hurt them physically to make them give up secrets.
Man, part of me really wish I took to hit thoughts.
I was just planning on using this, and he's going to produce a blue vial from his coat.
Interesting.
Think of it my way as truth potion, but he dies at the end of the interrogation.
Supercharged.
It overloads one's neural system into telling the truth. However, it overloads it so much that I've got a time limit to get the answers I want.
And how long is
we
that
can-
time limit?
10 minutes.
I'll just say we can always try the magical version, and then to make sure, the answers we get that way are truthful, you can do that. As I said, why do we only have to use one? If you're gonna make a bet, you should double down.
Touche, holy man.
What kind of church did you go to understand the concepts and philosophies of gambling?
Oh no, he didn't go to no church to learn
Sounds
that,
like the
my
Church
friend.
of Dumos.
Can we go back to how
I-
he touche, holy man?
I spent much of my time outside the church.
As a former high priest.
Honestly, I can flat out say most of my gambling knowledge came from my father. Even though he was a paladin, he had his vices.
As a former high priest of the Church of Dumos, there's a little bit of gambling.
More than a little bit, but I stayed out of most of that.
Hey, you guys got a bit of character lore on that.
And high priestess bitch or high priest bitch.
Zoro would know this. A high priest is just lower, like one rung down below his mentor.
What was my mentor's position?
Head archivist.
And what was his name? Fuck. Notes.
I don't remember offhand. But I don't think I wrote it down because I had to change his name because it was too in line with a famous person.
Yeah, I would just look at him. It's like,
I remember I named him Boris.
It's like I was just looking at him. It's like, Then
Yes,
you
you
might
did.
know my. Then you might know my mentor, the head archivist.
Boris Johnson.
Kid, I probably don't. And he's going to part his hair, and you will see he is actually an elf.
Oh.
What race was my mentor?
He was a human.
That would explain it. Though, yeah, you don't look like you're more than maybe 1,000 years old.
I'm actually 562.
Don't look a
Yeah,
day
but
over
you
20.
Appreciate the compliment.
20, he'd look like a baby.
Well, I'd say you look a few days over 20, not more than 30, though.
But regardless, I ventured into the Church of Dumos 400 years ago.
right there we have a big difference. You joined it, I was born into it.
Well, regardless, the teachings were interesting. Took me 200 years before I finally made Death's Embrace.
Well, the good news is, seems like we've been working together for a lot longer than even I suspected, from what my father says.
You don't know the half of it.
Look, I'm trying to find status elements in the compendium. I can't.
Status ailments.
Yeah, because I want to know if paralyzed would give him disadvantage against the wisdom saving throw.
Nope, it'll only give him disadvantage against dex saves. You're thinking of incapacitated. I'll tell you this, Norris. Achieve that goal, and all the secrets will be revealed.
I'm looking into it. I'm sure the opportunity will present itself.
Achieve what goal? Outgame, what did I miss? I was looking for something.
Oh no,
I gotta kill somebody.
If we find this person responsible, it should more than well meet the requirements of that dagger.
Yes.
30 minutes rolls by. The individual in the chair is now stirring to move his fingers.
Oh shit! He's alive!
1 second, though. He's paralyzed condition, right?
Yep.
But that it comes from a poison. Would you say he also has the poison condition?
I'd say it is not poison, like the poison condition, because he's not actively being sick. It's just his nervous system has seized up and stopped.
All right.
It's more like the stunning strike from a monk.
Exactly. That's what I'm going for.
Interesting. So, if we could make him frightened or poisoned, then yes, he would have disadvantage on ability checks. But
Well, that would depend if the it would depend if the GM thinks he would be frightened with the situation he's in.
I don't think he would be.
He's not that smart.
Not that he's not that smart. It's something else.
Interesting.
It's not like a pill in his mouth or anything, right?
I'll just say this: he's ready to die.
Cool. What the fuck, man?
That's great.
Probably part of the training.
No, it's probably something else.
I'm just gonna squish his cheeks a little bit. You ready to talk, big guy?
Hey, get off of me!
Oh, he speaks.
Fuck, Darius, why am I in a chair? Well, that's one part easy, you fucking snake. Huh. So you figured it out. And Darius is not saying a word. You could see him in the corner next to a cabinet that has his name on it, just grabbing potions and coating blades with it.
Anyway, I would put the circle down when he woke up.
Pop it for me real quick so I can read the description.
Twist it. Pull it.
Pop it.
Yeah.
Create a magical zone that guards against deception. First time turn and starts its turn, they must make a charisma saving throw. Ooh.
Doesn't force them to speak, but it forces them from. It makes it so they can't lie when they speak.
You do realize that I am one of the best people for this because I fucking ran a character that never lied but danced around it.
Yes, but we also know that your NPC is helping us get around him dancing around them.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're playing against yourself, bud.
DC 16. 17. Does it say you know if he is...
Yeah, you know if they fail or succeed.
He succeeded.
Well, unfortunately, buddy, since you didn't let my spell take hold, he gets to use that fun blue liquid. I think you know what that does.
Indeed, Mr. Assassin. It looks like you kinda fucked up at the moment. Of course, we were planning to kill you anyway, but...
Death is inevitable.
Indeed it is. We can only stave it off for so long. Unfortunately for you, death's gonna come a little bit sooner than ours.
Well, actually, technically, no. We have seen recently there's many ways to like prolong someone from dying, and in some ways even make it so they can't ever die.
No, really
It's not
not.
a fun existence, though.
Even when you prolong your life, it's only a stopgap measure. Everyone eventually dies. Even
Oh shit! This
immortals.
guy's not gonna become undead when he dies, is he? Is that why he's not scared?
Well, who knows?
So, the guy in the chair is just smiling at all this. He does not appear to be scared at all.
Is that smug, fucking face of yours gonna talk? Or are you just gonna sit there?
Nah, figured I'd just sit here.
Okay, just making sure.
All right, we tried it your way. We're trying it my way.
Of course.
He will coat the blade with the blue poison, and he will go over and just nick him.
How
Doesn't
high
even
do you think his pain tolerance is?
We're about to find out.
Alart grins a slightly evil grin. Well, now, that's interesting.
For the precipice of this poison, he needs a 22 DC to succeed.
DC what, Con?
Yep, Constitution 22.
Swear to fucking
Now,
God.
he does not have the necessary means for this save, but if he rolls a natural 20...
Side question, GM. Would we be able to get from anything he said that his alignment may have shifted somehow?
Considering you don't know the guy, like, at all, you don't know what his alignment was.
Yeah.
So there's no way to tell if
I'm
it
just
shifted.
looking at I'm just looking at stuff I can do, and it's like one of the things I can do is like a atonement thing, which is like a DC 20 insight check, and it can make them revert to their previous alignment. or whatever their base alignment was.
You don't know what his alignment is. It could be the same thing, and you might
Buddy,
be wasting a spell slot.
If you had to describe yourself on 2 scales, one being lawful chaotic and the other being
fine.
well, where would
Go
you say?
fuck yourself. That was the rogue telling you to go fuck yourself.
I figured.
So, in the interest that he's not going to be able to make that save, I'm going to roll this d20 in front of you all. Natural 20, he succeeds.
That'd be so funny. I would genuinely cry.
7, he does not.
Bye, buddy.
He is under the effects of a particular type of poison. And every round, I'm going to roll damage.
So, wait,
So
10 minutes?
10 minutes. It's 10 minutes that he can get the truth. However, he's going to be taking damage every round. Or every, 3 minutes or so.
So
you
first of
get
all,
2 questions that can be answered truthfully. Then he's going to take the damage.
So first of all, who hired you?
No one hired us.
Interesting. No, that is very interesting. Someone else.
What about the fucking notes?
I'm about to say we should decide on our questions before.
Don't ask questions that are that vague, okay?
Yeah. That's why I didn't ask it. But
I kind of just for our group, I kind of want to leave the first couple questions to our GM's NPC, so our GM can get any important information he wants our group to have.
Well, I used up one question, which
yeah, but we don't know how many. We don't know how much HP this guy has and how much damage this is going to do to him.
All we know is we have possibly just one more.
I will give you the information on how much damage. It is going to do 5d6.
Yeah.
So this could just be one more damage. Probably not. Probably be higher level than that, but it could be.
Minimum of 5, maximum of 35.
I mean, you could also feed him a healing potion or 2, and that would stave it off a little bit.
This, I'm going to tell you right now.
He already
this
said healing
is
magic
nasty.
doesn't work.
I want everyone to do an investigation check on where the leader of the Death's Embrace barely cut him.
Okay.
Investigation 18, that'll do.
Fuck yeah. I'm so cool.
17, that'll do. Cyril, you don't see it. 21. Where Darius cut him, you can see the veins starting to be more visible on this rogue's body and turning black.
So they're bulging and rotting. Interesting.
Yeah, I can't do anything else because the GM said that healing magic doesn't work.
Potions don't work either?
The potion, it would work if this poison was not in effect. This is literally rotting his body from the inside out.
Essentially, that's why I want to allow the GM to do the NPC questions to get any information he thinks our group needs to have. Because if the rolls go really bad, this guy can die in 3 questions or 4 questions.
Yeah. Well,
I'm going to remember you said that, though, if we come across a similar
situation. Go for it, man.
We already know the people that have it.
Exactly, and one of them's about to become a member.
But that gives interesting possibilities.
So I am surprised they wouldn't have a poison that would weaken their mind to mental effects. Because that would have been, if they had that poison, it would have been better for him to use that one than I could cast a circle, so he had disadvantage on. Anyway.
That begs the question of how your health potions work in your world. Because
I'm
if
gonna grab.
if they can be stopped by the body rotting, then they must work.
I'm gonna grab.
I think what he's trying to say is this poison is so strong, it would probably take a health potion of a quality and grade we don't have to be able to just match the speed of the poison with how
Not
fast it's doing
necessarily.
damage.
He also, now that Ulrich did ask, now he has the poison condition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the letter that the fucking previous assassin had and show it to our ally and be like,
What?
"Did you ask about this?"
We've already gathered enough information on that.
Okay.
So is there any way for me to like try to do a spell that I would be capable of casting but do not have?
What do you mean?
The second level spell detect thoughts would be like useful in this situation.
Do you have it prepared?
As a cleric, I don't have to prepare spells.
You're a cleric? I thought you were a sorcerer.
Or as a sorcerer, do I have to prepare spells as a sorcerer? I don't think sorcerers prepare spells. No, I don't even know the spell. That's a problem.
By the way,
if you don't know the spell, then you can't cast it.
By the way, Cal hasn't said anything
want to take that
in a little while, so
You've been
I was
muted,
gonna
buddy?
ask.
I gave up because I kept trying to say stuff and people just ignored me.
Sorry.
No, we weren't ignoring you. You were muted, buddy.
No, I was trying to say stuff, and legitimately every time I spoke, 3 other people talked.
I
Did not-
apologize.
Something may have been wrong with your mic because none of us heard any sound of you trying to talk.
I said one at a time, and then literally as I said that, all 3 of you started talking immediately.
I didn't hear that.
After that, I just gave up because there was no point.
Speak up, bud.
But as I was trying to say, one of the smart things to do is simple. We don't need to know who hired him. We need to know where he got his information. That's it. This guy wasn't hired. He's trying to complete the contract. We know who where he's coming from.
Well, our question was who gave him the fucking contract.
So I guess the question.
We know who gave him the contract.
No,
we need to know where he got the information.
No, here,
we don't.
Guys. He's right. We know already. They just said they weren't given a contract. They were doing it because they were still part of the church. This was what they wanted to do as like people that fell off from the church.
He didn't say that though. We put words in his mouth. He didn't actually say that.
You know what? Fine, whatever.
We've assumed that.
But Norris is right. One of the questions we should ask is the fucking my brain farted. The place that the place the other guy was going to. What was the name of that place?
Which guy?
The other Death's Embrace guy.
You mean the one you killed?
No.
No, the other one, or
the
leader. What place was he going to? What was the name of that place?
He was just going to the chemical factory, right?
Oh, you mean
the alchemical
Darius's underling.
Lieutenant. Right hand, whatever.
Yes, his right hand. He's going to the alchemical factory where Braggy worked.
Yeah. So the question would be is who did he get his information from in the alchemical factory? Because we want to narrow the question down so we get as a precise answer as possible.
And that was what my first question was to do, was to narrow it down to if he was hired or not, which allowed us to know that he's not. So what? Second question.
Now we ask who in the factory gave him the information. I feel like that's a bit useless because that's what they're going to. That's what they're finding out right now in the factory.
Hey, since the GM has an NPC here, the GM's free to friggin' add insight into what questions should be asked.
Darius is looking at you all like, you all have the most preference. What do you want to ask?
Can I talk now?
Yes.
We haven't been able to hear
primary
you, man.
fucking question. No, again, I tried to speak and then was interrupted. The primary questions we need to ask is who is giving him his orders, because that is actually important.
I'm just
Because
gonna
we
be
know
quiet.
it's not the clan.
Also,
Yeah, I'm just
don't
gonna be
don't
quiet.
stress out too much on that because you've got 6 to 8 questions, 8 if you're lucky, and he survives with a couple of hit points.
I'm
He's
just
a
gonna
boy.
I'm just gonna sit back and be quiet and let Norse do the talking since he's the closest to like the leader of the group.
He's also getting really annoyed at the moment. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we're all assholes, so we deserve it some.
Norris, go ahead and ask your question, buddy.
The primary thing is why this contract existed and who's pulling the strings. So we need to know who's giving this man his orders. That is our primary objective with this interrogation. We don't care who the contract was made by, we care who's giving him his orders.
Specifically to go after Raggy, because if you ask who's giving him orders, he could just say the leaders of the Death Embrace.
Which we know not to be true.
Because at some point he was taking orders from that guy, so it wouldn't be a lie.
You should probably also try and find out if he or one of his colleagues, if he has any, were the ones to go after Turok, and if so, how they did that. But that can wait.
I'll leave the questioning up to our noble.
Okay. The floor is yours, sir.
All right. Who gave you the order to go after Braggy? Specifically, who are you working with?
Draxus.
Which means you're working with the church. Good.
And I'm going to roll damage now. That is a lot of ones.
That's really good.
1, 1, 1, 4, 4. So 8 plus 3. 11 damage. All right. This keeps up. You might get 8 questions.
Fucking go.
All right. Now, where are you all, this little group of yours, located?
Nowhere.
Sam, I
Yes.
have a side question. With my knowledge of like, can I do like a medicine check or a herbalism check with my thing to not stop the poison, but slow how fast it goes through his system to maybe make it so he will last a bit longer?
I would say
Like slow how like constrict certain veins to slow how fast it moves through his bloodstream.
What do you
roll
want
a
to do?
survival
Tourniquet his
check.
arm?
11,
12.
12. You have no idea how to do this, what you're trying to accomplish, but you get a feeling that if that was possible, the NPC would have already done it.
Okay.
If you want details on the intricacies of this potion, you're probably going to have to ask Darius after the interrogation's over.
I doubt he will give too much away, though.
Oh no, this is a potion or poison of his creation. He's gonna keep this shit a secret.
As I suspected.
Kind of like how you're keeping your gun a secret.
Anyway, what you thinking?
Trying to figure out how to word this question specifically. I want to ask him where Daraxis is, but I think I already know the answer.
I would do tell.
I think he's in Grimfaust. But
you could maybe ask where the majority of what was his name? The guy, you just said his name. Why am I fucking blanking
Daraxis.
on it? Where the majority of Daraxis' forces are.
That's what they just said. They're nowhere, which means they probably aren't. They're just like this guild. They're spread out. He's operating outside the guild, but still this guild and still using it. I keep calling it a guild. I don't know if that's correct.
More like a cult.
Yeah. But he's basically using this cult and members.
There's also another option that you're not looking at.
Maybe where does the members of Daraxis members come from?
Maybe the members of Daraxis cult don't know they're working with each other.
He's crazy enough for that one.
It's probably decentralized. Probably.
So, more than likely, Daraxis is still covering his tracks. So no member would probably know they're working with each other, and most likely he's still where he can be an extremist, the best, next to Demos. So, or near him at least.
Would it be good, or a side question for you, Nord? Would it be good
I'm
to
gonna
know
roll a wisdom save real quick.
Would it be good to know how Daraxis contacts him?
Hold on.
Because then we might be able to intercept future communications.
Hold on real sec. Hold on. I gotta roll a wisdom save real quick.
For what?
Oh, he fails! As you mentioned Deimos' name, the cultist gets angry.
Oh?
Like, visibly pissed.
What's up with that?
Oh, so trash talking that piece of shit bothers you?
No, that piece of shit lost the light of our God. He preaches false prophecies.
So he's sticking true to your cult, which means more than likely he has no idea that he just attempted to help that same prick. Interesting.
So somehow they're doing what Deimos wants done without actually knowing they're doing it. Great.
Yep. But that is a good question. How are you receiving your orders from Daraxis?
Mental messages. Damage time.
Daraxis is using some form of magic, like what my father keeps stored in his ring. Or perhaps he's more like me and able to just telepathically send messages.
I'm not entirely certain there's anyone else quite like you.
21 damage.
Either way, the magical transportation of information has ways to be blocked. and you might be able to discover a way to block your version of it.
And besides, doesn't your version have a range on it of some sort?
Yes, but I could be weaker, or he could be far stronger.
Anyway.
What? He wouldn't know that. Never mind.
I guess another one of the questions we were wanting to know, right, was if they had something to do with the one guy's death.
Actually,
And if he says no, that just furthers the fact that they have no clue they're working with each other. They have no clue what anyone else is working on.
Actually, yeah, if they aren't working together, he would probably have no knowledge of that death, since his only mission was to go after Braggy.
Yeah.
Still, if we don't ask him, then we just assuming that that's the case.
Good to know for sure.
Well, yeah, but you gotta think most of our assumptions so far have been close, if
I
not
mean,
on the mark.
before we asked him who he was working for, you all assumed that he was working with Deimos. So
he still might be. He still might be. He just might not know he's directly working with them, because what he's trying to do still
true,
benefits
but
Deimos.
we don't really have a way of knowing for sure.
As Calvin was saying, they're departmentalized, so Draxus could be working with Deimos and just not informing any of his underlings that they are.
Yeah.
Darius, you said Draxus was basically a radical, but he didn't believe Deimos, though, right?
No, if anything, he's the spark that led us leaving.
If not Deimos, who is Draxus following?
I have no clue, honestly. I didn't beg this one to follow Deimos to begin with, but
could we would that be a question we want to pose? Is who does he and Draxus pray to?
Are you going to ask that question?
That is actually a good question. So yeah, ask your question.
Who do you and Draxus worship then, if not Deimos?
Deimos is the Azamar. Before I give this answer, and it'd be a sheepish answer, Dumos is the god of creation.
Or whose teachings do you follow, if not the false teachings of Deimos?
We worship the one true prophecy, the one handed down by Dumos himself.
Oh fuck, they're Protestant.
Go to your corner. Just turn and face the corner. You're not even allowed to look at roll 20.
No.
Okay, part of me wants to ask this, but I want everybody else to approve it. Improvement for it. Where did they find the true prophecy?
Yeah, maybe.
Where should we ask?
They just said they're following the true prophecy, not the false one that Deimos is.
We might not need to ask him that. I'm going to look at Darius. Do you know what he speaks of?
True.
Draxus had a thing, claimed that he found the word of Dumos, the true word of Dumos, and that we were not following his teachings.
I was wrong.
Tried to change us after that exhibitionism. He was kicked out.
I think he might possess one of the original books. We'll look into that in a moment, but that might
Or if he knows where one of the original shrines are, he may have took the members that follow this new teaching to those shrines.
So,
But if that's the case, then why does he think that he follows Jaraxxus?
Is that what he said?
Yeah. So
He's
if he
saying that out
follows,
loud?
That's
No,
not
we're,
what
we're, we're
it's not
huddled.
phrased
We're
as a
huddled in
question
a
to him.
corner.
It's not a question to him.
Okay. Just making sure.
If we're assuming that he follows Deimos in some way, then why would Jaraxxus give these sorts of orders?
no, that's. DM, I'm gonna send you something.
Okay.
Like
I love getting secrets.
There are some things that are not
Well,
not
here's the
adding up
biggest
here.
thing. Like, this might be a stupid idea, but the biggest thing is, like, it could just be possible that Deimos allowed, or supposedly allowed them to find what they thought were the true teachings of the religion, but in reality was just another ploy or another book written with his ideals,
It's
but
possible.
worded in a different way.
That was another thought that I had a few minutes ago. I didn't want to voice
He's
it.
a master manipulator that has been working for for at least 500 years. He might have planted multiple different seeds.
Possibly, but even then, why would Jaraxxus want this outcome? Why would he want Braggy killed? What is the purpose?
Do you think he would know why Braggy had to die?
Well, I think we have to wait for Nord to done with his secret talk, because that may enlighten Nord into some ideas.
That is a good question, actually. Good on you, Como, for actually using an I tap your helmet. That brain for once. Why is Braggy the target?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I thought that question in the beginning, but I was like, nah, it's too obvious. They've already thought of it, and they don't think it's a good question.
No, I was thinking of that one too, but then I was also just had the idea pop in my head that he wouldn't know why she was the target. He was just given a target.
He might.
Because you wouldn't want them to know if, in case they got captured and interrogated.
But then
Yeah, but these guys are extremely sloppy. We've already seen that.
We'll wait for Sam to answer since you asked that question.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. The one to ask.
I am happy you asked that question.
Oh, thank God.
Her research goes against what we are taught. Everything that's created must have an end. What is created must be destroyed.
But good. You're just crazy.
So it seems like you don't actually follow the teachings of Deimos either. Interesting.
So, what, you think that every
Damage time.
because it's a robot? Like, what defines creation?
They're going.
Oh my God! 5 ones. He lives for another set of questions.
Oh my God!
Here's the thing.
They're going under the stipulation of the. They're going under the part of the church that basically thinks with every creation, there cannot be creation without destruction. Where everything has a beginning and an end.
But that's the thing.
And if Raggy's potion works, people can prolong, if not just stop, the end from coming.
But that's the thing, though. Braggy's potion is actually the most. It is the closest thing to what Deimos would want. because Dumos does not want destruction. The opposite, everything that is opposite to
But they're
destruction.
those might not be the
Destruction-
quote unquote true teachings that they're talking about.
Destruction is anathema to him. We already figured this out from the vision.
Ulrich, how do we know they're following those teachings?
That's
They could have
that's
some
what
other
I'm-
set of instructions that more
that's-
follows what
As I
the
said,
assassin believe.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying their
his
belief-
teachings his true teachings have been basically planted over for 500 or more years. There's probably multiple variants of it out.
That's the
Also,
thing.
there's always a chance that this could even be his actual teachings, more just the teachings of this Draxus guy, believing that he is the will of the gods.
These so-called
Right.
teachings that they bring up align
You
in more with that
misunderstand what
entity.
we've just learned. This means Draxus is just fucking crazy. He's going after your friend because he believes that Deimos truly wants only death.
Oh, Dumos.
No, Dumos.
But
No,
Deimos,
the god. The god.
To be fair.
Whichever
yeah,
one's the god.
Dumos is the god.
The name is so fucking similar.
I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Fair.
it's not a problem.
We're gonna do what we did to fucking.
Just an inconvenience.
I'm changing it now.
No, he doesn't want just death. He wants things created and then killed.
Yeah. And basically Draxus is taking the word to its extreme. He's going after the woman that would basically is attempting to violate the law.
From in their perspective, the teachings is all about the end, where I can't say this because I don't know the true teachings, but I feel like the true teachings for a God do creation should be the beginning, not just the beginning or not just the end, but the path from beginning to end.
And if you happen to delay that end, that's just part of the journey.
That's the thing. To him, a false end is not natural.
It is natural. We're all chemicals anyways.
So, in the end, we're not looking at part of the church, but we're looking at a second player in this entire endeavor.
Yep.
Well, not necessarily a second player. More like an offshoot that has slightly different goals.
The Protestant branch, I'm telling you guys.
Which raises a question. Why would Draxus try to kill the king of Grimfaust?
Well, his end goal
How long has the king... here's what would be a question for you, Nor. How long, with your family's knowledge, has the king of Grimfaust been in that position?
Cough, cough, DM.
What was the question? Sorry, Wolf was texting me.
A question for Nord's character. How long has the king, to his family knowledge, been in his position?
Close to 80 years.
What race is he? Human?
Yes, he is human.
He might think it's his natural end. Or something.
I will say this, he was kinged at a young age.
Yeah.
He's taking things in his own hands and he views it
Also,
as...
for all we know, the king could have been looking into getting a hold of this potion or some other means of prolonging his lifespan.
He has no way to know about the potion, though. Not before we knew about it. No.
These guys are masterful assassins. I think if they wanted to find something out, like what one of Isaac's most prominent employees is working on.
Assassin's the king.
Like, it makes absolutely no sense for the King of Grimfaust to have known about it before we did.
Yeah, no, that's not what I mean.
Okay,
What I mean is,
I know.
why
That's
would Draxus try to kill someone who's almost at their natural end anyway? Especially when it's benefiting Deimos.
Only thing I can think of is he would go after someone he thinks has found a way to prolong their natural end.
So Gurren was saying, oh, maybe he found out about this potion or was gonna try and use
Or
it.
some other method.
Found out about this potion, and that's why we're at that point in the conversation.
Could the Deimos leak a false rumor that the king was looking for a way or has found a way to prolong his life?
Now you're thinking.
Are we
You
thinking?
also,
That is very much possible.
you know what else is funny? That's another reason why he hates Deimos. Deimos has been alive for 500.
Yeah, Deimos has been alive for 500 years, and if Deimos slipped the knowledge out there, knowing this guy, and he probably knows about this guy since he's been around for that long and knows how upset he is at people that prolong their natural end. If he slipped out a rumor that the king was looking for a way to prolong his natural end, of course the guy would go after the king.
You also forget one critical fact that I mentioned about the Death's Embrace order, as it were. They're all former Dumos priests.
Mhm.
At one point or another, these guys were preaching Deimos' word.
Yep. And Deimos had to know about the assassination attempt for him to be able to use that as a way of getting your wife imprisoned.
And how would he know about that unless he orchestrated it? Which we already figured, but
More than likely, Draxus heard the rumor and went to investigate personally, which is why there wasn't an actual fight.
Well, we're theorizing about all this. Do we want to try and ask this guy about it, or do we think he wouldn't know anything?
I'm leaving the rest of the questions up to Nord, because he
might know if there was a rumor, but
some of us come up with good ideas, but Nord, out of all of us, is the one that is able to put the information together the best. I chalk off to his previous training.
I will say this to the above game. You've got 2 questions guaranteed right now. Or if you're lucky on the dice roll.
Ask about fucking why assassinate the king?
no,
That's one.
No, that's a dumb question.
We already had an idea of why he would go after the King of Grinfos. Asking that question could just confirm if our idea is right.
You've got to remember. You've got to remember that this is just an assassin. It is not Diraxus that we're talking to. He would not know.
He knew why
not know
Braggy.
why.
And obviously he was on the mission against Braggy, so it makes more sense. But I'm just saying,
he might know if there was a rumor that the king was using means to extend his life, but other than that, he wouldn't know that much about it, probably.
Yeah, but any information is better than none. We could be completely off base right now, is all I'm saying. And it might be rare to get possibly confirmed or denied.
True.
And I mean, what the fuck else are we going to ask her questions on? We don't really got much.
We don't have many questions left and much time left.
There's always an idea you can do friggin' Bryn. Your character has a high intelligence. You could always ask the GM if you can make an intelligence roll to maybe get a hint towards a question to ask. Because your character is smarter than you are.
This is true. But
I feel like I'm missing an obvious fucking question. I'm just drawing a blank.
That's why I was asking for the intelligence roll, because I feel like the GM sitting there staring at the screen, tapping his fingers together evilly, waiting for us to realize something.
Actually, I'm dropping the dice in one hand and then dropping them into my other one.
Waiting for us to realize something.
Oh my god, we're in sync, bro. Sam, are there any questions that we aren't thinking of that I might know just because I have more experience in this area?
Not necessarily. You've asked all the questions that would be pertinent to you, in my opinion.
Dope. I'm fine, guys. I will have no regrets. I still think the question's a good question. Just in case. I mean, unless we have a better idea, obviously.
The only thing I can think of that we would want more information about, of that he might know something about, is the stuff going on in Grimfaust, or anything he might know about that body that fell out of the freaking sky. But I feel like he wasn't the one that did that.
Could we ask about future?
No.
I mean, obviously they've assassinated or attempted an assassination on the king, attempted an assassination on Braggy.
Oh,
anything else?
That could be another interesting question. What other targets have Draxus sent you after?
Oh yeah, so other past targets and other possible future targets. Those could be the next two questions.
Well, what targets that Draxus has personally sent him after would give us sort of an outline of what type of people he's targeting.
Okay, you want to do that?
Nord?
Andrew?
That is a... What targets has Draxus deemed critical?
Those who would seek to extend their life.
Okay, so that was vague. But
no, that basically points out the exact reason why they went after Braggy, and
why they went
and would give us the reason why they would go after the king. He would not go after the king unless he thought
he was extending his life.
Though that does give rise to an interesting set of questions to ask Draxus himself.
And to ask what the fuck is he up to?
Yeah,
or rumored to have been up to.
Such as what about the people that have their life extended even if they don't seek it? Or
I don't think Draxus
or
is
what about the people who naturally
here.
have incredibly long lives compared to others?
Most likely anyone that gets their life extended, even though they don't want it.
I love the fact that Ulrich is sitting on a giant clue.
He would most likely want them to take their own lives, and if they didn't take their own lives, then their time would normally come.
Is that just based
go
on
after them?
Is that just based on what I just said, or another
based
thing?
on the question I just answered?
People extending their life. Who do we know that's trying
You have a clue that you're not giving us.
No, I don't even think he's aware of it.
Alric, is there anyone in your backstory that has an extended lifespan?
Yes.
Really?
And technically myself as well.
You fucking what?
Ulrich died at one point in time. He came back.
Oh shit.
But he died at one point in time.
So does that count as expanding your lifespan?
Oh my god. Well, that will also pose a question to Nord. Like, at some point in history, did the king die and be brought back with like revivified magic?
DM?
Or is that a secret that no one would know, even your family?
I'm sorry, what?
Multiple times.
Holy shit. So not only...
That son of a bitch.
How do you think Deimos had so much pull in Grimfaust?
Oh,
and he let that information leak to Draxus.
So maybe once is too small because, like, I mean, how many people have died once and then got brought back?
Even once would go against his ideals, because in his mind, if you die, you were meant to.
Mm-hmm.
He might He might even extend that even further, because what about those that have used health potions to survive when they wouldn't have otherwise?
Yeah, but I think that's all too petty for him. Like,
he sounds
like
a very petty individual.
No,
I
but
don't
I
know.
mean,
He
if
sounds
you've
like
noticed.
a radicalist.
Yes, true. But I'm just saying, like,
That seems
if
too
you go after things that are that small, you're going to be killing too many people. I don't think he has enough people for that.
It's
I
just
think
a
he's going after
theory.
big fish because those are the people he can spend his men on.
It's just a
I
theory.
was just DM. You're an asshole.
Yes.
Deimos was intentionally saving the king's lives, probably on assassination attempts or illnesses he gave him, in order to set this up. That son of a bitch.
The guy's been plotting for 500 years. And there was a reason they exiled these people.
Which is why he let this group go.
If Deimos felt this group was going to be a problem, he would just straight out killed them, where no one would have found out. But instead, he exiled them.
Bro, what the fuck is this game?
Welcome to the game.
Also, what is the friggin' thief? What is the member of this group thinking about now that he's finding out from basically what our narrative we're talking about, that Deimos purposely exiled them and has been using them?
Oh, he's visibly pissed.
Welcome to the internet, where we've got fun and games.
Welcome to the internet. What would you prefer? Would you like to fight for civil rights or tweet a racial slur?
Oh my god, it's stuck in my head now.
Sorry. Future targets to get specific ideas because we don't know.
How do you contact Draxus?
We don't. Damage time.
Please roll up.
I still got one, I think.
Nope, because you asked the question about.
Oh yeah, the stupid one.
Well, at least we know he contacts them and they don't contact him.
Oh, 5 ones! You get one more set and then he's dead.
Oh my god. Oh.
Y'all are getting extremely lucky. I'm changing out the die. Well, it doesn't fucking matter at this point.
I'm wondering
targets just to get specific ideas.
Hey, there's a reason for that. Alark is one of the questioners.
Should we ask for specific details on possible future targets?
No, because he wouldn't give them details on targets until he contacts them. The guy's not. The guy's smart.
You just found out that they don't get in touch with Draxus. He gets in touch with them.
A hold of them. So most likely he has one person position, 1, 2, maybe 3 people positioned in each city. And whenever the target needs to be dealt with in that city, he gets a hold of someone there.
We want to. He wouldn't know the names of the other.
No, because they're kept separate.
One of us should go back and write down the questions and answers after the recording.
Yeah, they will be recorded in the video, so we can go back and.
Yeah, but I mean, we should write it down in one of our notes.
Yeah.
So
but
that
now we just know what we were thinking before is that this has all been manipulated by Deimos.
Fucking bitch. Hate that guy. What do we ask? What do we ask?
I know there's a fucking question I need to ask, but I'm just not sure what the fuck the question is.
Would information about how long ago Draxus contacted him be useful?
I don't think so.
Giving between the time we know when the assassination tip on the king happened and when he started hunting friggin' Raggy.
That's just it. He didn't go after Braggy. He sent amateurs, like fucking bottom feeders in this organization, pretty much.
So I meant between the time that this guy was told to deal with Braggy and when the assassination attempt happened, that maybe that would give us a range of like How fast is I'm not sure what that would give us. Fuck.
I
Trying to
get
think of shit.
To be
Sure.
fair, he also sent an amateur after Braggy the first time too.
Why is he sending in amateurs though?
That might
Because
be all he
might,
has.
He might only
Maybe.
have amateurs.
Or
Does anybody
Braggy's
remember?
not worth professionals.
Does nobody remember what Darius said at the beginning of this investigation?
It was fucking
They had Draxus is killing members and inserting his own, isn't he?
No, it's not that.
It was literally just
Shut up,
fucking,
Jacob.
They went. It didn't go through like official contract lines. It went around.
No. What, baby? Okay, that's fine.
He did say that. It's true.
I'm trying to give critical information here. Well, guys, apparently fuck my critical information.
How's Stardew Valley going, Wolfie?
Darius said that every one of the old guard were people he left with and trusted. When the new members died, they didn't have those same people anymore. So the new recruits could be corrupted with different teachings.
I see. Okay. So he's going after the
there's a possibility that all we piece this information together and basically like if the top 5, including himself, are the ones that came from the temple, that means all their lower grade recruits, all their new recruits can be corrupt or could be corrupted.
Yes.
And with them having 25 people and only 6 of them being trustworthy or guaranteed to be trustworthy, that gives quite a few people that could be.
This is a point where you better hope that hand man is trustworthy for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was one of the ones that was picked out personally.
Yeah, but you should hope that he actually is trustworthy and not an implanted spy.
Well, I mean,
again, nobody in Draxus's thing is planted. They're already there. He just gets to teach. He just somehow finds a way to get to them to teach them his way before Darius and the other 4 heads do their way.
How did Draxus teach you about?
Is that what, wait a minute.
This prophecy.
Yeah. About the teaching, the true teachings.
Mentally. He showed me visions. Taught me the will of Dumos.
I just kind of give a glance over to the trusting NPC.
Mm-hmm. Telepathy that strong, visions. He couldn't have been no more than 5 feet away at the time.
And you said he's good at staying hidden. He could be hiding in your organization and
Darius
no one
is
even
going
realizes
to
it.
go grab this man by the collar. Where is Draxus? Here. And he is going to start foaming at the mouth, jerking about in his chair, and finally collapse over dead.
I'm immediately looking around the room since he said here.
Yeah.
Great.
Does he mean here? Like here? Like in here?
Perception checks.
Definitely in the city.
I don't think we could roll high enough to see him.
Probably not.
Natural 20, maybe.
Natural 20, you might.
It's a dirty 25.
Time to get stabbed and shit. Doo-dah, doo-dah. That's a dirty 20.
25 total.
And
I'm terrified.
I'm gonna have to roll for
And this room
Darius.
is decently lit up, so
Yeah, but he might be invisible.
shit.
For that.
if
Nope.
he's
He
invisible,
doesn't see
then we have
anything.
Oh, fuck me.
He could also
No, thank you.
he could
Uh,
also have something else.
Como.
With a
Light up-
perception check of 25, Ulrich, you see the door closing.
I pull my gun, say the door's closing.
Como, light up that area.
Should I do that, or should I do see invisibility?
I was thinking of casting fairy fire on where the door's closing because it will go. Or wait, no, it doesn't go through walls, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, the door's closing.
I'll cast the
Which means
invisibility.
He's probably leaving.
Can I cast it? No, it's self. Fuck, I'm so bad at seeing. It's fine. It's gonna have to do.
It doesn't matter if it's self. You just bypass invisibility.
I try
Yeah,
to fire.
I've-
I try to fire outside the
if it-
door as it's
If it
closing.
is invisibility.
Now begs the question, ladies and gentlemen. Was that man influencing your questions at all? Or influencing his answers?
You bitch.
Possibly.
I'm trying to.
Should we go after? Are we going after him?
Of course we are. What do you think?
Yeah,
go.
we're going through the door.
We might not do anything, but we're gonna try. That's a 23 through the door. I doubt it hits because he's invisible, but
No.
likely. But
Nothing. Your bullet whizzes through the door.
damn it.
I'm going through the door. This is probably gonna get me stabbed.
Yeah, I open the door.
I run up to the door with him.
Do we?
We go through the door. Duh.
Do we?
The most
Nothing's
important. The
Building.
most important one would be Como, since Como has see invisibility.
Yeah.
Como, you don't see anything.
Not invisible.
Now here's begs the question: is he invisible, or is he on a different plane entirely, and just able to interact with ours?
Either way, I think we need to go meet up with the head. As I look back at our NPC,
The head of what?
go meet up with the head of
Well, this is
Is
one of
the head of Death's Embrace.
This is
He
one
is
of
the head.
Are we with the poison using guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's-
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were with him, the other guy.
No, the other guy went to find whoever his informant from the chemical plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would just look at him and it's like, well, that's a problem.
Considering he got past my senses, yeah.
Now, if you have like any, right
on
lemon
the
juice, yes.
on the bright side,
But if everything he said was true,
I don't think on the bright side. I don't think he got within the 5 feet range of the person we were talking to, though. Because GM, if he would have came within 15 feet of
Circle
the
of
guy,
Truth would have hit him, I know.
Yep, and I would have been notified that something in the room failed.
Yep.
Or passed.
I'm trying
Which
to think of
means-
possibilities. And honestly, the possibilities that this could be slightly frightens me a little. Just a little bit.
Now, my general question to everyone here, why would Draxus himself be in this city?
We
See,
need to
Because
go.
he's either
Oh,
getting tired of his
no,
people
No,
failing.
guys, we need to go see Fraggy. If he's
Yeah.
here, he's going after himself.
Oh boy. Okay, run. We don't know where the fuck
And-
she.
No. more than they don't know where she really is. We haven't said where she really is.
Nope.
At least. So if we go to her, we'll probably lead the man we can't see to her.
There's also another thing that I would love to point out, that Norris and Como would be intelligent enough to put together.
Go.
Norris, because of your background, and Como, because of your knowledge of the city. That attack happened literally about an hour ago. And then he just appeared, like he knew. There's no spell in recorded history that could transfer information that fast and get him there that fast. So
he was already here. He's been here from the beginning.
I don't like this. I don't like this guy.
You had better hope, by the way, that he is not powerful enough to make a demi-plane.
Oh, he's not powerful enough to make a demi-plane.
If he's a shadow rogue, he can't even make a demi-plane. That's a high-level wizard.
Not necessarily.
I'm not gonna.
But
I'm not even sure what a shadow rogue could do.
Well, he said
no, but Norris was on the right track during some of those questions.
Tom, which ones? Was my question good?
And by the way, Ulrich, you know this for a fact. Your mentor is 125.
Way past
as
what
an
a Dragonborn
Aasimar.
normally.
Actually,
past what Aasimar should be.
Wasn't he a bit older? I thought he was a bit older. But...
He was a bit older, but he's way past the life expectancy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which means Diraxus will probably be targeting him as well.
True.
Eventually.
Though...
He's a more high priority target than Ulrich is, because Ulrich may have been brought back to life, but nothing seems to be able to kill the gunslinger.
Yeah.
You don't think...
I also gave a huge clue on one of the questions.
Hints to which one that is?
I can't give you that or it'll give it away.
Well, I feel like we had so much shit we were dealing with that we may have overlooked it.
You, really quickly, you don't think that what he has on us is something that relates to life expectancy? Because that's just Dumos. That's not Dirksis doing. I forgot everyone's fucking name. Dirksis? Is that his name?
Draxus.
Fuck.
Dirksis. It's Dirksis now, just to insult him.
Changing your name.
Oh, you're Dirksis. Draxus. Oh, no. We renamed you.
Drax is the one that cares about life expectancy and shit, not Dumos, right?
Yep.
Like, but yes.
What class did we think he was?
Well, we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know.
No, I mean, Nord said something earlier. A shadow something.
Shadow rogue.
It's a build that I was referring to. Shadow rogues are way of the shadow monk with rogue. They're busted, to say the least.
But we don't think
Sam could be throwing one of those at us.
We don't think that what he has on us has anything to do with these types of people, right? Like your mentor, the king.
Or it's more homebrew stuff.
Yeah, that's possible.
You gotta remember.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe he has the freaking One Ring and he can throw himself into the plane of spirits. I don't fucking know, but.
What questions did we ask? We asked about previous. What the fuck did we ask?
I'm blanking on it now because I'm more just freaking
realizing
why I'm
that
saying
someone was
recording.
Somebody goes back and puts it into their notes.
Son of a bitch!
What was it? That's not an answer.
It's an obvious one.
What
That we
was
missed,
my
right?
theory about what the temples of that we are looking for held?
The copy of
Held or
This
held?
man is showing extreme abilities. Shit we have not seen anyone else do.
relic.
What?
Does he have a relic of Deimos? Is that what you're referring to?
Yep.
Quite.
Why else would he believe that suddenly his words are true? The former leader of Deimos's weren't.
Yeah.
This man's probably found one of the temples.
Oh, fuck.
He probably didn't find enough of it because he's gone absolutely crazy.
Or worse, he's made his already radicalist ideas more valid.
True.
Confirmation bias.
When it comes to scripture, it's all a lot of it's based on interpretation. So whatever values he already have just got incentivized from whatever
and if
he
your
read.
interpretation is incredibly off, then
oh fuck. Do you
happen to be fair? I have gone to a McDonald's before and asked for
like
coffee, and they
question,
gave me a yogurt.
Do they? Does the head of Death's Embrace remember when the guy or Diraxis start acting so radical?
That was 150 years ago.
Sorry, not a
Where
yogurt.
Where was he? Was he sent on any missions, or was he sent anywhere around that time?
He was on a pilgrimage of sort, trying to get closer to Dumos' light.
Would he have happened to have gone to the southern deserts? To a mountain?
Last reported location was... Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, we're no longer looking for that temple, I guess.
You might still want to look there.
Oh, yeah.
We would still want to look there, even though there's not a relic. There would still be whatever teachings this guy found.
Also, who knows if the teachings are fragments or
if they're part of 3 teachings.
Whatever it is.
No glossing over that. You said part of 3 teachings.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Andrew, that it's normal. It's game mechanics. It always comes in 3. 3 temples, 3 things you have to find, 3 magical beasts.
3 wives, it's always 3.
3 parts of a triangle.
3 relics and 3 teachings to go.
I want to say something, but I don't.
So what the fuck?
It's always
what
3.
aspects of life could you teach about, man?
3 children.
3 Psalms.
3 what?
If you're a real pro assassin, you don't double tap, you triple tap.
But this does bring in one other interesting aspect. If he's got one of the true teachings, one of the original scriptures that lunatic made, and a piece of the actual Deimos, something that God touched, we're in trouble.
Yeah,
Quite.
no shit.
Yeah, we're in more friggin' trouble just in the fact that he's in the city.
Really quickly, Sam, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
I accidentally let that slip, so...
Well, what was it? You said 3 something.
I mean, I said 3 Psalms.
Three pieces 3 pieces of teaching.
Okay.
Or 3
Okay.
teachings.
Yeah.
Something
Well,
like that.
then afterwards he said 3 sums, and that's what I didn't hear. That's what I was trying to get clarification on. But I see. I got
Everyone
you.
was saying how everything goes to 3s, and then I said 3 sums.
Okay.
There's the beginning.
You didn't get that.
There's the teachings of the beginning, which is creation. The teachings of the middle, which I don't know what that would be, and then the teachings of the end, which is the ones that he went to in the desert.
Yeah. I mean, maybe. Probably. Possibly.
Perhaps. Could also be that since these
creation, life, and death. The teachings of creation, the teachings of life, and the teaching of death.
Which makes me wonder whether or not that these teachings were made by 3 separate sects that broke apart.
Or maybe Deimos isn't 1 god, but 3. Who fucking knows?
Deimos?
I think our more important problem is there's a fucking highly skilled killer in the city with a death wish on some of our friends.
Let's go
with
find
an
the other
insanely powerful artifact.
Regroup.
Yeah, with an insanely powerful artifact, which is probably the reason none of us can fucking find him.
Yeah, can we go find the other head and also Isaac so he can? I mean, I know he's protecting Braggy, but like, just like triple check that she's good.
I was about to say
what part of my statement earlier? If we go to her, we're going to tell them exactly where she is.
No, Como is right. We don't want to go to Braggy, but we want to check on Isaac because Isaac is the one that knows where she is.
Exactly.
So he might go after Isaac.
Well, if he's listening in, then he already knows how to get his information, so why not just tell him already?
He already left, though. So
we don't know that. We can't see him.
Yes, Como casts see invisibility.
Yeah, but he might not be visible.
That doesn't mean that he was invisible.
Magic doesn't work. Just a textbook D&D thing. Certain magical items don't work on artifacts.
Oh, bitch. I'm gonna flip the air off.
So maybe you should pay a little more attention next time. Well,
it doesn't fucking matter.
Let's just go find the people we need to find and tell them the things we learn so we can stop the shit. Let's go.
And thieves can't. I'm gonna look at Darius and tell him that we might be so fucked.
If I could understand that, I would say 100%.
Well, we know he's in the city, so safest thing to do would be getting her out of the city, but fucking how can we get her out of the city without him finding out? He's can be fucking everywhere.
He'll probably be
guys.
Hello?
Quick question. If he's been in this city the entire time and hasn't taken out Braggy, but sent minor people to do it, Darius isn't the type of person to think he's better than thou. If the job needs to be done and it's holy to him, he's gonna do it. Maybe Braggy's not the target, not the main one.
Who
who else in
would
the
go
city?
against him like that?
He might have actually been behind what happened to the other guy that was helping Isaac with his program.
Oh shit.
The Warforges don't die, they live forever, basically. They don't
But
age.
they aren't real. Like, they're not people.
Isaac is untouchable by you. He doesn't believe anyone is untouchable.
I mean, he's already attacked a king. Let's go.
Oh, fuck, Isaac!
As Darius is going to use all of his movement, which you will find out, Nord, is 10 speed over yours.
How the fuck did he pull that off?
Do we think do we think he's the best person to get there first?
I have mobile.
He has mobile, and he has a handy dandy magical item that I create it.
Black
Well,
Jack
I
has-
didn't create this.
Do-
Somebody
do we-
else did.
Do we think it's good for
Boots of-
Darius? Do we think it's good for Darius to get there first?
Yes.
Should
Why
I
would you
give
think
Darius?
That's cool.
Should I give Darius haste for 10 minutes?
Oh
so he
no,
moves at
you're gonna
double
see
his
him
speed?
click his boots together, and he is going to sprint faster than any of you could catch
Never
him.
mind. Give it to Norris.
That Dorothy mother.
If you give it to Norris, Norris will keep up.
Yeah, give it to Norris. Let's get
He
two
has
people on.
something from the Critical Role
Yeah.
universe.
Fuck it.
That's what I thought it was. The Boots of Speed that they had in that one season 2, I believe.
Even
Would
earlier, actually.
Norris be able to move at full speed while holding the goblin?
He'd be restricted to half movement
Never mind. Yeah,
because that's how it works when you're carrying somebody.
Because I'm that
I
heavy,
just tell Norris to keep up with him, and I tap Norris on the back and give him haste for 10. It's 10 minutes, right? Haste.
Haste is 10 minutes.
I will spend the sorcery point to extend it, so you get 20 minutes of haste.
I'm gonna.
Just does a line of cocaine. I got your magic.
I'm gonna cast Expeditious Retreat again. I'm not gonna keep up with them, but I'll be like in
Fuck
the
it.
middle. I would cast it on Norris, but itself.
But he doesn't need expedition retreat. He can use his
Oh, yeah,
bonus
he's-
action to dash.
Oh, I run. Lagging behind a
I
bit.
run so far away.
I wonder if I should pop another point and give it to the goblin so the goblin can get there sooner too.
I mean, as many of us.
I'm waiting for all the prep to be done.
I'm kind of pretty slow as is, so you can just go ahead of me.
I have trouble fucking carrying the goblin.
Goblin, your base speed is now 30, by the way. One of the updates the multiverse did was bring all small creatures' base speed up to 30.
Oh, okay.
Well, I would have also twin spelled it, gave myself haste, and grabbed the goblin and flew.
Now make sure you're marking off those spell slots.
Okay then.
Yep, I am almost out of spell slots and sorcery points. I just burnt through a bunch of them.
Totally fine.
Thanks for the lift.
You just see two fucking rogues do a line of cocaine and start running.
A bird.
That's probably unhealthy, but I'm not going to interrupt them.
Now, quick question, Norris.
They two dash past, then comes a bird flying at high speed.
Norris,
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Quick question, Norris. Are you following Darius for the shortest path?
Yes.
I need some acrobatics checks.
I have proficiency in those, I think.
On the bright side, me and the goblin, mine and the goblin.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mine and the goblin's path is a lot
18, 12,
shorter
20.
because we fly over everything.
As you attempt to keep up with Darius, you are jumping through cabbage carts, not touching them.
My cabbages.
Using some of the buildings to essentially the top of buildings, climbing up them to get across covered and crowded areas. You almost slip and fall with that 12, but Darius grabs you by the scruff of the neck and keeps you going. And you guys get there in a fourth the time it usually would.
I feel like me and the goblin will be next just for the fact that we're flying a straight line over buildings.
He clicks his boots again for the second use. We're not done yet, come on. As he starts racing through the company building.
You
they need to build something that makes running upstairs, a lot easier.
You should still have haste up since I popped it for 20 minutes.
It would have taken at least 15 to get there.
Okay.
Remember, you were running from the top of town to the center.
Up.
Hopefully he's at the office.
It's only 5 flights of stairs. It'll be fine.
As you all make your way up, well, Norris and Darius first, because you fuckers are on crack.
Does his office have a window?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so when me and the goblin get there, we're going straight through the window, since we're flying above the roofs.
As you, Norris, as you and Darius burst through the front doors to the office, you see Isaac just going over paperwork with Charles. Okay, this is interesting.
All I'm going to picture is a pigeon. We're going through! Smack!
I would tell Alaric we're going through so he could shoot the window to break it.
Sure. Why not?
We're gonna fucking damage this man's building. Hey,
Yes.
Technically, your building.
Oh, crash.
Yeah.
Again, as you both burst through the door, before Alaric and Cyril catch up, you just see Isaac working at his desk, handing paperwork over to Charles. Okay. Do I want to know? The effects of haste will have worn off by now.
Yeah, I just fucking slammed to the ground.
There's a single turn where you
Rookies.
can't do anything.
So 6 seconds, you're in lethargic fucking... Yeah. Rookies. Alright,
Fuck
wait.
you and your bullshit.
Now that that's over with, Isaac, you need to come with us. Now. I beg your pardon?
Crazy. Psychopath. Gonna kill you. Bragging distraction.
Wouldn't be the first time a crazy psychopath tried to kill me, if I'm being honest with myself.
I assume this is where we hit the window.
Yep, where you hit the window. But God's damn it, that window was expensive. You know how rare it is to find glass workers in a city of artificers?
Well, sorry, but we're in a bit of a hurry.
Cyril just collapses to the floor because he wasn't just flying as fast as he has ever flown before. He was flying as fast as he could fly before, carrying a goblin.
There, friend. It'll be all right. You just need to take your breath there for a bit. Hey, I'll take you out. I'll take you out for a drink there later.
And your speed, bullshit.
Again, fucking rookies.
Whoever made them boots, I am buying a pair.
Considering we're hunting the guy who made them, probably not.
Oh shit.
I will steal his.
You know, funny enough, you actually you earn these when you join, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, we need to get you the fuck out of here. And Isaac is just simply closes the book, and you see a side of him that you never see before. He's got a stern look. I'm not going anywhere because of some radicalist thought to try and take me out.
Let me rephrase this. This man
that's in the city right now that wants you dead because of your soldiers.
This man almost assassinated a king. He was standing in a room with this man. We didn't even know he was there. And more than likely, he could be in this room, and we wouldn't even know it.
I don't doubt that. No offense, Darius, but your senses are more humane, mine are mechanical in nature. My security system is state-of-the-art. If anyone were in this room, I would know.
And that's when he gets stabbed in the back.
I was about to say I said the same fucking thing.
That is pretty. That would be too cliche.
Yep, it would be too cliche, which is why it doesn't happen.
It's
That would be too cliche. DM crosses out entire paragraph on his notes.
It's
Fucking
Sam.
asshole.
He has done cliche before.
He has breathed cliche before.
I'm not. Think about it.
Well, I don't know
Braggy's-
about you,
Braggy
but
hasn't violated the rules yet.
indeed.
Violated what rules?
This man thinks any attempt to prolong life, any violation of any artificial extension of life is a violation.
If that were the case, then half the citizens would be dead by now.
And why are those citizens extensions what they are?
The healing potions that we administer, they bring one back from death's grip if we get to them quick enough.
Yes. And I kind of look, and why are those so accommodating?
Because if they weren't, we'd be a lot less handy. Experiments and research, they can get quite taxing. I recently heard that a pair of goblins lost their hands in trying to create a lighter bomb.
Slight smirk from the side.
Yes. What I'm trying to say is, you have caught the eye of an assassin that this man has even admitted is better than him.
But why? I don't extend life. I don't even create it. I'm creating objects that can do my will.
Well, he's
Yes.
technically extending
Has a
people's
point.
lives, but
Technically, the soldiers aren't alive.
Yeah, but even then, he still distributes the.
Well, here would be a question. Here would be a question. If not Isaac, there's only one other like big target that would require someone of his caliber to be here. Has the king ever came back from?
No, the king has been living a cushy life as a general. He sits behind a war table and commands others to do his work for him. There's no reason for him to even be on a battlefield.
Then out of game. If it's not the king, it's not Isaac. Why would someone of his talent be here in the city?
We still don't know for sure that it is not Isaac that he's after. Because even if he doesn't
actually,
consider
didn't we piece together that the automatons don't fight like an automaton would? They fight like a person would. It's like, are your automatons really just machines?
Yes.
Or are they sentient like people?
They are truly just machines. Anybody wants to, they can, inside them.
I'm not there.
I don't believe that.
Can't eat. D6 won't even help that shit.
He is telling the truth.
To his knowledge.
Yeah, to his knowledge, those machines are just machines.
Do you think he thinks that?
Yeah, that he thinks that they are machines, but that doesn't mean that they are.
What the fuck's going on? What's the fuck's going on then? Why would he be in the city? If Braggy's not an important enough target, if the king has never been brought back to life, or will have his life extended, if he doesn't consider the robots to be sentient, if you have never extended anyone's lifespan, what targets in the city is valuable enough for him? Unless he's planning to somehow destroy an entire city.
I wouldn't put it past that madman.
Yeah,
But
my
what?
still run.
But what can he do to take out a city? He's one person. He doesn't have an army.
No.
Well,
But we know a certain corporation that dabbles in high explosives.
now that there is a thought.
I want perception checks from everybody right now.
I'm not there.
Damn it.
I believe in you.
I'd say you would have caught up at this point.
Yes? Okay, thank God.
Let me just add a d6 and
I mean,
pray.
shit. Woo!
That's better. I'll take a
Let's
16.
go!
All right. Come here, Cthulhu. I need you.
What does that
Praise
mean?
be the old ones, blessed be the
Fuck
gods.
you and your bastard.
Come
There
on.
is no warden by Sing Say.
Como, how long does see
Ooh, yeah.
invisibility last?
Just said an hour! Dude, we're on the same wavelength, you and I.
Okay. And he said it took 20 minutes to get here.
Probably 30 for me.
Yeah, so it would still be up
Probably
though.
30, yeah.
So you can still see invisible people for another 30 minutes.
Yes.
So as you, Como, are walking through the door, the receptionist is wondering what the fuck is going on because she just saw glass shatter at the top story and two rogues just fucking bolt
Blurred.
upstairs.
Sorry, ma'am. Important business.
What the hell is going on?
Big things. You know, politics. I run.
Take the day off.
Take the day.
Everything
Mind if I
needs to be
do?
normal. Take a day off.
Mind if I do?
Properly formatted it and submitted it through the right channels.
She is gone. You told her to take the day off.
Take the day off.
Woo! I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
No, that was me joking.
Oh, I thought Como said it. I was like, okay.
No, I was repeating him because it's funny.
No, you said it.
Yeah,
My
you
second
technically
grade-
said it. She's gone.
I also feel like that's
I don't
something.
get paid enough for this shit.
I also feel like that's something Como would do. Just be like, take the day off, get out of here.
It makes sense. It's gonna bite.
Isaac's gonna come down with us and be like, "Where's my secretary?"
I don't know. She kind of ran. Anyways, run up the stairs.
If you want to live, take the day off early.
So as you run up the stairs, you see your party. There is a giant hole in the glass, or actually no, there is no window where Ulrich and Searle are standing. Norris looks beat as shit, and sounds like they're trying to convince Isaac to run, and then they're trying to figure out exactly what it is that Draxus is planning.
How did they finally made it?
Wait, and nobody perceives anything?
Nope.
Fucking.
And your see invisibility doesn't see anything.
Okay.
Just in case, for safety of mine. Friggin'. Oh, I was about to say friggin' if she pops fairy fire on the entire room.
Oh, it's not that.
That's a dex save.
You really want to put a deck save on an assassin?
Yeah.
You may also want to check in with your supplies and such to see if there's any black powder that's been gone missing recently or anything like that, just in case.
He will pick up a sending stone and contact the warehouse where most of their ingredients and alchemical components are stored. Yes,
Just in,
thank you. And he
just
will
in
put it down.
case.
Everything's accounted for. No one is missing
Well,
either.
at least that's a good. At least that's a good thing.
Sam.
I'm going to
Yes.
insight. I want to insight Charles, by the way,
Go for it.
Yeah, what the fuck is Charles?
because
Is
I want to
Charles
know
is
what.
a gnome.
Ah, darn it! But I want.
No,
I
that's not
wanted
what I
to know
meant.
what.
I didn't mean what race. I just meant
Oh.
in general.
I wanted to know
He's
what
just looking
Charles is up
dumbfounded
to.
at this entire situation, like, I don't get paid enough for this shit.
Okay. Normal reaction.
Okay.
Wait, I was gonna ask. I'm sure it would have come up by now if I did, so I'm assuming no. But is there any rumors or gossip of anybody in town who fucking cheated death in some way, besides just a potion?
No.
Okay. So it really could be anyone or everyone, unless it's fucking Isaac.
Or it could be a specific target. Yeah, it could very well be anything. You got the idea that Draxus is a radical madman. You can't think into the mindset of a madman. You don't know what his purpose is.
Yeah, we have a vague idea, but we don't know how he interprets things. Who knows why he thinks health potions are fine? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he does because he doesn't see it as actual death. Maybe, or actually prolonging life. Maybe he does because it's too small and too many people use them for him to actually deal with. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know quite how far his madness goes.
But we do know that you could be on his list, whether he believes that Warforges have life, or because he feels that soldiers being saved by not being in the war helps his prolonging life, or if he believes that because you're helping make it easier to get health potions by decreasing the cost for your employer.
Did y'all hear that on the mic?
No.
Oh, let me try it again. Hold on. That time?
No.
I tried to simulate knocking. Shit. There's a knock at the door.
Enter.
I feel like we should Isaac's office.
Coming in is a kobold.
Oh.
In like a scientist type robes.
Hi.
Howdy.
You got that coffee I ordered?
I wasn't aware you ordered coffee.
Ignore him. He's a bit frazzled at the moment.
Yeah, okay. New people don't like it.
Uh-huh. Now what might you be here for, if I might ask?
I'm here to drop off research notes.
Oh, I'll step out of his way.
Thank you. And he will walk over towards Isaac and hand him the research notes. The preliminary stages are pretty cut and dry. The testing has proven to be most beneficial. I think we're ready for mainstream production.
Oh, fuck. These guys.
Indeed. It looks like the testing has gone well enough that we can present this to the king himself. Yes, and as a matter of fact, some of the boys were even motivated, and we got you something. Oh? And he's going to present a bottle of liquor.
It's poison! No! Mr. President!
Darius is already beating you to it. He pops the top and drinks from it.
I was just joking.
Huh. Not bad. That's an import. That shit's expensive. No poison.
I'm sitting. Yes. No poison, falls dead. Son of a bitch.
That was completely rude.
Oh, you honestly think we're all crazy, don't you?
Think.
No, that was the kobold that said that.
Oh. You have no idea. He's just, good friends. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, well, I'll be on my way then. And he is going to start walking towards the door. Nord, perception check.
Fucking.
Only Nord.
What the fuck is he? He's a liar.
Damn it!
You
A
bitch!
D6 isn't going to help that.
It might.
Listen.
This is not a stealth roll. This is a
for
DC check.
15.
15.
I knew it!
You see a glint towards the doorway. A familiar glint. As this kobold drops dead.
I'm going to grab the nearest person and throw them at
Isaac. You're probably closest.
And
I suppose it's either
attempt
Darius or me, I guess.
Oh yeah,
an offhand dagger. That's not gonna hit.
15. You hit the wall behind the door.
Can I try and run open the door and see if
I'm
I see
giving.
it?
No, the door is open.
Oh!
The kobold left the door open.
Oh, he walked out of the door and dropped dead.
Yeah.
No. He was still in the room with you. He turned to walk away, got about halfway, and something killed him.
What the fuck? Can I
I
ask
know
him
what
to...
his target is. His target is your crew.
Norris, you've done something. Como, what are you doing? You get one reaction before.
One fucking reaction. Oh, shit. Huh. I don't like this. Fucking...
This is why I had you roll perception checks earlier.
This'll work if I can't see him? Nope. I didn't see the glint, right? That was just Norris?
Only Norris could see it.
Okay. Fuck, I don't think I have any spells that can help unless damage, but I don't think I'm gonna... Fuck it, I'm gonna... I can either cast Shatter in the area near the door, or I can try and figure out cause of death with this body. We can always do that later. I'm just gonna cast Shatter.
Okay, cast Shatter.
Fuck it. Wait, yeah, that's a con save. Okay. I was like, wait, is that Dex? No, it's not. Only 14. But I'll post it in chat too because I'm stupid and forgot to.
Okay. You cast Shatter. This loud, eruptious, booming noise comes from the hallway. Don't hear anything.
Fuck. Okay, next person.
I move between Isaac and the door, pulling my pistol and trying to perceive things. Perception check. Yeah.
Disadvantage.
Okay. Interesting. May luck be with me.
15. You don't see anything.
There's that nice cold wind finally.
Alright, that's all I do.
Cyril, your turn to do something. Gurren? You muted, buddy?
Fuck, I've been muted for a while. I'm checking the kobold to see if he's just straight dead, or if there's something I can do.
He is dead. If you look at the injuries, there are no stab wounds, there's no cuts. He just keeled over dead.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I know what I should have done. Never mind.
Does this look similar to the people that Norse does like his injuries look similar to the people that Norse have killed with his mind blade?
Looks similar, but who can tell? The only one that knows about that ability and the ins and outs of that would be Norris.
And thematically, I've been saying that my character doesn't understand what the fuck he does when he does it. He just knows how to use it, and he's not really sure what the
So
fuck
hard,
it is.
I come out.
I guess I would just bring it Norse. The ability you use doesn't leave wounds on people, right?
Right.
I'm not finding a single wound on this kobold, but he's gone.
Which means, and I kind of look over at your companion. He doesn't like using real blades, does he?
Truth be told, none of us have ever actually seen him kill anybody.
Huh.
I guess that will also explain how he gives information to people, considering you can talk in our head sometimes.
Which means, more than likely, he's the same type of, I guess, individual I am.
That's a scary fucking thought.
Yeah, except he's probably been doing this for a lot longer, so he's a lot better.
Yeah.
Next time something like this happens, which I hope it doesn't, but next time it does happen, I need to use detect magic, because then I might be able to at least send.
It's not magic.
But
that's the problem. Psychic stuff and magic are two different categories.
No, not that fucking artifact thing.
Artifacts can bounce certain as per some of the D&D rules in the Dungeon Master's Guide. Certain artifacts are not affected by certain spells.
Yeah, there are magical artifacts that would look like a generic item because they didn't show up on detect magic.
In that case, it would have to be an artifact, because if it.
Also, you need to be careful because there's some artifacts that if you use detect magic on it, it will overload your sensories and deal you psychic damage.
Cool, I hate that.
Now you have confirmation that he has an artifact because he walked in with Como.
The fucking thing was near me, bitch.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, Kellic, but your class Soul Knife, right?
By the way, I guess I was muted because I was trying to say when I came in through the window, I put a circle of truth down on the doorway, but I guess no one heard that.
No.
Okay.
No.
But because I think at 13th or 14th level, you can become invisible for 1 minute, but it's magically, right?
I don't know. I haven't looked that far ahead.
Well, I'm pretty sure about that.
I'm about to say he could also be multi-class.
True.
Or he could be some fucker that isn't a class.
Oh.
It is now.
Psychic Veil, you may... Oh, yeah, no. Fuck.
The GM literally sent a better version of you at the group.
You bitch. And it's not magic, which means you could look at him all fucking day and not see him.
Though I think the veil thing from Soul Knife specifically says it's magic. Though.
Yeah, not see him with detect magic. And probably because of the artifact, you can't see him in invisibility.
BRB.
Oh, he literally has.
Wait.
Either that or the artifact himself. The artifact itself makes him unnoticeable. Because
it's the artifact. Because
what will an artifact based around the aspect of death be?
Yeah.
You never see death coming. You can't see death coming for you. So of course there's going to be an artifact that can't be seen and makes the user unseen.
To go
I
back
got this
to my
artifact idea from Harry Potter, guys.
The
You
fucking cloak.
bitch.
Okay, just because we had an hour-long conversation last week about that does not mean that you had to do that.
You gave me the idea for it.
True.
He's blaming you.
Just be
You
happy I
even
did.
stated it could work in D&D, and I took you
True.
up on that.
So we can blame the goblin for this.
Yep. It was the goblin's
Whatever.
fault.
But yes, it is an artifact because the class ability, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, states that it makes
But-
it uses psychic to magically make
The bright side though, if it is like the cloak from Harry Potter, we can't see him, but we could still hear him.
That's why I had you roll perception.
By the way, since he's going to be using mostly psychic abilities, it's probably best to let you know I'm resistant to psychic damage now.
Oh,
and
I know.
tank.
I'm aware. You're resistant to psychic and fire, if I remember correctly.
Yes. So
bitch.
I can tank for a little bit if
You're
if we can
resistant
find
to
him,
the
that is.
psychic damage. You're not resistant to sneak attack damage.
Nope.
Yes, he is.
But
Remember, the sneak attack damage is
a
psychic.
reflection
Ah.
of yeah.
yeah, so
Oh.
that can help a little.
Oh.
If he goes for me.
So, we have a very big fucking issue then. He was in the... We kind of have a gist of what his target priorities are. He was just in the room with everybody that could potentially be a target, and he chose to go after the kobold.
He went after the one making the automatons. Think about it. The guy making the knife that you couldn't figure out how dropped from 500 feet. The kobold who was a part of your production line.
Braggy
Who-
was just a distraction
He
and
was also... And Isaac's going to peep up. Now that he's dead, I don't see why this could be pertinent information. But he's also the one who built the armor the fucking Warforged are surrounded in.
So
He's
he's eliminating your production.
He's targeting your project.
Which means there are two others that we need to worry about.
I mean, I'm sorry to say, but
considering Coma's blast outside the door didn't do anything, he's probably heading for both of them right now.
Both of who? Who do we figure out?
That's just it. You've kept them under wraps, haven't you?
What do you mean
Which
kept them
means
under wraps?
The members, the people
no
working.
one knows who they are outside of him, right?
Yeah.
Which means, more than likely, not going to them is the smart move. That's what led him to this one, was probably happenstance. He figured we would assume you were the target. But he wants to kill those responsible first.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because you're the only one who can lead him to them, so he needs you alive still.
How the fuck are we gonna stop this guy if we can't freaking see him? Or his attacks coming?
we need to get him to reveal himself somehow.
We could bring a trap?
Well, the thing is that he is also
comfortable using my workers as bait.
Oh, yeah, we could use you.
there's also
That you're
the
capable.
fact that he could still be here right now and listening in. So
Hey, bitch! I flip off the sky again.
I mean,
No,
he
he
is
are-
the kind of pathetic excuse of an assassin that would do that.
Yeah, bro.
I'm pretty sure he's already gone. He already killed the target. He won't. Why stick around and risk it? Just like
What every good assassin wants, information.
I
indeed,
was honestly expecting to be stabbed with that remark. Damn it.
Darius is gonna go close the door.
Smart.
And he's gonna pull out 15 15 foot of string with bells hooked to it. The bastard may be invisible, but he's still gonna trip on these if he's here. And he is going to elaborately rig this entire room with them.
Oh, can I
Only
help
with
with that?
15 feet.
Wait, can I help with that? Oh fuck! It's
Hey,
not.
if
Never
you
mind.
know what you're doing, you can do a lot with only a limited amount of length.
I was gonna say
Oh.
alarm, but I don't have it prepared.
He's setting this up and then setting the room in a way where you'd have to cross over the bells. He's putting chairs in open spaces. He is making this. Anybody remember the scene from Hollow Man?
Never seen it.
Of course you haven't.
I
I'm a
I do
child.
not. Actually, I don't recall seeing that either.
Well, he's also taking out a bag of dust and putting it in certain locations where he does not have string or bells.
So,
Smart.
I had the idea. I will wait for you to respond.
Has anybody seen Moon Knight?
Not
No,
yet.
Not yet.
I
God
know
damn
what
it.
I know what you're
Yeah.
referring to. Like how they find the invisible man in like the horror movie. They cover the floor in a thick layer of dust so they can see the footprints show
Exactly.
up.
That is
Or-
just common sense.
Or they put
there.
paint, or they put a puddle of paint down so they see the painted footprints as the guy's walking.
Now we have our conversation.
Yeah, I messaged you something, GM, since I wasn't sure how
Sorry.
it would
Give me 1
apply.
second.
I mean, I could also walk
Know what
around
his
the.
relic does.
I could also walk around the room to ensure that he is forced to move around if that's the case, as I'm much smaller than everyone else, and his footprints would be far more noticeable than mine.
Unfortunately, Gurren, there is no
thought that
thermal
there
vision.
would be a no.
Sorry.
Or not.
You're not about to predator it up.
No, I wasn't. I was using thermal because I couldn't think what it was, but like the way snakes see, even though they're
Infrared.
technically blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the way they see, even though they're blind.
That's blind sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an actual fighting style.
In D&D, it would be blind sense, but don't think I can give myself that.
Too bad I can't switch back and forth between those freely.
There's a feat you could have took to get a second one.
Actually, you can. I think it was in Tasha's they added a rule that allows you to change your fighting styles.
Only when you
Yeah,
gain
but
a
it's
class
only-
feature, though.
Yeah, only
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
gain a class feature, and the GM has to approve the switch.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you will excuse me for a moment.
Could I use prestidigitation to fill the room with glitter, like magical
you can do
glitter
that.
specks?
I'd say you could do that.
Yeah, so I just do that. The entire room starts raining a thin layer of magical glitter.
Oh, god
Oh
damn
my
it.
god.
How the fuck am I supposed to be sneaky if I'm glittering?
It's gonna get in all the cracks in my armor.
It will disappear its magic, not actual physical.
Oh, dope.
And it will land on anything in the room that isn't
Okay.
visible.
Good idea. You look around the room. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's just falling.
So what I'm getting is
Oh, of
Como
course.
killed the man. Got it.
What
Though
the fuck?
of
Good
course,
work, Como.
How? How is this good? I didn't even do it. What? Wait.
Though of course we still have the broken window and outside the room to consider, but
And he may have a way to fly because he somehow got someone 400 feet up in the air.
Yep.
When there was no buildings that high, right?
There are no buildings in Pretoria that are above 200 feet.
Guys, maybe we were
Alright.
wrong. Maybe he just has Bigby's hand and flew himself. Maybe he's a bard.
Bigby's hand.
Exactly.
It could be also that his abilities are far more advanced than mine.
Or maybe he's a gnome with the cantrip of Mage Hand, and he's just flying himself with it.
Actually, yeah, that's a good question. What species is Draxus?
Oh, Draxus is an elf, like me.
Oh, the last time I checked, they can't fly.
Thank you for the reminder that we can't fly.
Oh, well, you know.
Hey Darius, did you know that elves can't fly? Just in case you didn't know.
I'm gonna
I feel like you might have been
stab
unaware.
him.
Go
I
ahead.
would,
We
I would
won't
pay
mind.
you to.
Can we please get back to what in the fuck is going on?
I believe Draxus's objective is your personnel.
Your soldier project. For some reason, he's targeting everyone that works on it that he can get a hold of, and using Braggy as a distraction.
Which I gotta be honest. I'm not too upset about. I mean, you were going to sell them to the king so he could amp up the war, so to speak.
No, okay.
I also don't think Braggy's a distraction. I just think she's on the lower priority list.
But
yeah.
But this begs the question. You said they were automatons. Draxus wouldn't target automatons, or he would have already killed you a long time ago.
Well, now that's the thing, isn't it?
I felt like he was being truthful about them being automatons, so Braxis may think that they're either Braxis knows something even you yourself don't know, or something else is up.
Cyril, didn't you see a cloud of magic moving or something like that, moving away from the Warforged that Bella slew?
Cyril is the only one that saw that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I told people about it.
So you mentioned that. Did we tell Isaac about that?
Norris,
Yes,
can you talk for a little bit, buddy?
Yep. I'm been talking. Hello?
Yep, there,
Oh,
thank you.
hello.
Yeah, I even mentioned it to Isaac.
And Isaac explained that it's raw energy that's controlling and powering the automatons.
Are you sure about that?
Have we figured out why he wanted us to know he was killing these guys? Because, like, this guy who just died, that's just happenstance. We happened to be in the room with him when he could kill him. But the first guy definitely dropped out in front of us. Like, there's no way that's coincidence.
If our ideas are focused on the automatons and him thinking the automatons are sentient, maybe we need to see one of the automatons to prove if they are or aren't.
You said you're going to do a show with them, right? Is that what those research notes are about? Not a show, but like start
demonstration.
Ow!
Nord, buddy, need you to talk a little bit more.
Or mute up. Either one will work.
Oh, muting doesn't work because it still does it when I'm muted.
Yeah, he was muted right there.
Oh, never mind.
It's okay. When he talks, it fixes itself. It's fine.
Which maybe makes no sense, but
do you think you can maybe make part of the demonstration the fact that, I don't know, they're not sentient?
I mean, that's not going to help too much, especially if it turns out that they actually are sentient and you just don't know about that.
You accidentally make something sentient.
Yes, you can. Trust me.
I didn't say you can't, but how?
Every one of my workers are highly skilled, highly accomplished artificers. I don't think that they would accidentally create intelligence.
That means they're perfect and can't make any mistakes, right?
It may not have been their choice. You're using wild magic to power them. The magic itself maybe awakened them. You're using the same thing elementals themselves are made out of. What gives an elemental its sentience?
Then why does it follow orders?
Does a elemental you summon to this plane follow orders?
No. You know that for a fact, Cyril. They do not follow orders.
No, apparently.
Well, what if the programming that's still
But
inside them affects
isn't
them?
there a way to make elementals or make things you summon to this plane follow orders?
It usually depends. Because an elemental summon, like if you're talking about the summon elemental spell, you are grabbing something from a different plane of existence and bringing it here, hoping it'll do what you want. 9 times out of 10, you'll grab a good elemental, for the sake of, wanting to help you out. But there are some times where, like, summon greater demon, you have to roll something for it.
And even with the summon elemental spells, there's a chance they try to kill you.
Yep.
I'm just trying to.
Like, if you lose concentration on the spell, they target everything.
That's another question. What does it look like when you kill an elemental? What does the magic do when you kill an elemental? That's what I'm getting at.
I honestly don't know. That is me, the DMT, speaking. I don't fucking know.
Usually just disperse.
It's a
They
weird
return
question.
back to the
and,
void.
It usually disperses, and the type, depending on the type of the elemental, sometimes violently disperses. That's why I think fire elementals explode when you kill them.
It is a weird question. Anyway, we're getting off.
Well,
I just feel like we're missing something, and I don't know what we could be missing. But that might also be because it's friggin' 4:30 in the morning for me.
But also, can we just... The fact that he wanted us to know these guys were being killed. Like, he could have taken fucking the first guy and just hid him away for a while. Nobody knew he was dead. Everybody knew he was just gone for a couple days. Nobody was even suspicious except for Victor.
So it's
I think he's specifically targeting these people in front of us to make us try to go. The same reason. I feel like he's trying to get us to draw out his other targets.
It's either a warning or
I don't know.
It's either a warning to stop or to try and get us to draw the others out.
One of those two, yeah.
I just don't fucking know.
There is one person that he can't get to for reasons.
You?
No, his location is top secret. He's the one that works on the core. He's a bit of a... And he's gonna whisper, mage.
Oh. Shit.
Could it be possible that someone that works on the project is keeping us secret from you?
I feel like I would know.
Like maybe a mage that knows that they're actually sentient and just waiting until they can have them turn around and go after the city they're supposed to protect?
I doubt that. The mage is from Praetoria.
How old are they?
25?
Well, that doesn't tell us anything. What race? Well, you can't tell
He
us
asked
that.
the
Is that
age.
Huh?
Ulrich asked how old he was, and I said 25.
Yeah, and so now I'm like, well, that doesn't tell us anything because we don't know the race. Is that, like, what stage of life are they in?
Young adults? I think they're a dwarf.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to tell us that. Okay.
Dwarf. They're practically a child then.
I think dwarves are considered adults at a younger age than most.
Yeah, I think like 15.
But anyway, he's hidden. I don't need anyone knowing about him, because if anyone finds out about him being a mage, then he will surely be executed.
Glitter the room one more time. Just to triple check.
Who said
No
I
one's
stopped?
I know. But like, what if he
Oh,
came in?
Como opens the door and glitters the hallway.
Yeah, fucking
I
glitter
glitter the fucking outside the hallway. I glitter outside the window.
There's
Nothing.
just glitter everywhere. We're all just staring at you, pissed off. You know how hard it is to get glitter out.
I snap my fingers and all the glitter disappears.
Doris is like, I just fucking got this cloak.
The answer is apparently not hard at all.
Nobody is there whatsoever. You would be able to see the glitter stopping in like mid to before it lands on the ground. It's just raining all the way to the floor.
Mm-hmm.
On a good note though, the carpet is now shiny.
Oh, yeah. Just after it all lands, I just snap my fingers and the glitter fades.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure he's gone. Either to plan or to hit his next target.
But it's obvious he's targeting your pet project. But why?
I honestly have no clue.
I mean,
let's go talk to the mage. Discreetly.
No, if we go to the mage, then he will just suspect something. That might be what we want him to do.
I just listen.
We need a way to
on the-
communicate with. We need a way to communicate with the friggin' members that are still working on the project without meeting them in person.
Yeah, I feel like at this point in this fucking
While you guys figure out what you're doing real quick, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Okay. Does it really matter why he's doing it? We know theoretically why. For some reason, he thinks this is a perversion of the cycle of life and death. We don't know if it's actually a perversion or if he just thinks it is. But regardless, that's what he thinks of it. Really, right now, all we care about is protecting these other two people. We don't need to know if it's actually true or not.
Again, do you think he thinks it's a perversion of death because it's not people killing people, but a machine killing people?
I don't think it matters right now. I think we can figure out that part once the fucking assassin's gone.
Yeah, but it's gonna be kind of difficult to draw him out.
It's friggin' easier to figure out why he's doing it than actually stopping fucking him. Because he's definitely higher level than us. He's more skilled than us.
That's the thing.
Yeah, so we should focus our efforts on stopping him.
On top of that, guys, was one thing we're not actually considering. The church is hunting him as we are hunting him. He's got one of the relics. The church found that out.
We need to get that relic from him, obviously.
And if this madman that we know got a hold of it, excuse me,
and
he would probably be able to move undetected, kill anyone he wanted.
Also, if that relic does what we think it does, we definitely don't want Deimos getting it, because right now the fact that everybody can see him is the only thing keeping him stuck in the city.
So we need to stop him or capture him or at least get the relic.
But that's the thing, though. If we don't know exactly what he's after, then we can't.
We know he's after stopping the automatons, and we know at least 90% sure that's because he thinks it's a perversion of life and death. Whether that's true or not, that's why he thinks. We know what he's thinking. We don't need to know if it's true, because that doesn't matter to him. He thinks it's true, therefore it is to him. That's all the information we need to know. If we waste our time trying to figure out what the fuck these automatons are, then he gets more time to figure his shit out too. The only reason it could be beneficial is if he's not trying to destroy these things, but trying to control them. It's the only reason I can see why we might want to figure out what these automatons are. Otherwise, I don't think it's useful. I think we need to protect these two, protect Isaac, and find a way to stop him or capture him or get the relic.
The way we can catch him or stop him is if we set a trap for him, because we'll have to basically make the perfect scenario so we can find him. But I feel like he's too
Slightly
fucking smart
confusing.
for that.
Possibly.
But maybe he'll take easy bait. I mean, he took this really
Out
bait.
of game, I'm feeling like this. I'm hoping this isn't one of the scenarios where we're just not supposed to figure it out. Just like we weren't supposed to stop Deimos no matter what we did.
I don't know. We'll see. But
It's getting
I mean,
late though
this
too,
was
so we're going to have to cut it off soon anyway.
this was really easy bait. This fucker just walked in behind me and then killed the first guy who came in that was tied to it. And
I think that was actually coincidence.
yeah, it's gotta be. So we know he's willing to take low bait. This could have very well been a trap that we planned.
So, if we... let's say that we come out with someone else who is supposedly part of the research team, but is not actually part of the research team. Like, for instance,
this might be sad, but Isaac might need to recruit Chromo as the new person working on the armor.
No. Gurren, do you remember how you were talking about Alter Self before? Well, take a look in the Discord. What do you think? Does that look like a, does that look like an old, grizzled, elvish artificer to you or not?
I don't know if Alter Self can do that much, though. It's not like a disguise.
Hey,
disguise.
No, but...
he knows people can be brought back from the dead, right? Because he has target people that came back from the dead before. Why don't we use the Cobalt as the bait? Or someone that looks exactly like the Cobalt he thought he already killed.
True.
But hasn't he put some way to not bring them back? I feel like he'd know.
Which is why I came up with this plan where we disguise... we disguise me as someone else.
Oh.
And
I know
since
I know when Sam's get back, we'll probably call it a night because I'm losing focus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But here's my idea: we disguise me as like a gnome or such.
Give you some research.
And since I'm resistant to psychic damage, when he attempts to kill me, it will have less effect on me, and we catch him then.
I'm down for that idea. The only thing I'm not sure is how much he knows the other workers. He may already know who they are.
Plus, we don't know how long it would take for him to go for the bait, and that spell has a limited amount of time, and I cannot keep it up forever.
True, but then that just means we have to find another way to disguise me for longer.
I mean, I'm honestly not mad about it.
Also, his relic could just let him see through disguises. Don't fucking know.
Listen. You mentioned having him hire me. What if he hired you? Because you work on guns.
Mm-hmm.
That could be an option. He could hire both of us. Give him 2
hire
targets.
us.
I'm about to say there's another target he wouldn't pass up if he got the opportunity.
Isaac?
Aurak, do you think you get your master to come to the city?
Depends. GM, you there?
Mm-hmm.
Is the city full of enough vengeance for him to come here?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
Sam, or Andrew, you could say the assassin got a blueprint that was in the library, If your master thought that this guy had that blueprint,
Well, is he gonna lie to his mentor? Sam.
It's not a matter that he wanted to.
It's yeah.
Again, if
Sorry.
anybody remembers from previous sessions, he said, and I quote, "You really think I wouldn't go to Pretoria if I wasn't able to?"
It's,
Yeah, I guess what's stopping him from going?
Alaric knows
vengeance.
the answer to that.
He can only be in areas where there's vengeance to be had, where there's a great call for revenge, in areas where there's been much suffering and many call out for it. Now, as many problems as the city has,
It's mostly prosperous.
He still can't come here because there's just not enough hatred and vengeance here.
No one really blames anyone for their mistakes in this city.
Come on, you need to go blow up another building.
He didn't fucking blow anything up, bro. Fucking Sam.
Fucking Junior Heath Ledger Joker in the corner.
Oh my god, Sam, how long were you here for?
Not that long. I just got back with hot dogs.
Thinking of possibly, because we wouldn't be able to keep Ulrich disguised for too long, and we don't want to risk anybody who's actually in the project. Thinking of having fucking
one of our party members take up a position in the project that just got allocated.
Either Ulrich or both.
Means he would target the party, because now that party member would be a target now that they're.
And I brought up that I'd be the best choice for that.
Ulrich would be a better choice stat-wise because he's resistant to psychic. I would make more sense because
you're an armor officer and he just lost his armor officer.
So either way.
Anyway, we're going to have to end soon, unfortunately.
Oh yeah. We probably need to end now. It's almost 5 a.m.
We'll end on a cliffhanger.
No.
Right. Calic, Bella, anything
Can
to
we
add?
at least know what Isaac thinks of that possible plan?
He thinks it's a good plan.
Okay.
Also, other party members patent pending.
Norris, perception check, buddy.
Not again.
Who's getting stabbed now?
And Isaac's dead.
I don't think it
Okay, you're keen enough to notice this. Where are the reports that the kobold just brought in?
Son of a bitch.
Oh my fucking god.
Isaac,
did you at least get to read
do
those?
you have a pocket dimension?
No, why?
Where are the reports?
They're right here. Oh, what? Where could they have gone?
He's a rogue.
He took them with him. That's why your shadow in the hallway didn't do anything. He moved into the room at the same moment he attacked.
Hell, for all we know, he leapt out the window to escape.
I was about to say, yeah, that's what he did.
Fuck yeah, I'm so smart.
We not only let the man in here, we gave him the goddamn exit.
Now you can't blame us for that.
Well, you could have taken.
It was our ex idea.
You very much could have taken.
Technically, it was very much not. But okay, I accept
Isaac
responsibility.
Panicking.
What was in those reports?
The names of everyone working on the project.
You fucker!
Get your men. I'm looking at Darius for this one. Get your men to those houses. Get them out.
Does it have addresses
now?
Names?
It may sound stupid, but we might want to get them all in one place. Force him to come into a trap.
You might not have wanted to use your people as bait. Now you don't have a choice.
Damn it. After a couple of minutes rolls by, the apprentice walks in. Very familiar tiefling. Where
This
the
is one of
token
them?
for it? I think this is the token for it. Yep.
He's fucking one of them?
No,
Found your rat.
Oh, okay. Oh, you bitch.
the apprentice walked. Yeah, the right hand of Darius walked in with a familiar
Motherfucker.
tiefling. Yes.
Yeah, I was
Braggy's-
confused.
Braggy's apprentice.
No, that's Drider.
No.
Who
He's
the
the
fuck is
he's
the
the
tiefling?
he's a
The
factory
guy at the
leader.
factory we're talking about Braggy with. Like, where is she? And he was like, I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Factory foreman or some such or other.
The person that was giving info about Braggy
Mm-hmm.
and what she was working on.
Well,
I
that's
smelled
one
something
problem
not
solved,
right,
and
but
a shit ton more to go. Do you just kill the rat, or do we throw him in a hole?
I mean, I could
I'd like
end
to
it
kill
right
him.
here and now.
Isaac's going to pop up. No, he's committed crimes against the king. He's going before the king.
Well, now that's just disappointing.
That's
I
how
mean,
this city
vengeance has
works.
to be paid to those it's owed, is it not?
Usually,
I mean-
Drider absolutely. You get the sense that he's under the same poison effect that Darius put that one rogue under.
Oh, he might not go in front of the king.
No, the purple poison.
No,
The paralyzing agent.
How Nord speak.
I was just speaking. I'm not muted, right? Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you're fine.
fuck.
I kind
Anyway.
of. You find anything on him that could hint why he's ratting out?
Probably just money.
Unfortunately, no.
Or because he wants to take her role as the #1 chemist.
Head chemist.
Como, that strikes you as odd. This guy doesn't want any more of the workload than he already has. I reiterate,
Money
he
in his
is a
pocket.
lazy piece of shit.
He doesn't have any extra gold in his pockets.
Nope.
Bro, what the fuck? You can't hate Braggy that much. She's great.
There's also with us knowing that he now has similar abilities to your Nord, but more advanced. You think he could just grab the knowledge from the guy unwillingly?
Doubtful. If he was that good, he didn't ever needed that for his papers. He could have just ripped it out of Isaac's mind.
Weaker minds are easier to.
I have a feeling this lazy piece of shit probably has some sadder excuse.
Hell, maybe he was even being blackmailed.
That doesn't
Whatever
matter.
the case, I do have a little bit of blue left.
That doesn't matter. We need to find out where we're going to set up a trap. If we were going to grab Isaac's people and bring them to one spot to force them to come there, we need a place where we can set a trap where we can find him if he's hiding using this invisibility trick.
Yeah, let's decide that, then use the blue, because this could give us some insight.
By the way, Darius is in the corner talking to his underling, giving him orders to find the other heads of the research.
That rat's lucky he's going to prison. I would have started with the fingers first.
Oh, it's always good to start with the fingernails.
What place do we have more control than him? Because he has a lot.
I mean, I would have started skinning him from the fingers. The fingernails go after.
Don't anticipate, or don't misunderstand the torturous of not having eyelids. Try sleeping at night. It's impossible.
Oh,
that's true. It's a good one.
I want to tap the tiefling on the shoulder.
We go so
I
far
highly
by.
suggest you start talking because once they start getting ideas, it's horrible.
The
He's
tiefling's gonna be like,
he's paralyzed. He can't.
Oh, I
He's
know.
paralyzed.
I'm aware.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway.
It's not wherever we have the most power. It's the fact that we need, wherever we're going to set this up, we need something that covers the ground or something in the area. We need a way to counteract his
As
ability
I
to hide.
said, I have an idea, and that will be discussed next time because I do have a devious plan. DM, you're gonna like this.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
I actually wanted to do something or get to something before we ended today.
Yeah, that's sad.
And what was that?
Okay, we'll skip past it. You guys end up waiting for a minute for Darius's underling to bring back the 2 remaining artificers in charge of the product.
Okay.
But
Well, one
he brings
artificer
back
and one mage.
2 dead bodies.
Fuck.
There we got the other members of the project.
Doesn't look like Isaac's safe anymore.
Well, cool. We can pull the Isaac and the Warforges all in one spot.
Hey, Isaac. Well, your workers aren't going to be bait anymore.
Como. Not now.
Yeah.
Como, go to a corner.
You know, I feel like this is the type of guy to have a perfectly circular room. No.
Como.
Corner.
What he's going through.
You out of the office with the hole.
Yeah.
With the fucking hole.
Isaac is head down, hair in his hands.
Yeah, fucking devastated.
Not devastated. He is faced with the consequence that he knows he's going to die, and there's nothing he can do about it.
He's not gonna fucking die.
It's just not the fact that he's probably he's pretty sure he's gonna die. He's also knowing that he just sent so many others, people that he was close to, that he worked with, to their deaths.
He's also probably
by
pissed
just
off.
having them help him.
That's the other thing. Probably pissed off.
He cared about his work. He cared about his workers so much, and now they're dead.
Yes.
Damn, he's a better boss and a better person than you.
Guys, seriously, do we think he's going after the Warforged or Isaac? Because if he's just going after Isaac, we don't need to move. This place is already set the fuck up.
You misunderstand
no,
me. I'm moving us out of the room with the giant open window.
But like, so the office area, I mean, because then we could just take all this shit that was set up, move it to a room lower without a fucking window, and just wait there because he's gonna come and find Isaac.
Question to anybody listening, to me, I guess.
Hi.
Out of you all, where's the gnome?
What gnome?
Charles?
Charles is gone.
Why?
God damn it.
Constantly.
I look over at Isaac. Does that gnome have some special ability?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does Charles know about your project?
He's the one who was the middleman.
Which means either Charles
is he able to give the Warforges commands?
No, only I can.
Well,
you
have
sure
we
about that?
Never
100%.
have him.
As you all begin, as it becomes more nightly, begin to hear loud crashes and booms. This is where we're going to end the session here in just a second. I'm going to leave you guys on a cliffhanger.
What the fuck?
The Warforges are rampaging.
Not necessarily.
I'm gonna have one of Darius' assassins bring me back barrels of gunpowder from storage.
Oh, easily enough, they'll do it. But as
And
you all
flour.
begin to run and investigate, Isaac, in your little protective triangle thing that you guys like to do, you see an invisible force go through a wall and blood being spewed below it, as if something invisible just got thrown through a wall. And
fuck?
when you look at the streets and see what might have thrown it, you see this.
What the fuck? What are you?
I fucking knew it.
Hey, I found what can lift something up 400 feet in the air.
So when did you want to tell us you had one that could fly?
I wasn't aware I had one that could fly.
So about your
How do you
not being able to give
know what
orders.
you have?
So, by the way, you still think that little project of yours are worth it now?
Girly Pops, it's your project. How do you not know?
I trusted my artificers. Apparently, I shouldn't have.
Fun.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have trusted mortals with something like this. Ha!
No,
I
Hopefully
wonder
the king
who else
understands.
done this
Going through a
kind of
crisis.
thing.
We'll just deal with
Hopefully the king understands when he finds out your machines are running amok in his city.
We'll
From
deal
what you
with
can
Judge
see, there's
later. Let's kill this thing.
from what you can see, there's only one Warforged.
I'm
From
going
what we
to
can-
investigate the bleeding hole on the wall and see if there's still a body there.
Oh, I can see invisible. Can I see it?
There
No,
is
that's
no
Remember-
body there.
Remember,
I think I know what happened to Draxus, at least in an instant. But
Is it
he's not here, so he's not dead yet.
As you say that, this Warforged dive bombs into an opposite adjacent house.
I was about to say, wasn't the Warforged you had on stay before glowing blue? That one's bright red.
I knew you were going to do something like this.
Bro, do
I
you have
knew
like
it.
a whole fucking rainbow of them, like Pride Month shit?
I need people to roll intelligence checks for me.
Let's go. Big brain. Fuck yeah.
That's minor big brain.
Bro, I'm so
I'm gonna...
clever, can I?
Just intelligence check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck you, game.
Okay, so Ulrich, Como, Norris, you do not get it.
Did I roll?
This thing can see
No,
Draxus.
What did I roll?
I don't know. It just didn't.
Oh,
There it went.
okay.
There you go.
Oh, and
I'll
Searle.
see you got it.
Yeah, this Warforged can see Draxus.
I
It's
wanted to finish the job, but I kind of want to kill him myself. Kind of torn. Also, that thing is kicking his ass, so I'm also kind of torn.
What the fuck does he have that can see the artifact? What did you give your guys?
I don't know, Como.
Okay.
Can I see its eyes from here?
It just dive bombed into a house.
Okay.
The same house that the invisible
I
thing
see-
got thrown into.
Could I see his eyes the thing's eyes when it first appeared?
Yes, you could.
Did it look like there were signs of deeper intelligence in them?
Yes, but not in the way that you're thinking.
Okay.
Fuck, I mean the enemy of my enemy, right?
Can the machine be demonically possessed?
Yes, actually, Warforged can.
Yeah.
As
I don't
this individual is throwing... Hey, even Bellatrix is smarter than you, Norse. That sucks.
Sorry, hold on. I rolled a 9. She rolled a 15.
Still higher.
Also,
Bellatrix
by the
rolled
way,
a 17.
I'm pretty sure we now know who actually killed the
You just can't see the mark.
Torok.
Turok knew they weren't stable. Remember the burnt to paper?
Yeah.
So
As
this
you
one killed him before Daraxus could get a hold of him.
as you all are having this discussion, something goes whizzing by your heads into a pillar column. And this thing is approaching you all.
How you doing, Daraxus? Still breathing?
Fuck you.
I go and
Oh.
how close is he to us?
45 feet?
The Daraxus?
Mm-hmm. He got thrown past you.
Oh.
Oi,
And this
maybe
thing
it's
is walking
time to
towards you.
Maybe it's
Yes.
time to fess up
Hey,
and tell us
we
what
can
you
get out of
were
his
doing.
way. Let's get out of his way now.
God damn it. Ugh.
Fuck it, you have one
Darius.
choice. You either can stand with us against this thing, or you can keep getting your ass whooped.
I was following Charles.
Which means the gnome is a problem.
That is the gnome. And we're going to end our session
what?
there.
I knew it.
I
God
knew
damn
it. I knew it.
The gnome put his soul inside the Warforge.
Or it's not a Warforged. It's an
Transformer.
exosuit.
Oh no, it's a Warforged.